Imagine surviving 20 years of fantasy hell, finally returning to your cozy modern apartment on Earth, only for a giant roped-out demon to smash through your local shelter's wall while you're literally standing there in gym shorts. Normal people would be screaming, crying, and questioning their life choices. But our guy just looks at the beast, sparks up a flame that literally deletes concepts from reality. Meet Lee Hyun-sok. He's been stuck in an otherworld fantasy portal for 20 years, and today is finally the day he gets to finish the job. This entire world is burning like a trash fire, and right in the center of the blast zone, the final boss is waiting for him. The Demon King looks down at him, genuinely impressed he survived the journey, but points out that his party members are completely exhausted and barely hanging on. The beast charges up a massive ball of dark energy, sending a lethal shockwave tearing through the ruined landscape. The team's shield blocks the impact by the skin of its teeth, while the demon rages about his eternal kingdom built on the blood and bones of his enemies. But our guy doesn't care about a monologue. He charges straight through the purple lightning, gripping his spear with both hands, and decides it's time to end this. The impact detonates like a small star, shaking the entire cavern as steel meets demonic armor, sending sparks flying into the dark. Blinding light fills the horizon, and the hero unleashes his ultimate technique, the Paradox Flame. The demon is blasted backward through the stone columns, shattering the ground beneath his feet, but he manages to stabilize himself. Their eyes lock in a moment of pure, unfiltered hatred, and the demon slams his fist down, causing a massive rockfall to cave in the ceiling. They clash again mid-air, a blur of claws and spear strikes, but the demon's massive hand sweeps across, forcing our guy to block with his shaft. He gets thrown back into the dirt, sliding on his knees as the demon laughs, calling his attack soft. Our guy just spins his spear with a deadpan stare, asking who exactly he's calling soft before a massive, jagged bolt of red lightning ignites on his blade. The weapon crackles with an unnatural heat, and suddenly, the Demon King realizes he is covered in a dark, pulsing flame. He grips his chest, gasping for air as the hero calmly reminds him that he's not actually from this world. See, this black flame doesn't use oxygen. It uses abstract concepts like ego, memory, and reason as fuel. It's a literal cheat code that deletes your very existence, meaning the demon's little hobby of resurrecting himself over centuries is officially canceled. As the boss starts fading into the wind, he laughs, telling the hero he'll never be remembered because his companions are waiting to kill him. And our guy just smiles. He already knows. The demon's jaw literally drops in shock as he burns to nothingness. The Saintess runs up, pretending to be worried, but we instantly see her flashback memories. She spent years seducing him just so he wouldn't suspect she was planning his execution, and when our guy asks if she has anything to say, she just looks away. The other two teammates are no better. The knight accepted a legendary bribe from the emperor to eliminate the hero, and the mage hates him simply because he opposed their human slavery system. Our guy reveals he's known about their little assassination plot for 5 whole years. The dying demon's eyes widen, asking why he didn't just use his insane power to destroy this corrupt world. And the hero's answer is beautifully simple, because he just wanted to go home. The final embers of the Demon King fade into the sky, leaving only silence. Flashback to 2005. He was an ordinary 30-year-old office worker before a goddess drafted him, and while you've read plenty of cool isekai stories where the protagonist has a great time, the world he arrived in was a complete, unmitigated disaster. The goddess gave him one simple command: defeat the monsters to return to Earth. So for 20 years, he trained, fought, and slept in the dirt. When he tried to bring a wounded child into a fortified town, the guards refused to let him in, calling the dying kid a complete waste of medicine. This entire fantasy realm had zero empathy, but the absolute worst part was their medieval hygiene, where they amputated legs for basic infections. All the healers were reserved for nobles and military battles, leaving the poor to rot, and our guy's eyes show how dead inside he became. Even worse, the religious zealots in this place were currently burning children alive, claiming they were possessed by demons. They had absolutely no concept of human rights, telling him to cast aside his useless pity. So after enduring 20 years of this barbaric, toxic environment, he screams at the heavens, demanding the goddess keep her promise. A blinding beam of light pierces the red sky, descending directly into the courtyard. The goddess appears, bathed in a golden halo with a smile that looks like a corporate PR representative, telling him he has done a wonderful job. Our guy points his finger, reminding her of the contract. His soul and memories must be perfectly preserved and sent back to Earth. She asks if he truly wants to leave a world where he has gained enough power to threaten gods. He just lets out a tired, cynical smirk. He tells her to cut the corporate act. They both know she's just glad he's leaving. The goddess's golden eyes narrow, realizing she can't manipulate him anymore. He repeats his final demand. He just wants to go home. He drops his legendary spear, letting it clatter into the dirt. She accepts his terms, and as the teleportation magic activates, his scarred, calloused hands begin to glow and fade. The golden light surrounds him, pulling him out of the medieval sky. But there's a catch. His original body on Earth has already perished, so she has to place his soul into a new vessel. She warns him that this new body is fated for a wretched, miserable end, though she's sure he'll find a way to survive. He doesn't care if the body belongs to a loser or a beggar. Any fate on Earth is a massive upgrade compared to the hell he just left behind. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, staring at a modern ceiling. He sits up in bed, realizing his soul has successfully entered the body of a civilian named Yu Chansok. He spots a mirror in the corner of the room and rushes over, pulling down his eyelid to inspect his face. No scars, no beard, smooth skin, and healthy golden eyes. He turns on the sink faucet, laughing like a maniac because clean, hot water is flowing out instantly. He clicks the button on the gas stove, watching the blue flame ignite without chopping any wood. And then, he smells something heavenly, a box of crispy, golden Korean fried chicken sitting on his table. He grabs a drumstick, his mouth literally drooling, sitting on the floor and taking a massive bite. The absolute masterpiece of modern culinary science brings actual tears to his eyes. Forget magic and legendary swords. This deep-fried grease is the true god of this universe. He tells himself he can finally live a quiet, normal life. But then, a red beam of light shoots up outside his window. He checks his phone, realizing it is already the year 2025, and that massive red beacon of light in the middle of the city looks suspiciously like a monster portal. The next morning, Chansok is taking a hot shower, enjoying the high-pressure water and turning on the air conditioning with a single press of a remote. He looks out his high-rise window, admiring the bright, clear sky. He decides his first order of business as a free man is to play StarCraft, but then a massive, terrifying shadow monster with a smiling mask appears right behind him. The beast lunges, screeching as Chansok barely dodges. He crashes onto the carpet, his heart pounding, as a PA announcement starts blaring throughout the building. The automated voice warns all residents that a corrosion rift has opened in the apartment complex. They are ordered to evacuate to the underground shelter immediately. Chansok looks back at his balcony, and his jaw drops as a dozen smiling ape monsters crawl over his glass doors. Their sharp claws crack the reinforced window pane. He bolts into the hallway, sprinting down the concrete stairs, wondering what these creatures are. The pack of beasts is hot on his heels, leaping down the stairwell, forcing Chansok to slide through a broken window to lose them. He leans against the wall, panting heavily. Suddenly, he spots a kid with a bowl cut running down the corridor holding a wooden stick. Chansok tells him it's dangerous and to head to the shelter, but the kid casually asks if he's seen the monster. The kid says he's going to go kill it, asking if our guy wants to tag along, and mentions Earth has been like this for 13 years. And just like that, Chansok ends up following the kid because he can't let an elementary schooler get eaten. The kid looks back at him with an incredibly smug expression, explaining that corrosion rifts are portals where monsters spawn randomly. Chansok's brain is about to melt. He went through 20 years of hell to get back, only to find out Earth is also a war zone. The kid asks how he doesn't know basic survival facts, and Chansok lies, saying he was living in America, while the kid rambles about some YouTube conspiracy theory. To change the subject, Chansok asks about the kid's favorite hunter, Lee Se-yoon. The kid explains she's ranked 10th on Earth, showing a mental image of her swinging a massive greatsword. Our guy is stunned. Normal humans are actually fighting monsters here? He stops walking, his eyes narrowing as he suddenly slams his hand over the kid's mouth. The kid looks up, confused, but Chansok tells him to be quiet. Ahead of them, 5 of those smiling ape monsters are blocking the corridor. Actually, Chansok senses a 6th one hiding in the shadows. He realizes this new body has surprisingly decent physical strength and looks down at the kid who is now trembling and crying, his brave attitude completely gone. Chansok needs a weapon, but there's nothing around. Then, he notices a familiar blue mist swirling in the air. It's mana, the exact same energy from the other world. One of the monsters spots them and lunges with its mouth open. Chansok moves like a blur, grabbing the beast's head, and a dark purple flame erupts from his palm. He realizes that while his physical reserves are gone, the paradox flame is engraved on his soul. The firepower is pathetic compared to his peak, but it's more than enough. The monster disintegrates into a pile of ash in seconds, and the kid's eyes light up with awe. The boy calls it an incredible unique skill and immediately runs forward to confirm the kill because he saw it in a YouTube tutorial. But Chansok notices the purple embers are still floating. The hidden sixth monster drops from the ceiling directly above the kid, claws ready to shred him. A dark strike cuts through the air, and Chansok intercepts, his face inches from the beast. He crushes its throat, igniting the conceptual fire directly into its neck, telling the kid he doesn't know what YouTube is, but he should probably stop watching it. Chansok asks to borrow the kid's wooden stick, as 4 more monsters charge down the narrow hallway. He takes a stance, channeling the residual mana into the wood, swinging it in a perfect arc. The shockwave blasts the leading beast in half, and he follows up with a clean overhead strike that shatters the concrete wall. The kid is left completely speechless, staring at the destruction. He asks if Chansok is secretly a high-ranking professional hunter, but Chansok just sighs, looking at the pool of blood. He is genuinely annoyed that he has to smell iron and violence on his first day back. They finally reach the underground shelter where hundreds of panicked residents are gathered. The heavy vault door creaks open, and Chansok walks in, the kid trailing behind him. The kid's mother screams his name, running through the crowd, hugging her son and thanking Chansok for saving him. Chansok notices her expensive designer clothes and luxury earrings, realizing this annoying kid is a rich young master. But before he can relax, a massive, deafening thud shakes the entire concrete bunker. A colossal, muscular gray fist punches straight through the reinforced steel door, shattering the concrete entrance and revealing a high-tier demon. The beast roars, displaying rows of razor-sharp teeth and a long tongue, sending the crowd into a state of absolute screaming panic as they scramble for the emergency exits. The bowl-cut kid grabs Chansok's shirt, yelling that they need to run. Chansok's eyes go completely dark. He grips his hand, veins popping on his wrist, realizing his peaceful retirement is officially over. He looks at his palm, remembering his 20 years of endless struggle, asking himself if he was really asking for too much. He turns to the kid, calling him a brat, and the kid angrily tells him not to call him that. Chansok asks why a rich kid is so obsessed with becoming a hunter instead of hiding somewhere safe. The boy's expression changes, becoming dead serious. He explains his father was killed by a monster inside a bunker they thought was safe, proving nowhere on Earth is secure. The kid says that even if he is weak and terrified right now, he is going to become the strongest hunter and save the world. Chansok lets out a small, genuine smile, telling him he'll be a great hunter, but he won't be saving the world. The mother drags the boy away into the fleeing crowd, screaming at him to hurry. The kid looks back over his shoulder in slow motion, screaming, "Mister!" as the giant shadow looms over the hall, and Chansok just turns around to face the beast. The purple conceptual flames ignite around his body, casting a dark glow across the concrete floor as he takes a slow, steady step forward. Because saving the world is a job for someone who's done it before. So, let's establish where we are. Our guy spent 20 years surviving a literal fantasy hellhole, finally made his way back to Earth, and immediately had to deal with an apocalyptic rift. He saved a kid with a bowl cut, promised to protect the world, and then did absolutely nothing of the sort. He is currently hard stuck in a gaming chair, chewing on a frozen ice pop and watching the victory screen flash on his monitor. He comments that it was way too easy. Which is fair, considering his reaction times were forged by dodging literal demon gods for 2 decades. He cracks open a soda can, completely ignoring the internal monologue about how the savior of the world is supposed to act. His mindset is incredibly simple. So what? Sure, he made a grand speech in front of a terrified crowd, but that grand motivation lasted exactly until he realized Earth has air conditioning and unlimited food. Why bother risking your life when you can just order high-speed delivery with a single tap? Besides, the world already has professional hunters to handle the portals. And then, reality hits him right in the bank account. He has exactly 3,201 left. That is about $2.50. The original owner of this body, Yu Chansok, was a logistics worker who got laid off when his company folded because of a spatial rift. And since portals keep popping up like bad pop-up ads, no normal company is hiring. He stares at his ceiling, realizing that if he wants to keep eating fried chicken, he needs to get a job. Right on cue, a notification pops up on his phone. Hunter recruitment. Next stop, the Hunter Association. The testing center is packed with rookies who think they are about to become the next main character. They are bragging about how the selection test is just a formality now. Chansok walks past them, looking at them the exact same way a senior developer looks at fresh interns who just learned what HTML is. Absolute small fries. The scouts in the stands are bored out of their minds, looking through the files of the current batch, until a sudden wave of panic ripples through the crowd. Lee Se-eun, the 10th ranked hunter in the entire world, just strolled into the arena. Everyone is losing their minds because she was supposed to be clearing a massive rift up north. The rumor mill instantly goes into overdrive. The scouts wonder who she is here to see, and her assistant pulls up a profile, Han Sang-ah. She is an academy graduate with electrokinesis. Se-eun asks if she can use her to charge phone batteries, which is a wild way to analyze a prodigy. Her assistant tries to keep it professional, but Se-eun looks completely unimpressed. The scouts start lecturing her about how academy training is completely different from actual rifts, but Se-eun just pulls out a piece of candy and tells them to shut up. She is not here for textbook plays. She knows that students who only train in safe environments usually freeze the second a monster actually tries to eat their face. But she has a job to do. The announcer takes the mic and declares that the first match is officially starting. Se-eun leans back, hoping someone in this arena actually makes it worth her time. Up on the commentary booth, the announcer gets a notification and sounds completely baffled. A civilian who did not even go to the academy is entering. The crowd watches as a guy steps onto the stage carrying a basic, unenchanted training spear. It is Chan-sok, looking like he accidentally wandered in on his way to a convenience store, still trying to get used to his new name. The announcer runs through the basic rules. No personal weapons and absolutely no lethal injuries are allowed. Chan-sok looks at his opponent and thinks about his checklist. Step 1. Save this world so his electricity does not get shut off. Step 2. Get a high-paying job so he can play games all day. To do that, he needs to put on a show. His opponent is a cocky kid with a fire spear who looks like he spent 3 hours styling his hair this morning. The referee raises his hand and calls for the fight to begin. The fire kid immediately ignites his spear and laughs, bragging that Chan-sok cannot even gather mana. Chan-sok does not even blink. He just watches the kid slide into a basic stance. The kid rushes forward, yelling about how he is the undefeated spearmaster of the academy. He thrusts the spear right at Chan-sok's face, but his spear hits nothing but empty air. The kid freezes, his brain completely short-circuiting as he realizes his target has completely vanished from his field of view. Chan-seok appears right beside his ear, calmly telling him that his spear work is incredibly clumsy. Before the kid can even turn around, Chan-seok delivers a precise elbow strike right to the solar plexus. He shifts his foot, pivots, and drives an upward palm strike right into the kid's chin. The impact sends a couple of teeth flying as the kid's head snaps back. The kid collapses instantly. Chan-seok looks down, mildly annoyed that the match ended in 3 seconds. He wonders if this is seriously the average level of modern hunters. If so, the human race is in massive trouble. Up in the VIP seats, Se-eun's lazy expression completely vanishes. She looks at his file. His previous job was logistics. He has almost no mana flowing through his body. Her assistant tries to claim it was just a lucky hit, arguing that physical output like that requires years of mana accumulation. Se-eun reaches into her pocket, pulls out a piece of candy, and shoves it into the assistant's mouth to make him shut up. She realizes Chan-seok isn't lacking mana. He is actively choosing not to use it. She stares at the arena, wondering how a civilian is executing high-tier martial arts without a drop of energy. Down on the stage, Chan-seok scratches his neck. The fire kid is struggling to sit up, coughing up blood and asking how he did that. Chan-seok tells him not to worry because he held back enough to avoid a fatal wound. The kid looks up in absolute horror and then faceplants right back onto the concrete, completely out cold. The referee looks like he wants to check the rules to see if bullying is allowed, but slowly declares Chan-seok the winner. Se-eun keeps her eyes locked on him. While the other scouts are busy arguing about whether Chan-seok is a fluke or a mutant, she stands up with a sharp smile. She wants to see what this guy is actually hiding. Her assistant asks where she is going, and she says she needs to have a quick chat with the association president. Meanwhile, Chan-seok is absolutely flying through the bracket. He sweeps the next round with a single palm strike, dodges a sword, and drops another opponent with a simple kick. He is getting increasingly depressed. He wonders if there is a single person in this building who can actually take a hit. The crowd suddenly goes quiet as the next challenger enters. It is Han Sang-ah, the Academy's star graduate. The announcer hypes her up as the final boss who is going to stop this mysterious rookie's win streak. Chan-seok looks at her and finally stops looking completely bored. He notes that she is the first person he has met today who actually has a decent amount of mana circulating in her body. Sang-ah tells him that his little lucky streak ends here. Chan-seok just sighs, asking if they teach those generic villain lines at the academy too. Sang-ah narrows her eyes and grips her sword hilt. She says since he is just throwing basic punches, he must not have an awakened skill. Her eyes begin to glow with a sharp, pale yellow current. She warns him she won't be holding back. Chansok internally thanks her, thinking that he actually does have a unique skill, but if he uses it, she will turn into literal ashes. The referee calls the start, and Sanga drops into a low draw stance, electricity crackling wildly along her scabbard. She draws the blade, and a massive beam of electrical force splits the arena in half, but as the dust clears, her eyes go wide with absolute disbelief. Chansok is floating directly above her, upside down, completely untouched by the blast. She cannot comprehend how someone dodged a lightning strike by just jumping over it. Chansok analyzes her technique in midair. He realizes she is running a current through her magnetic scabbard to turn her sword into a literal railgun. He lands smoothly behind her, admitting that her technical execution is the best he has seen today, but points out that she missed the most basic rule of combat. She was too focused on attacking quickly instead of planning when to strike. He explains that to accelerate her blade, she had to lay down a magnetic path in the air first. He smiles, asking what kind of idiot telegraphs their attack path that clearly. Sanga's face goes completely red with anger. She grips her hilt, telling him not to get cocky, and swings again, unleashing a massive storm of lightning across the platform. Chansok easily dances through the electric discharges, asking if she is actually stupid. If he dodged her fastest draw, she has zero chance of hitting him with basic swings. Sanga is completely frantic now, swinging wildly as the stage is torn apart by lightning. Chansok notices she is overdoing it, forcing her body to channel more mana than her pathways can handle. If she keeps this up, her muscles will tear. He slides underneath her guard and says it is time to wrap this up. He looks her in the eye and tells her that if it hurts, she should raise her left hand. Before she can react, he drives a devastating liver punch straight into her ribs. Sanga's eyes roll back as she lets out a silent scream, all the air instantly leaving her lungs. Chansok holds his fist in place, waiting, and then unleashes a rapid succession of strikes that blur through the air. He finishes the combo with a sweeping kick that sends her crashing hard into the floor. She lies there, bleeding from her nose, completely unable to move. Her sword clatters away as she trembles in the middle of the ruined stage. The scouts in the stands are frozen. They cannot believe the top student of the academy just got dismantled by a guy using basic martial arts. Chansok walks away, stretching his shoulder. He thinks she had decent talent, but she relied way too much on magic and completely neglected her physical conditioning. Suddenly, he hears a weak groan behind him. He turns, wondering if she actually wants to keep fighting. Sanga slowly raises her left hand. The referee runs over as she lies on her side, trembling and hyperventilating. Chansok smiles, realizing she actually remembered his advice and raised her hand to forfeit. The medical team rushes onto the stage to carry her off on a stretcher. Up in the commentary booth, the announcer listens to his earpiece and looks completely shocked by the message he just received. He yells into the microphone, calling for the crowd's attention because there has been a sudden change in the schedule. He tells Chansok to take a short break. Chansok is confused, thinking the tournament was already over. The announcer drops the bomb. Chansok is about to participate in a special exhibition match against an active professional hunter. The scouts look up, realizing that Se-yoon actually went through with her plan and got direct permission from the association president. The crowd starts cheering wildly as a name flashes on the big screen. Chansok looks up, realizing his opponent must be a pretty big deal. He narrows his eyes, realizing Se-yoon is stepping onto the stage to test him herself. He sighs, thinking that people in this world are just as annoying as the ones back in his old life. The heavy tip of a massive red greatsword slams into the concrete, throwing sparks across the floor. Se-yoon smiles. She holds her giant sword with one hand, introducing herself as Lee Se-yoon of the Genebi Guild. She looks him in the eye and asks how about a match with her. She says he can refuse if it is too much, knowing he is technically still a civilian. Chansok's mind starts racing. The 10th ranked hunter in the world is standing in front of him. He can feel the pressure rolling off her body. It is not a bluff. She is a real professional. In his current, unawakened body, this is going to be incredibly difficult even with a spear. But then, a slow grin spreads across his face. He looks up and says, "All right, let's do it right now." The referee looks like he wants to run away, asking if they are seriously starting immediately. Se-yoon smiles, saying she has plenty of stamina left and wants to see if he is as fired up as he looks. As Sanga is wheeled past the stage on a stretcher, foaming at the mouth, Chansuk looks at his training spear. He steps forward, kicking the training spear up into his hand and takes a stance, asking if they should go ahead and raise his market value. The crowd is completely silent as the referee drops his hand, and the sound of metal tearing through the air echoes across the entire arena. Seiyun does not move like a standard heavy weapon user. She swings her colossal greatsword with the speed of a whip, and Chansok is forced to bring his spear up to block, his teeth gritting as the impact rattles his entire frame. He cannot believe the sheer ridiculous physical power packed into her frame as her sword pushes his spear down, cracking the concrete under his shoes. With a sharp twist of her hips, she unleashes a sweeping strike that forces Chanseok to leap backward, creating a massive shockwave across the stage. Seiyun keeps her eyes locked on him, noticing that his movement speed has dropped significantly compared to his earlier matches. Chanseok is sweating, realizing that while he can see every single opening in her guard, his physical body is simply too weak and slow to exploit them. Seiyun rests her sword on her shoulder, smiling as she comments that he is already looking tired, though she is impressed he lasted 30 minutes against her. She takes a slow, heavy step forward, her shoe grinding into the cracked platform. She says she will make it easy for him now, raising her massive greatsword high above her head for a finishing blow. Chansok grips his spear, checking his internal status. His physical stamina is completely bottomed out, and the ambient mana in the stadium is practically non-existent. He takes a deep breath, thinking that he really did not want to use his trademark skill here, but he has no other choice as Seiyun leaps into the air. He calls for the Paradox Flame. Seiyun's eyes widen in mid-air as she feels a sudden, terrifying shift in the atmosphere. Her greatsword slams into the floor, shattering the entire stage into a cloud of debris, but Chansok is already sliding out of the impact zone. She pivots quickly, looking through the dust as Chansok backs away, a strange, dark purple aura starting to rise from his shoulders. She is completely baffled because she swung with enough force to lock down his movement, yet he still managed to slip away. She looks at his torn tracksuit, staring at the swirling, cold black and purple embers floating around his chest. He smiles, thinking about how this is the one power he trusted most during his 20 years of endless combat in the other world. He notes that unlike normal fire, this flame does not burn physical matter, which is why his clothes are completely uncharred. Instead, this black fire burns abstract concepts that he designates as fuel. With his current weak body, he cannot burn high-level concepts like memory or ego, so he decides to burn a much simpler concept: fatigue. Seiyun rushes forward, surprised to see his physical movements suddenly becoming incredibly fluid again. Chanseok swings his spear, the purple flames crackling along the shaft as he parries her greatsword with absolute precision. Seiyun's eyes go wide as she realizes his muscles have completely recovered from the exhaustion of their 30-minute clash in a fraction of a second. Metal meets metal again, but this time, Chansok is not being pushed back. He is meeting her blows head-on, his movements completely effortless. Seiyun backs off slightly, noticing that the concentration of mana in the air is fluctuating wildly, rising and falling like a broken gauge. Chansok looks up, his eyes glowing with a faint golden light as the purple embers drift around his face. He explains the logic of his power. Just as physical fire releases heat when it burns wood, the Paradox Flame releases pure mana when it burns an abstract concept. He uses a tiny bit of mana to ignite the flame, and the flame in turn burns his muscle fatigue to generate even more mana. In other words, his actual specialty is a self-sustaining engine. Seiyun swings her massive blade down with a deafening impact, shattering the concrete beneath his feet, and looks at him over the clash, asking if he is seriously planning to keep this up forever like some annoying bug. Chansok slides his foot back, completely balanced and breathing perfectly. He smiles and says yes, this is a war of attrition, and he can keep going for as long as she wants. He asks if she has a thing for guys who absolutely refuse to quit. Seiyun's face darkens as she grits her teeth, replying that she absolutely hates them. But Chansok knows his skill has a limit. Just like burning a tree leaves behind ash that can never be burned again, the Paradox Flame leaves behind a conceptual residue in his pathways. Once his body is completely saturated with that residue, the flame will shut down. He looks at his wrist, noting they have been fighting for exactly 4 hours and 17 minutes. With a dramatic sigh, he suddenly drops his spear, falls flat on his back and covers his face, yelling for her to spare him because he is completely done. The announcer is completely speechless for a moment before declaring Seiyun the winner by forfeit. Seiyun stands over him, sliding a large lollipop out of her pocket. Up in the VIP seats, her assistants look like they are about to have a heart attack when they see the lollipop. Seiyun smiles warmly, tossing the candy down to Chanseok along with a small white business card. Chanseok catches it, reading the text: Lee Seiyun, Team 3 Partner Hunter of Janabi. She winks at him, telling him to give her a call so they can discuss the details of his contract later. The announcer wraps up the selection trials, calling for Chan-sok to come receive his official award. Chan-sok stares at the card, wondering if Janabi is some kind of agency. He unwraps the massive lollipop and chomps right through it, his jaw easily shattering the hard candy. A few hours later, Chan-sok is walking through the lobby, looking at his new smartphone, which now has his digital hunter license installed. He is amazed by the technology, remembering how in his old world they just gave you a tattered piece of paper. He scrolls through the app, realizing it has everything from association notices to a military satellite messaging system, until a deep voice calls out his name. He turns around to see a massive, muscular man towering over him with a cocky grin, wearing a tight black dress shirt. Chan-sok notes that the guy is easily over 2 meters tall. The giant pulls out a business card and hands it over. It reads, Yoon Seong-hyun, partner hunter of Taebaek Guild. The big man tells him to skip the rookies and join his team directly. Chan-seok looks at his face, analyzing his micro-expressions, and realizes the giant is actually being serious about the offer. But then, Chan-seok remembers Se-yoon's smiling face and her lollipop, realizing he already has a prior lead. He slips his hands into his pockets, calmly telling the giant that he needs some time to think before making a final decision. Seong-hyun bursts out laughing, asking if Chan-seok thought he was going to force him to sign right here and now. But as he steps past, the giant slams a heavy hand onto Chan-seok's shoulder, his grip tightening like a steel vise. He leans down, his scarred face inches away as his smile turns incredibly cold, warning Chan-seok that he better think this through very carefully if he knows what is good for him. He lets go and walks away, throwing a casual wave over his shoulder as Chan-seok watches him leave. Chan-seok's expression immediately goes deadpan. He thinks, yeah, I am definitely skipping Taebaek. He does not deal with annoying corporate bullies. He pulls out his phone and dials Se-yoon's number. She picks up immediately, and Chan-seok asks where they should meet. She tells him she is currently at a cafe called The Hut on the second floor of the association building and sends him the location. Chan-seok walks up to the second floor, looking at the rustic wooden sign. The waitress greets him with a massive, sparkling smile, welcoming him to the establishment. Se-yoon is sitting by the window, waving at him to come over and take a seat. Chan-seok sits down, commenting that the cafe has a pretty weird name, and asks if anything happened after their match. He mentions that a massive, scary guy from Taebaek tried to recruit him in the lobby. Se-yoon pauses her spoon, a dark silhouette of Seong-hyun appearing behind her as she explains that since a partner from Taebaek showed personal interest, no other guild would dare to make an offer. Chan-seok looks at her, asking if that means Janabi is going to back off too. Se-yoon takes a bite of her chocolate sundae and calmly says she has absolutely no intention of recruiting him into her guild. Chan-seok is confused, but she leans back and asks how about working as a completely independent freelancer instead. She explains that if he joined Taebaek, Seong-hyun would have placed him in a junior position. Chan-seok asks what the difference is between a junior and a partner, admitting he knows nothing about the academy system. Se-yoon draws a simple pyramid on the table, explaining that guild ranks are strictly divided into 3 tiers: junior, senior, and partner. Juniors and seniors are basically regular salaried employees who are assigned to teams led by a partner. Partners, on the other hand, do not receive a salary. They own actual shares in the guild and split the net profits directly, acting more like business owners. The hunter who first established the guild system actually used law firms as his direct model. She explains that he does not necessarily have to spend years climbing the ranks from junior to senior just to become a partner. Chan-seok realizes her point. If he works as a freelancer and achieves massive, undeniable results on his own, the guilds will eventually have to offer him a partner position just to get him on their side. Se-yoon beams, telling him exactly, and slides another piece of candy across the table. Chan-seok looks at it, wondering why this girl is obsessed with feeding him sweets, but he points out a practical problem. As a complete rookie with 0 connections and 0 official experience, he won't be able to get any high-paying requests on his own. Se-yoon folds her hands and says she will help him secure those high-level requests completely free of charge. Chan-seok chews on the candy, looking at her suspiciously. He asks why she is doing this much for a guy she just met. She smiles, explaining that in the future, when his reputation is massive, she wants him to remember that Janabi was the one who helped him start. She is putting him in her debt. She reaches into her briefcase and pulls out a thick manila envelope, sliding it across the table. Chan-seok opens it, reading the documents. It is an official request from Incheon City regarding Gyeongdo Island. He asks if he just needs to go and clear a standard corrosion rift on the island. Se-eun shakes her head, explaining that the island is a permanent corrosion zone. His job is to patrol the area, check for any newly forming rifts, and eliminate them. He looks at the financial terms, 5 million won up front, with an additional 15 million won upon successful completion. He mutters that for a life-threatening job, the pay is pretty mediocre. Se-eun laughs, telling him that if he thinks it is unfair, he should get stronger and make himself famous so he can demand whatever price he wants. She looks him in the eye and asks for his final answer. Chon-seok opens his mouth to reply. Meanwhile, a sleek black luxury sedan is driving down a highway along the coast. Inside the car, Se-eun is lounging on the leather seats, speaking to her boss on the phone about Chan-seok's profile. Her boss is skeptical, but she insists that not bad is a massive understatement. Her boss laughs through the receiver, asking if that is only because she heavily restricted her power. Se-eun reminds him she has 10 years of experience surviving literal rifts. Normally, she should have been able to toy with a rookie, but Chon-seok's tactical endurance was absolutely monstrous. The scene shifts to the rocky shores of Gyeodongdo Island, where a group of fully geared veteran hunters is standing by the water. Her boss's voice continues over the call, noting that the Gyeodongdo mission specifically requested hunters with prior combat experience. He wonders if a complete rookie like Chon-seok will actually be able to carry his own weight alongside seasoned veterans. Se-eun tells him not to worry about that at all. We see Han Sang-ah standing on the island shore, her hand resting on her katana as her assistant stands behind her. Her boss is quiet for a moment, then asks what she thinks Chon-seok will be like once he actually reaches her level. Se-eun looks out the window at the distant city skyline, her expression becoming unusually serious. She says her boss might not like to hear this, but if Yu Chan-seok ever reaches her level, he will be fully capable of taking down her boss as well. 1 month ago, a delivery guy was cursing his life choices while hauling a massive, heavy plastic case up to apartment 1506. He had no idea that the broke college student living inside was actually a legendary retired hero who had just spent his entire upfront contract money on a custom weapon. The heavy latches click open, and Chon-seok's eyes light up with that pure, childish gamer joy as he pulls out his brand new silver-tipped tactical spear. Along with the spear, he got his hands on a high-grade green elixir, which is basically an emergency mana battery that normal hunters drink to instantly refill their reserves. Now, normal hunters handle mana like a standard water purifier. They take it in, store it in their bodies, and filter it out when they need to cast a spell. But Chan-seok is built entirely different. He completely skips the storage tank phase and directly absorbs mana straight out of the atmosphere. The massive advantage here is that his capacity is theoretically infinite because he is utilizing the entire sky as his mana pool. The only downside is that until his internal pathways are widened, his sudden burst output is pretty tiny. So he pops the cork, drinks the elixir, and plans to spend the next month widening his channels so he does not bottleneck during real combat. Cut to the present day on Gyeodongdo Island off Incheon, where the atmosphere is thick with fog and anxious rookies. Our guy steps off the ferry, pulls out his phone, and scans his QR code to check in with the association staff. He is officially assigned to Squad 8. He walks over to his designated post, dragging his spear, completely ignoring the whispering rookies who are shivering in their boots. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name, and he turns to see Han Sang-ah, whose wild electric shock hair has completely flattened out. She explains that the spiky look was literally just static buildup from her lightning sword. She smiles and says she is glad they are in the same squad, so they can work together, but Chon-seok is already in full solo queue mode and asks why he should bother. She tells him, completely deadpan, that she wants to watch and learn from his superior strength, which makes Chan-seok joke that his shoulders are about to fall off from all the praise. Sang-ah, having absolutely zero sense of humor, takes him literally and starts warning him about the dangers of chronic shoulder dislocation. This girl is a certified comedy graveyard. Their banter is cut short as the squad leader with glasses calls for attention to begin the official mission briefing. He explains the basics of how corrosion rifts are ranked from Class 1 down to unclassified, and notes that the very first rift to pop up in an area is always designated as the Alpha. Currently, the Alpha Rift on this island is located at an old church in northern Insuri, and since it is still unclassified, everyone is warned to stay far away from it. Instead, Squad 8 is tasked with patrolling the quiet southern sectors of Upneri, which immediately makes the cocky veterans complain about babysitting rookies on a real mission. The boat docks, and the squad officially steps onto the rugged shores of Gyeodongdo. The rookies are already complaining about how the cold sea air is making their blood run cold. Chansok walks past them, thinking they are all being incredibly dramatic for a simple walk in the woods. The offshore control room radios in, telling them to stay in contact if they run into any trouble. The veterans immediately gather to discuss their patrol route, planning a slow, week-long sweep. The Glass's leader suggests setting up their main base at the Hwagyesa Temple up on the mountain. A massive meathead veteran immediately scoffs, demanding to know why they are wasting energy climbing a mountain when they could stay closer to the coast. Chansok steps in and points out the obvious. Hwagyesa Temple overlooks both patrol zones directly, and the old temple structure provides perfect free lodging. The meathead gets defensive, yelling about how they could get surrounded on a mountain, but Chansok deadpans that they are facing basic beasts, not thousands of coordinated soldiers. The veteran refuses to take advice from a rookie, and Chansok realizes that idiots who refuse to use their brains exist in every single universe. Instead of arguing, Chansok simply suggests they split up and act separately. He turns on his heel and sprints right into the dense, foggy forest. He expected Sangha to follow him, but he is surprised to see a third runner keeping pace with them. It is the orange-haired rookie, Kim Min-jae. Chansok slows down slightly and asks Min-jae why he decided to tag along with them instead of staying with the veterans. Min-jae rubs the back of his neck, admitting he was worried about letting two rookies run off on their own, and Chansok realizes there is at least one decent person in this entire squad. Suddenly, Chansok's eyes go incredibly sharp. He slides his boot into the dirt, coming to a dead stop. He raises his hand, signaling the other two to freeze immediately. He holds a finger to his lips, telling them to be quiet and take a slow peek over the edge of the rocky ridge. Min-jae carefully peers over the boulder, and his heart drops as he sees a massive, writhing horde of at least 50 muscular gray goblin-like beasts prowling through the valley. He stammers that they need to take a massive detour because they are completely outnumbered. Chansok remains entirely calm and asks Min-jae what his unique magic skill is. Min-jae is confused, asking if Chansok is seriously planning to fight 50 monsters with a 3-man rookie squad. He squeaks out that his element is flame, and his best spell is a simple fireball. Chansok nods, telling him that on his signal he wants him to launch his fireball directly into the center of the horde. Min-jae looks at Sangha for help, but she is already stretching her arms, completely ready to go. He argues that this is completely reckless, reminding Chansok that this is literally their very first official mission. He suggests using their radio to call the other hunters, but Chansok points out that they won't arrive in time. The other squads are currently searching the outer coastlines, which is miles away from their mountain position. If they wait for backup, the goblin pack will scatter, slip past their lines, and ambush the other hunters from behind. Min-jae looks down, realizing Chansok's cold tactical analysis is completely correct. Chansok grips his spear, stating that since they are in a disadvantageous position, their only option is to execute a flawless surprise attack. He draws a simple diagram in the dirt with his spear tip, mapping out the flanking routes. Min-jae is completely stunned by the sheer level of detail in Chansok's strategy, wondering how a civilian rookie has the battlefield mind of a 20-year veteran. The goblins are sniffing the air, completely unaware, as Min-jae steps out from the brush and gathers his flame. He thrusts his hand forward, unleashing a massive roaring fireball. The spell hits the center of the pack with a deafening impact, instantly vaporizing the lead goblins in a towering column of fire. Min-jae pants, yelling that he needs a few seconds to recharge his magic, and Chansok tells him to focus on his cooldown while he covers him. Chansok leaps over the ridge, his eyes locked on the targets as he mentally reviews his combat rules. Efficiency is everything. He spins his spear, his movements a perfect blur of steel as he slices through 3 goblins in a single clean sweep. He takes up a defensive stance directly in front of Min-jae, intercepting every beast that tries to rush the mage. A beast lunges at his flank, but he pivots smoothly, letting the claws pass inches from his coat before driving his boot into its chest. He smiles, thinking that perfect coordination makes even a messy fight incredibly easy. Behind him, the metallic ring of a sword draw echoes through the trees. Sangha unleashes her lightning blade, her silver-gray hair whipping as her electrical slash cleaves through a cluster of flankers. She slides into a low stance, her breathing steady as the remaining beasts start to back away in fear. Min-jae yells that his second fireball is fully prepped and ready to launch. Chansok grins, telling him to shoot without hesitation as he leaps backward to clear the blast zone. Min-jae fires the massive spell directly over Chanseok's head. The explosion tears through the remaining cluster of monsters, scattering ash and smoke across the clearing. Chanseok lands smoothly, catching his spear as the dust begins to settle. His golden eyes scan the quiet forest, confirming that every single target has been neutralized. The echo of the blast fades, leaving nothing but the sound of burning leaves. He plants his spear tip into the dirt, leaning against the shaft with a relaxed sigh. He stretches his neck, looking around the clearing at the piles of disintegrating monster ashes. He turns back to the rookies, smiling as he says that everyone did a fantastic job for their first fight. But as he turns, he freezes. Min-jae is standing right behind him, a sleek black pistol pointed directly at Chan Seok's head. Min-jae's face is sweating, and he lets out an incredibly awkward laugh, asking Chan Seok if he could please step aside for a second. A metallic click echoes as Min-jae pulls the trigger, firing a silver dart past Chan Seok's cheek. The dart thuds into the chest of a goblin corpse, and Chan Seok realizes it is a microchip injector, not a weapon. Min-jae explains that since monster parts are way too heavy for hunters to carry out of rifts, they contract with corporate scrap dealers. The hunters inject tracking chips into the high-value kills, and once the area is secured, the salvage trucks roll in. The dealers appraise the corpses, sell them on the hunter market, take their commission, and send the rest of the profit back to the hunter's family. Chan Seok asks if these guys are actually trustworthy, and Min-jae notes that finding an honest dealer is the hardest part of the job. But their celebration is cut short. A massive dark shadow falls over them as a giant winged gray gargoyle crashes down from the canopy, shattering the stone beneath them. Chan Seok reacts instantly, grabbing Min-jae's collar and throwing him out of the impact zone. Sangha sprints over, her hand on her sword as she asks what they are dealing with. The beast lets out a low, vibrating growl, revealing rows of razor-sharp yellow teeth. It is a massive mid-boss gargoyle, easily 3 times the size of the small fry goblins they just fought. Chan Seok grates his teeth, recognizing the sheer pressure rolling off the beast's muscular frame. This thing is the pack leader, and its magical signature is on a completely different level. Chan Seok steps in front of the rookies, telling them to stay back and let him handle this monster completely solo. Sang-ah tries to argue that they should fight together and retreat to report, but Chan Seok unloads on her, telling her to shut up and fall back unless she wants to go home in a body bag. The rookies are completely paralyzed by the sudden, terrifying intensity in his voice. He steps forward, spinning his spear, thinking that it is actually much better to fight this thing alone. Without teammates cluttering his space, he can use his paradox flame at maximum output without having to explain his identity. He tells the bat bastard to bring it on. The gargoyle lunges, its heavy claws tearing through the dirt as the fight officially begins. From the bushes, Min-jae asks if they should really just stand here and watch him get eaten, but Sang-ah tells him to look closer, pointing out that Chan Seok is not actually in any danger. Despite the gargoyle's insane speed, Chan Seok is dancing through the air, completely untouched by the swipes. Sang-ah watches his feet with absolute focus, her silver eyes reflecting his perfect movement. She realizes that he is actively attacking while dodging, and with every single spear strike, a small purple flame is left clinging to the gargoyle's skin. The gargoyle roars, but its movements are becoming visibly sluggish as the purple embers accumulate on its limbs. Sang-ah is completely stunned. Realizing that Chan Seok was never struggling, he has been playing with the beast from the very start. She stares in awe, wondering how a guy who claims to be a rookie civilian is executing god-tier martial coordination. The gargoyle gathers its remaining energy, leaping forward for one last desperate lunge. Chan Seok slides low underneath the claws, and with a fluid motion, he hurls his training spear straight up into the air. Min-jae screams in panic as he watches Chan Seok throw away his only weapon in the middle of a boss fight. The unarmed Chan Seok stands completely still as the massive gargoyle bears down on him, ready to tear his head off. The beast's jaw is inches from his face, but then, the heavy tactical spear plunges straight down from the clouds like a lightning rod. It pierces the gargoyle's skull from behind, pinning the massive beast flat to the ground with a sickening thud. Chan Seok walks over, stepping onto the corpse as the beast's body begins to dissolve into ash. He pulls his spear free, his eyes narrowing as he decides it is time to wrap up the patrol. Min-jae and Sang-ah walk out of the brush, their jaws practically on the floor. Min-jae is sweating bullets, completely unable to comprehend what kind of combat logic he just witnessed. Chan Seok calls Min-jae over, looking down at the massive corpse. He asks if it is normal for a mid-boss of this caliber to appear in an unclassified patrol zone. Min-jae shakes his head, explaining the rift grading system. Usually, monsters are graded from 1 down to ungraded, but based on the sheer magical power of this gargoyle, the Alpha Rift on Gyeodong Island has definitely upgraded to a dangerous Grade 3 rating. Min-jae is shaking, stating that the difference between an ungraded rift and a Grade 3 is like heaven and earth. If a Grade 3 rift is active, the rookie heavy squads currently patrolling the island will be absolutely wiped out. He grabs Chansok's arm, begging him to go save the other hunters before it is too late. Chansok flatly rejects him. He says their job is to patrol their sector, not play search and rescue. He has his own physical limits, and he is not risking his life for people who refuse to listen to his warnings. He tells Min-jae that people die in this line of work every single day, and they cannot save everyone. Sanga steps forward, looking at his cold face, and asks him a direct question. She asks if he were the one trapped in a hopeless situation, wouldn't he feel wronged and beg for someone to rescue him? Chansok's eyes go dark, the background fading to black as her words hit a very specific nerve. He remembers his old life, the image of a dying comrade engulfed in holy fire, screaming for a savior who never came. He looks her in the eye and says, "I die. That is the result. So do not waste your energy wavering in a hopeless situation." He turns and walks toward the dark mountain, leaving the rookies in stunned silence as they arrive at the empty Hwagyesa temple. He pushes the creaking wooden door open, his boots stepping into the dusty, quiet courtyard. The building is completely abandoned, with no signs of monster activity inside. Min-jae looks out from the temple terrace into the pitch-black night, admitting he cannot see anything in the fog. But Chansok points out the bright flashes of flashlights flickering across the distant forest. The other squads are still patrolling with their gear active. He frowns, thinking that using high-powered lights in a dark corrosion zone is basically inviting monsters to dinner. If a Grade 3 gargoyle is hunting, those lights are a giant beacon for a slaughter. He pulls out his phone, opens the Global Squad app, and types out a quick warning to all hunters. He sends, "The Alpha Rift has upgraded to Grade 3. Turn off your lights immediately to avoid detection." He sits down by the fire, asking Sanga if the entire zone disappears if they destroy the Rift's core. She confirms that without the core's energy, the portal collapses. Chansok touches his chin, thinking that the solution to this entire mess is actually incredibly simple. Instead of running around playing hero, he just needs to go kill the core. He watches Sanga close her eyes, drifting off to sleep. Min-jae is already snoring softly against the wooden post. Chansok quietly slips out of his coat and places a small proximity sensor near the entrance of their room. With the alarm set to warn the rookies of any approaching beasts, he grips his spear and prepares to slip out into the night alone. He sprints down the dark, muddy mountain path, heading directly toward the northern church where the Alpha Rift is located. Suddenly, his golden eyes go wide as a sharp chill runs down his spine. The heavy thud of a massive clawed foot hits the dirt directly in front of him. A low, rumbling growl vibrates through the dark trees. Chansok grins, a cold purple flame igniting along his fist as he asks if the gargoyle brought a friend. He slides his hand to his spear, his body tensing for a fight, but as his eyes adjust to the darkness, his smile slowly fades. Staring down at him from the fog is a colossal purple-furred wolf beast with glowing violet eyes, a high-tier entity that was definitely not mentioned in any of the mission briefings. Meanwhile, over at the Gyeodong Island Command Center, the monitors are flashing red as staff frantically report that entire teams are losing their GPS signals. The operator screams in frustration because monsters are organizing their ranks inside what was supposed to be a simple ungraded rift. He calls for an emergency backup request, desperately trying to get reinforcements to the island before every hunter is wiped out. Suddenly, a radar ping catches his attention. A single hunter is walking straight into the epicenter of the Alpha erosion core. He yells at his staff to find out who the hell is crazy enough to walk into a death trap alone. The monitor flashes with the name, Yu Chan-sok, the rookie from Squad 8 who originally flagged the core upgrade. The operator freezes, realizing that while the entire island is in total chaos, this rookie is the only one who figured out the core's location and headed straight for the source. He patches into Chansok's radio, only to hear him screaming about a C-rank beast. Chansok is dodging a massive purple wolf, shouting that the monster is way faster than he expected. He yells at the comms team, calling them complete idiots for labeling a lethal C-rank zone as an unclassified rookie walk in the park. The staff are so stunned by the verbal abuse they literally ask if they should just mute his channel. Chansok ducks under a claw swipe, thinking about his current limits. The Paradox Flame is a masterclass utility, but it does not have the raw output to instant kill high-level bosses in his current unawakened body. Against high-grade monsters, he has to slowly burn away their attributes over time and then finish them off with his spear. But this massive purple werewolf has zero intention of letting him play the long game. To make matters worse, Chansok drew way too much mana from the surrounding air during his afternoon fight with the gargoyle, making his current flames incredibly weak. He cannot leave the island, so he needs to find a highly concentrated spot where he can force-feed his body a massive amount of raw atmospheric energy. His golden eyes lock onto a glowing purple light in the distance. There it is, a massive, swirling puddle of pure, unfiltered rift energy pooling on the forest floor. The wolf charges, leaving a trail of broken trees behind it. Chansok intentionally lets the impact hurl him directly into the glowing pool of dark mana. He looks back at the wolf with a wild smile, telling the beast it is going to have to run faster to keep up with him now. He has a highly dangerous experiment to run, and the wolf is his lab partner. Back at the control room, the operators gasp as Chansok's GPS signal completely drops off the map. The operator sits back, staring at the empty screen, whispering that the rookie has officially entered the heart of the Alpha Core. Inside the core's pocket dimension, Chansok looks around, surprised to find the clearing is actually pretty clean. He thinks about how the association said lower-ranked cores do not expand very fast, making him wonder how massive a Grade 1 cataclysm actually looks. Heavy clawed steps thud against the grass behind him. Chansok casually rests his spear on his shoulder, telling the wolf he is not really the obsessive type, so they should wrap this up quickly. The wolf lets out a deafening howl that shakes the entire pocket dimension. Now, the biggest drawback of the Paradox Flame is that it is an active conceptual hazard. It spreads like a virus to every living thing in his vicinity, regardless of whether they are friend or foe. If he lets the flame burn out of control in a team fight, he risks turning his own allies into conceptual ash. But since he is completely alone in this dimension, he can let the purple fire rage without a single limit. The wolf is instantly engulfed in a massive torrent of dark purple fire, its fur turning to ash. Chansok smiles, noting that going solo completely removes his only weakness. The dark fire burns away the wolf's physical strength, turning its stamina into pure mana. And here's the real payload. Chansok begins to directly absorb that released mana into his own chest. The glowing energy surges through his ribcage, wrapping around his heart in a brilliant display of light. The massive influx of power floods his pathways, forcefully widening his meridians and making his physical body 10 times tougher than before. He exhales a long, glowing stream of vapor, feeling his physical limits shatter. He smiles, completely amazed by how much more efficient this process is when he is not holding back. The wolf is on its knees, whimpering and coughing up black blood as its energy is completely drained to feed Chanseok's pathways. Suddenly, a massive portal ripple expands across the sky above the core. Chansok looks up, realizing the dying wolf just played its final card. 4 high-tier gargoyles descend from the rift, landing around the clearing in a coordinated defensive formation. They look down at him, screeching as they prepare to tear him apart. Chansok simply tightens his grip on his spear, laughing that overwhelming numbers do not mean a damn thing anymore. The dark purple flame flares wildly along his blade, casting massive shadows across the stone ruins. His physical output is several times stronger than when he arrived, even if it is still a fraction of his prime days. He looks at the wolf, asking where the core's main crystal is located. Suddenly, he senses a heavy presence behind his shoulder. The shadows stretch as a tall masked monster materializes right behind his back, its sword already swinging. Chansok barely tilts his head as the massive blade cleaves the ground where he was standing a millisecond ago. The heavy sword slices deep into the concrete, throwing stone chips into the air. Chansok lands a few feet away, laughing that the masked beast actually waited for his flames to cool down before striking. It is a smart cookie. The beast stands tall, wearing a creepy purple tribal mask. It is the actual core guardian, and it speaks directly into his mind, telling him he is dead. Chansok just chuckles, thinking that at his current widened mana level he can finally pull off a 4-hit master combination. He lunges forward, his body transforming into a blur of pure speed. He unleashes a barrage of thrusts that split the air like physical needles. The masked guardian swings its sword, blocking the initial strikes with a loud clang of steel, but Chansok's spear play is far too fast, throwing bright blue sparks off the guardian's blade. The guardian's defensive stance begins to shatter under the pure, relentless pressure of the assault. Chansok smiles, calling out the name of his technique, Dual Moon Spear. He swings, leaving a glowing blue arc of energy suspended in the air. The guardian is confused, thinking it blocked the physical attack successfully. But here is how this technique actually works. The Dual Moon Spear leaves behind physical blue trails along his attack path. and those trails perfectly mimic his initial strike, repeating the exact same physical force 4 times in a row. It looks like a simple 4-hit chain, but if he delays the activation of the trails by a single beat, it transforms into an impossible-to-dodge double spear round dance that hits from multiple angles simultaneously. The Guardian realizes too late that it is surrounded by delayed copies of the physical strike. The blue trails activate, tearing through the Guardian's limbs in a massive flash of energy. No matter how tough the armor is, they are bound to slip up under a delayed combo. Chansok lands behind the beast, stating that it is officially over. The blue trails detonate simultaneously, completely shredding the Guardian and the surrounding gargoyles into dust. The remaining monsters dissolve into floating blue particles under the night sky. A massive, deep red impact crater is left in the center of the clearing. Chansok walks back, expecting the Guardian to just turn to ash and leave him in peace, but he is surprised to see a small, glowing purple digital box floating in the middle of the clearing. He picks it up, the latch clicking open as he investigates the drop. His eyes go wide as he looks inside the chest, finding something completely unexpected. Meanwhile, at the command center, the alarms are blaring as staff scream that the erosion is spreading from the island's center, cutting off Team 9's locators. The operators report that the surrounding fog has become so dense that rescue boats cannot even dock on the island. The manager stares at the screen, sweat dripping down his neck as he whispers if this is truly the end. He feels entirely helpless, realizing all he can do is stand here and watch the entire island get slaughtered. Suddenly, a tech assistant screams, pointing at the main console. They just received an outgoing signal from the Alpha Core. The manager yells to put it on the central screen immediately. A massive system message flashes across all channels. Gyeodong Island Alpha Erosion Core cleared. The operator looks at the screen in disbelief, confirming that every single monster signal on the island has vanished. A miracle actually happened. The manager whispers, asking how a single rookie managed to clear a Grade 3 core on his own. Outside, Chan Seok sits on a grassy hill under a beautiful starry sky, taking a long, deep breath of clean air. He is finally done with his shift. Just a few hours earlier, on the other side of the mountain, a massive beast was charging down a hill, shattering a ruined wall. Han Sang-ah was swinging her sword wildly, lightning crackling along her blade as she tried to hold the line. Her hands were trembling, her muscles completely exhausted from hours of relentless combat. She gasped for air, realizing there were way more monsters than during the day, and Chansok was nowhere to be found. Min-jae stood back to back with her, his face pale as he called out her name. He looked at the dark forest, asking if she honestly thinks they are going to make it off this island alive. He was completely out of mana, and Sang-ah was clearly at her physical limit. She looked down at a deep claw wound on her thigh, realizing her legs were about to give out. A massive, snarling beast leaped from the shadows, its jaws wide as it rushed her. She gritted her teeth, trying to force her body into a defensive draw stance. But her vision blurred, her balance completely failing as her knees buckled. She fell to the ground, thinking that she literally cannot feel her legs anymore as 3 beasts closed in on her from above. Min-jae screamed her name in panic as a beast lunged directly at her throat. Sang-ah closed her eyes, preparing for the final impact. Suddenly, a massive island-wide shockwave rattled the ground. She opened her eyes, completely confused as to why she was still alive. She looked around to see the attacking monsters crumbling into black dust right in front of her face. The core had been destroyed. The next morning at the Gyeodong Island assembly point, Chansok is walking through the camp looking at the dozens of injured hunters being loaded into ambulances. The veterans who mocked him yesterday are staring at him in absolute shock. The whispers are spreading like wildfire through the crowd, with everyone asking how a rookie cleared a Grade 3 core solo. Min-jae, his arm in a sling, waves at him from a stretcher, completely relieved to see him. He shows Chansok his phone, asking how he even thought of invading the core alone, without any backup. Chansok puts on a classic cheesy heroic face and says, "Let's just say my heart moved before my body to protect my fellow hunters." Sang-ah looks at him with pure disgust, thinking his image management is incredibly cringe. A sharp voice interrupts them, calling out Chansok's name. A man in a sleek black suit introduces himself as Bayun Jong-tae, the branch manager of the Korea Operating Corp. He tells Chansok that he needs to come with him immediately. He explains that the mayor of Incheon has personally requested a private meeting with him at City Hall. Chansok walks out to the parking lot in the pouring rain, thinking about how old politicians love bossing people around. But then he remembers his cheap contract didn't mention any bonus for clearing a Grade 3 core, so he decides to use this meeting to negotiate a massive raise. he is met by an escort holding an umbrella who welcomes him politely. The man introduces himself as Lee Pilje, the personal cooperation officer for the Incheon mayor's office. As they walk through the grand hallways of City Hall, Pilje mentions that the entire administration was shocked by the Gyeodong report. He says the mayor canceled his entire morning schedule to meet him, and Chon-sok casually replies that he didn't really do anything that special. Pilje gasps, telling him that a rookie destroying a grade 3 core solo has not happened since the first legendary hunter, the Grand Senior. He opens the massive double doors to the mayor's office, announcing Chon-sok's arrival. A heavy wooden nameplate on the desk reads, Incheon Mayor Park Ji-on. The mayor, a chubby man with an insincere smile, welcomes him, apologizing for calling him out in such gloomy weather. He gestures for Chon-seok to take a seat on the leather sofa, ordering his officer to bring them some coffee. The coffee is served on a tray next to a cheap box of local instant coffee mix. The mayor leans back, praising Chon-sok for solving the Gyeodong Island headache at a relatively low cost compared to hiring expensive professional guilds. Chan-sok takes a slow sip of his coffee, confirming that it was indeed his very first official request. The mayor stands up dramatically, slamming his hands on the desk as he declares how incredibly proud he is to have such talent start their journey in Incheon. He launches into a massive, patriotic speech about how Korea is the safest nation in the world, and Incheon is its core region. He brags about the airport infrastructure, the massive logistics flow, and the foreign investments flooding international cities like Songdo. He gets increasingly worked up, gesturing wildly about the massive funds flowing through his administration. He tells Chon-sok that as long as he cooperates, he will personally guarantee his path as a hunter is paved with absolute success. Chon-sok looks at him over his cup with a completely deadpan expression. He remembers a conversation in the car on the way over, where his driver had asked him about his true purpose for acting as a hunter. Chon-sok had replied with a simple, brutal metaphor. If a toilet is clogged and spewing filth, someone has to wade into the mess to unclog it. The driver had simply nodded, understanding his practical mindset. He warned Chon-sok that since he is about to become incredibly famous, major corporations will try to buy his image for commercials and TV shows. Chon-sok realized the driver was worried that fame would corrupt him, reminding him how many promising hunters forget their duty once they taste money. But Chon-sok knew that across the border, dangerous monsters are roaming the erosion zones every single day. Korea is considered the last safe sanctuary on Earth, but even that sanctuary is slowly being corrupted by capital. The driver had looked at him through the rearview mirror, telling him that because of his massive achievement on the island, many powerful people will try to use him. He sighed, saying he simply hoped Chon-sok would remain a true beacon of hope for the common people. Back in the office, Chan-seok looks out the window at the rain, wondering how much this greedy politician is actually going to offer him after such a grand speech. He lets out a small, cynical smirk. Unfortunately for the mayor, Chon-sok has lived through 20 years of this exact same political crap in his old world to ever be swayed by cheap words. He sets his cup down and asks, if the mayor is offering so much support, what does he expect Chan-sok to do in return? He smiles, asking if he wants him to help a mayor with terrible approval ratings get re-elected next year. The mayor coughs into his hand, completely caught off guard, muttering that Chan-sok is incredibly quick with his information. Chan-sok deadpans that smartphones have everything these days, and the public consensus is that the mayor's re-election is an absolute long shot. The mayor sweats, laughing nervously as he points out that Chan-sok needed special city permission to enter the island raid as an unawakened rookie. Chan-sok realized his play immediately. If the mayor packages the raid results correctly, he can claim Chan-sok was a hidden talent he personally discovered. The mayor wants to write Chan-sok into his personal campaign narrative and take credit for the meal Chan-sok cooked with his own hands. The mayor taps the cheap box of instant coffee mix on the table, saying its current model contract is ending soon, and he can get Chan-sok's face on the box as a reward. Chan-sok places his hand over the coffee cup, his smile completely vanishing. He looks up at the politician, his golden eyes cold as he states that he must look incredibly cheap to him. The mayor freezes, stammering as Chan-sok continues that the world is desperate for a capable new face. Chan-sok leans forward, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. He tells the mayor that everything he claims he can give him is stuff Chan-sok is fully capable of taking for himself anyway. The mayor tries to salvage the talk, saying he can select safe, high-paying requests for him, but Chan-sok flatly tells him that is a highly uninteresting offer. He stands up and walks toward the exit, telling the mayor to send his congratulations to the current coffee mix model, since it looks like they are going to be able to renew their contract after all. Outside, The rain continues to pour heavily over a dark concrete underpass. In the shadows, a man in a dark business suit is kneeling on the wet pavement in front of a figure in a heavy gray hoodie. The hooded figure looks at his phone, stating coldly that their little Gyeodong Island test was a complete failure. The subordinate apologizes, trembling as he quickly adds that they managed to recover some incredibly valuable data from the event. The hooded figure asks what he found. The subordinate holds up a smartphone, playing a leaked video clip of Yu Chan-sok igniting his paradox flame during the selection trials. The hooded figure stares at the purple fire on the screen, a slow, incredibly creepy grin spreading across his face as he whispers, "Impressive." It is the first of the month, the exact moment the entire nation of Korea collectively holds its breath. People on the streets are frantic, desperately refreshing their phones to check the official September 2025 Hunter rankings. Kids are running to show their moms, screaming that the new updates are finally live. Even the local street punks are arguing about who took the top spot this month. Up in his hospital bed, Min-jae is scrolling through the list with Song-ah, completely anxious to see how the board has shifted. Meanwhile, at the association headquarters, staff are delivering the official printout directly to President Moon Jae-tae. Lee Se-yoon is out in the freezing snow looking at her screen with a smirk, wondering if our guy made the list. And then we see Chan-sok sitting in a tailored suit looking completely bored as he scrolls through the digital list. Because let's be real, the only part of this list that actually matters to the public is the elite top 10. Sitting comfortably at 10th place is Lee Se-yoon, who is currently out in the wilderness getting her tent set up. Moving up the ladder, we have Kim Chae-yoon in 5th, and Choi Yo-ryum commanding the 3rd spot with some serious flame graphics. 2nd place belongs to Jang Tae-sok, but the number 1 spot is still held by a legendary veteran. But right below them, on the newly registered rookie list, is Yu Chan-sok. The door clicks open, and an association worker politely tells Chan-sok that the press is fully prepped and waiting. The media is already circulating his registration profile, showing he is the fastest rising rookie in history. If a veteran with 5 years of experience soloed a grade 3 core, the community would probably just ignore it. But when a rookie does it on his very first official patrol, that completely breaks the internet. The second he steps up, the reporters start screaming, asking what his job was before he became a hunter. They are throwing microphones in his face, demanding to know if he really cleared a grade 3 core without any backup. Chan-sok sighs, feeling like a kid on one of those annoying Finding Geniuses TV shows, and tells them he is only taking one last question. A reporter asks him to share his grand resolution for the future, and Chan-sok deadpans that he is going to spare them the cliché nonsense. He looks directly into the camera and says he is simply going to let his results do the talking. Talk about an absolute walking W. A few hours later, the heavy beat of helicopter rotors echoes through the clouds. Chan-sok is looking out the window at a completely devastated gray city center below. President Moon Jae-tae sits across from him, explaining that after the portals appeared, most nations completely collapsed. But Korea survived by developing advanced mana tech. Even this silent helicopter runs entirely on recycled magical energy. Chan-sok asks if this gray wasteland is what happens to countries that fail to clear their rifts. The president nods, asking if our guy wants to take a closer look at the damage. He points to the ruined skyscrapers of Gonsalok, explaining that it is one of the Great 8 most dangerous permanent erosion zones in the world. The disaster appeared suddenly 13 years ago, expanding outward from the city center like a dark circle. Without any warning or omen, the zone expanded so rapidly that citizens were caught completely off guard. An entire city was silently erased in just a few days, which is why the central government is practically powerless now. Chan-sok leans back, pointing out that this history lesson is nice, but asks what it has to do with him. Moon Jae-tae folds his hands, explaining that a few days ago, Yoon Seong-hyun of Grand Purity came demanding to know Chan-sok's address. Our guy remembers that massive 2-meter Hulk who tried to bully him into joining his team. The president warns Chan-sok that Yoon Seong-hyun was extremely annoyed about being ignored. Grand Purity operates under a strict survival of the strongest rule, and they will definitely try to force Chan-sok into submission. Chan-sok grates his teeth, realizing his current physical body cannot beat that giant in a straight trial of brute force. The president suggests that if Chan-sok wants to block them, he needs to raise his own reputation by taking on high-paying presidential requests. Chan-sok looks at the brown envelope in the president's hand, asking what the old man wants in return. The president smiles coldly, stating that all he needs to do is remember that the association helped him. Chon-sok takes the envelope, thinking that taking a presidential mission is actually a decent trade to build his market value. He opens the papers, reading that the mission is escorting a cargo ship from Busan to Nanning. He looks at the manifest: Rolexes, high-end porcelain, luxury sedans, and ginseng liquor. He asks if the definition of necessities changed over the last 20 years. The president looks confused, and Chan-sok deadpans, asking why the hell people need luxury junk in a country where the government has collapsed. He scoffs, realizing that these high-end items are not supplies, they are political bribes to grease international relationships. The president tries to argue that international alliances are still important, but Chan-sok unbuckles his seatbelt and says if he is being used as a political mule, he declines. The president panics, telling him the Korean government considers this cargo extremely important. Chan-sok does not care, stating that getting dragged into the center of politics is a fool's errand. The president gets angry, calling him arrogant and reminding him he is still just a rookie who has only completed one raid. Chan-sok simply chuckles, slides the helicopter door open, and tosses the entire pile of contract papers into the sky. He smiles at the old man, thanking him for the chopper ride. He says he will figure out how to swim back to Seoul on his own. He steps to the edge of the open door and dives headfirst out of the helicopter, free-falling into the ocean below like an absolute madman. The president runs to the door, gripping the frame in absolute horror as he looks down. Chan-sok hits the water, creating a massive white splash as the helicopter flies away. The president can only stare, completely dumbfounded by the sheer audacity of this rookie. He mutters about kids these days while the chopper flies toward Incheon port. At the harbor, a dock worker is taking a coffee break on the railings, looking out at the water, when the sea suddenly begins to bubble wildly. Chan-sok pulls himself out of the water, coughing and shaking the sea spray out of his hair. He mutters about how crazy that old association president is. The worker just stares at him in complete disbelief. He comments that he does not know what Chan-sok has been through, but he has clearly had a rough day. Chan-sok stands up, water dripping from his clothes, realizing he needs to build his personal power immediately. His new strategy is simple. Prioritize the trickiest, absolute trash tier requests that no one else wants. That is the fastest way to farm XP and build a reputation so massive that guilds like Grand Purity can never bully him again. He pulls out his phone and opens the public request board. He finds a Grade 2 rescue mission on Tsushima Island requested by the Victims Association. He sits on the concrete pier, looking at the sunset. He sighs, thinking that he is going to be incredibly busy for the next few weeks. On September 3rd, the peak prawn season was starting, and local fishermen from Jeojedo set out to sea. But the ocean was not as quiet as it usually was. A group of marine erosion entities nesting on Tsushima Island ambushed the boats, abducting the fishermen like prey. According to a survivor who barely escaped, the hostages are still being held alive on the island. The mission is simple: rescue the fishermen and eliminate every single monster in the zone. Back in his apartment, Chan-sok is reviewing the details on his phone. The payout is 55 million won, which is a massive upgrade from his last contract. He smiles, realizing that if he completes this solo, he gets to keep the entire bounty for himself. Plus, saving hostages is the perfect heroic story to boost his public image. It is definitely worth the challenge, but there is a catch. Erosion entities are categorized by their destructive power. A Grade 3 is comparable to a tank, but a Grade 2 is a literal natural disaster, and a Grade 1 is a threat so massive it requires a national mobilization to defeat. He worries his current low mana output cannot handle a Grade 2 solo, so he decides he needs to recruit a useful teammate. But most high-level hunters would never look at a cheap private rescue request. Except for one person. Cut to a ferry boat cutting through the waves under a clear sky. Chan-sok is standing on the deck, wearing a sleek black bodysuit with polished silver pauldrons. Han Sang-ah walks up, wearing a black crop top and carrying her katana, asking how long until they reach Tsushima Island. He checks his phone, telling her they have about an hour left. He tells her to save her energy, warning her that this fight is going to be significantly harder than Gyeodong Island. She stares at his shoulder armor, noting how bright and shiny it looks. She gasps, recognizing it as the limited edition Iron Seraph shoulder gear, and demands to know how he got it. Chan-sok brags that his new corporate scrap dealer gave it to him as a signing bonus. Sang-ah pouts, complaining that her dealer did not give her anything like that. He smirks, telling her that the level of expectation is different. He is a rising star who soloed a Grade 3, while she is just an Academy valedictorian. He tells her if she thinks it is unfair, she should focus on getting stronger and building her own name. This conversation flashes back to a few days ago, where Chan-sok called her while she was training, asking her to be his teammate. Song-ah was hesitant, reminding him that they nearly died against a grade 3 and a grade 2 is on a completely different level of danger. Chan-sok was quiet for a second before asking her a single question. "Don't you want to get stronger?" He reminded her of what she said on the boat back then. "Since you're stronger than me, could I learn from you?" He told her that if she still feels the same way, he can guarantee her growth. As long as she follows his training, she will become several times stronger than she is now. Song-ah stared at her training sword, thinking about her physical limits. She realized that if Chan-seok is willing to teach her, she would gladly dive into hell itself to secure that power. Back in the present, the ferry's red warning sirens suddenly begin to flash. Through the thick mist, 5 ancient, tattered, pirate-like sailing ships appear ahead. Chan-seok looks at the vessels, noting that they are surrounded by fog. He wonders how they can cross over to the pirate ships without being detected by the monsters. He turns to Song-ah, asking if she has some secret academy trick to run across water. Song-ah's face goes slightly pink as she deadpans that she obviously cannot run on water yet. She looks at him, realizing that there is actually something the legendary Chan-seok cannot do. She lets out a smug, satisfied grin, completely thrilled to finally have a win over him. Chan-seok looks at her, completely unbothered by her teasing. Suddenly, a massive splash splits the water as a giant blue whale monster leaps from the sea, and we see Chan-seok and Song-ah riding directly on its back as it glides across the waves. Chan-seok deadpans that he cannot run on water, but he never said he couldn't summon a mount. Song-ah is holding onto his shoulder, her eyes wide as they approach the pirate ships. Chan-seok tells her to focus, instructing her to block the nearest vessel. He explains that he senses a massive concentration of mana coming from the rear ship. That is where the boss is located. They leap from the whale, landing on the tattered wooden deck. Song-ah spots a dark silhouette through the fog, thinking it is a survivor, but Chan-seok yells at her to open her eyes and look closer. A grotesque, screeching skeleton pirate wielding a rusty cutlass lunges at them from the mist. Dozens of skeletal ghouls begin crawling up the deck from the hold. Song-ah slides into a defensive crouch on the wooden planks. Chan-seok casually walks past her, criticizing her landing, telling her she is going to blow out her knees if she keeps landing like that. He adds that her heavy stomps are drawing unnecessary attention from the entire horde. The skeletons charge, but Chan-seok's footwork is incredibly light as he shifts his stance. Song-ah unleashes her lightning draw, a massive wave of blue electricity completely vaporizing the front row of ghouls. Chan-seok analyzes the impact, noting that these ghouls are the lowest tier of grade 2. But as Song-ah prepares another massive strike, Chan-seok's golden eyes narrow. He sees her mana fluctuating wildly as she overcharges her sword. He dashes over, grabbing her shoulder. He tells her she is using way too much mana for such a weak enemy. At this rate, she will run dry before they even reach the boss. He explains that against low-tier trash, a much smaller output of energy is more than sufficient. Song-ah grits her teeth, remembering his promise to teach her how to fight like a true professional. A skeleton leaps at her flank and she tries to focus her mind. Chan-seok barks at her to reduce her mana output even further. Song-ah narrows her silver-gray eyes, completely focusing on her internal energy channels. She remembers her childhood, crying in the dark, vowing that she would never live as a helpless weakling again. She visualizes the path of the electricity, narrowing the output to a razor-thin thread. A single, highly concentrated bolt of lightning drops from her blade, splitting the skeleton in half with absolute precision. She looks up, her eyes crackling with controlled blue energy ready to take on the rest of the fleet. Now that is a main character moment. The last of the spectral pirate ghouls literally turns to ash, and Han Sang-ah is left standing there, completely out of breath, covered in monster grime and looking like she just survived a 3-hour gym session with no water breaks. She looks up at the massive ship deck, trying to figure out if there is another wave of enemies coming. Then, our guy just pops up from the water, gives a casual thumbs up, and announces he cleared all the other ships. No big deal, just standard main character behavior. Sang-ah actually takes a second to reflect. She looks at her sword, admits she was being way too stubborn, and genuinely thanks him for the advice. She sheaths her blade with a clean click. Chan-seok just sighs and tells her not to mention it because the world is already full of idiots who couldn't learn even if you spoon-fed them. Chan-seok is visibly confused because, she literally graduated from a multi-million-dollar elite academy. She explains that because she learned everything instantly, all her seniors and teachers just called her annoying and ignored her. Our guy sees an opening to tease her and asks if she's worried about eventually becoming stronger than him. And this girl looks him dead in the eye without a single hint of sarcasm and says, "There isn't a single teacher I haven't surpassed." Cue the absolute best deadpan face in webtoon history. Chansok is just staring at her like, is this girl for real? He immediately walks away and tells her that is definitely not happening with him, so she can get used to looking up to his back for the rest of her life. She mutters that his response is incredibly annoying, but hey, that's the mentor-student dynamic we are locked into now. They finally pull up to the Tsushima shoreline where two maritime police officers are saluting them like they just welcomed a Navy warship. The officers explain they are staying on standby at Goj Island and wish them luck. Chanseok just waves them off. It's time to get to work. Our guy breaks down the map. The survivor reports say the 15 hostages are being held at a shrine deeper inland. Sanga points out there are actually two shrines on this island, Gaijin Shrine and Atazumi Shrine. Gaijin is closer, meaning it's their first stop. Chanseok starts stretching his shoulders and casually mentions they could probably run there in a couple of hours. But then his golden eye goes sharp. He realizes going in light is easy, but carrying 15 injured, traumatized people back through a war zone is a completely different math equation. The graphic shows the 15 hostages. They aren't fighters. They are dead weight in a sprint. On top of that, the air is thick with a toxic, stinging mana fog that literally feels like needles on the skin. The moment they secure the targets, every corrosion monster on this island is going to lock onto them like a beacon. If they want to get them out alive, they need a vehicle. And then, out of absolutely nowhere, there is a white utility van just sitting in the middle of a dirt road. Chansok's face is completely distorted in terror. He is screaming at her, asking if the brakes in this vehicle are just cosmetic decorations. She yells back that if he has such a massive problem with her driving, he should have taken the steering wheel himself. He grabs onto the window frame, looks at his hands, and immediately goes, "Yeah, never mind." Our guy climbs out of the passenger side and stands directly on the roof of the moving van, spear in hand. He figures a wild, reckless ride is still safer than using his driver's license, which has been gathering actual dust for 20 years. Plus, let's be honest, he is infinitely better at hitting things than parallel parking. The horde is already sprinting out of the woods, chasing them like a Black Friday sale. He steadies his stance, grips his weapon, and locks his eyes onto the nearest cluster of monsters. He drops a clean, vertical thrust, skewering a ghoul through the skull while the van is still doing 80 miles an hour on a dirt road. He catches himself using a strap anchored to the roof rack, pulling his body back up with zero effort. He nods, noting that the strap is surprisingly sturdy. The vehicle is holding together, but the road is getting worse. Suddenly, his internal radar pings. He senses a massive spike in kinetic energy right above them. Dozens of ghouls are literally launching themselves off the cliffside trees, aiming straight for the roof of the van. He screams down, "Han Sang-ah! Incoming from the left!" This girl doesn't even hesitate. She yells, "Leave it to me!" and pulls the handbrake hard. Chanseok's soul almost leaves his body. He is like, wait, if you drift right now, the van swings 90 degrees sideways, the metal screeching as the side panels are used as a giant high-speed battering ram to paint the road red with monster parts. And Sang-ah has this absolute manic, unhinged look on her face, laughing and telling the monsters to go roll on the pavement. Chansok is just holding onto the roof for dear life, realizing he made a catastrophic error in judgment by letting her drive. The van tears out of the forest and literally starts driving up the stone steps of Gaijin Shrine, bouncing over the boulders while the horde trails behind them like a tail. They see the massive wooden torii gate. Sang-ah screams that they are at the shrine and need to get inside, but Chansok points out they still have a massive train of monsters behind them. She tells him she will keep the engine running and hold the perimeter. He nods, trusting her to guard the entrance. He kicks the back doors open and launches himself straight into the shrine courtyard, moving like a blur. The remaining monsters try to squeeze through the narrow stone stairs to follow him, but Chansok just stops and turns around. His eyes go dark as his signature purple and black mana begins to swirl around his legs. The conceptual power of the Paradox Flame activates, dropping a heavy shockwave across the entire staircase. And here is the absolute genius of his battle IQ. He doesn't waste mana vaporizing 60 ghouls. He simply uses the flame to burn away the concept of friction from the stone stairs. Without friction, the laws of physics are completely broken. The entire horde instantly loses traction, slipping and tumbling backward down the mountain like a comedy skit. Meanwhile, inside the dim shrine, the hostages are tied up against the pillars, shivering in fear. Sang-ah steps inside the hall, looks at the nearest hostage, and asks if they are okay. but the man's eyes are wide open, staring directly past her shoulder with terror that goes beyond words. She introduces herself as a representative of the Hunter Association, trying to calm them down. It doesn't work. The hostage starts drooling, his jaw trembling violently as his voice cracks. He lets out a blood-curdling scream that echoes off the wooden rafters. Sang-ah panics, waving her hands and trying to explain she is a rescuer, not an enemy. The hostage screams at the top of his lungs, "Run away!" just as the temperature in the room drops to absolute zero. A towering, spectral samurai general in full crimson armor appears directly behind her, its blade already unsheathed and glowing with a lethal blue energy. The massive blade swings down to cleave her in two, but clang. A heavy iron spearhead blocks the strike, sending a shockwave of sparks across the room. Chanseok is already there. His cheek is flickering with purple fire as he glares at the giant. He calmly tells Sanga to load the survivors into the van while he takes care of this corpse. The giant samurai general applies massive downward pressure on his odachi, but Chanseok doesn't even budge, his boots locked into the floorboards. The samurai steps back, the heavy wood creaking under its armored weight. Its red eye socket flares with localized mana as it raises its sword for a heavy overhead execution strike. Chanseok just watches, his golden eye calmly reading the telegraph lines before the blade even moves. The giant swings down with enough force to shatter the entire foundation of the shrine. The stone stairs and pillars behind them literally explode into dust as the shockwave rips through the front gate. Outside, Sang-ah is frantically carrying the last hostage toward the van when she hears the collapse and screams for him. The heavy roof tiles slide down, burying the entrance under tons of timber. But as the dust clears, our guy walks out of the rubble completely untouched, dragging his spear behind him like he just finished a light walk. He hops right into the passenger seat, looks at Sang-ah and says, "Promise me you won't touch the steering wheel on the way back. Let's pinky swear." She just glare stares at him to get in. The van screeches out of the courtyard. Chanseok asks if all 15 hostages are secured in the back, and she confirms everyone is on board. But their relief lasts about 2 seconds. Sanga's eyes go wide as she looks at the road ahead. She screams at Chanseok to look forward, and his eyes narrow as he spots the trap. A massive, coordinated blockade of hundreds of red-eyed ghouls has blocked the entire road, screaming like an absolute wall of death. Chanseok let out a cold smile, realizing these things are surprisingly persistent, even after getting run over by a vehicle. He turns to Sang-ah and asks to borrow her sword. She looks offended and tells him that asking a professional swordsman to hand over her primary weapon is a massive insult. Meanwhile, the horde is rapidly closing the distance. Chanseok simply asks her what matters more, a swordsman's abstract pride or 15 civilian lives. She bites her lip and reluctantly hands the katana over. He catches the hilt mid-air with his left hand, his grip perfectly balanced. He crosses the blade and his spear in a dual-wield stance, his posture instantly shifting to an ancient combat form. He looks at his left wrist, noting he didn't expect to use his secret weapon this early in his retirement. We get a quick flashback to Gyeodong Island. After clearing the C-rank core, Chanseok found a glowing digital cube. He opened it, wondering what kind of loot the system dropped for him. Inside was a sleek, black and blue tactical glove. He put it on, immediately realizing this wasn't just aesthetic gear. The glove is a localized mana battery that actively harvests and filters ambient energy from the surrounding atmosphere. For a standard hunter, it's just a decent utility item to help with mana management. But for Chanseok, who absorbs mana directly from the air, this glove acts as a supercharger. It can store a high-density charge. And during those 5 minutes of maximum storage, his output is boosted to a level that can temporarily match the top 10 hunters in the world. Back in the present, Chanseok leaps off the moving van, landing low in the middle of the road. The blue band on his glove starts humming, glowing with blinding blue energy. The raw mana surges through his arm and coats both the spear and Sanga's katana in a brilliant, vibrating light. He swings. A literal grid of blue lightning slashes across the screen, carving through the entire horde in a fraction of a second. Sanga watches from the windshield, her jaw completely dropped. Hundreds of monsters are sliced into perfect uniform pieces, raining down on the pavement as the road is cleared instantly. Chanseok sheaths the katana with a smooth click, exhaling a thin breath of steam. He tells her to keep driving and head straight for the harbor without looking back. The scene shifts to Hadakatsu Harbor. The streets are empty and silent under the gray morning sky. Inside the van, the hostages are sighing in relief, thinking the nightmare is finally over now that they can see the docks. But the van is on its last legs, the engine smoking heavily as another wave of ghouls pours onto the bridge behind them. Sang-ah warns him the vehicle is about to break down and suggests they stand and fight. Chan-sok tells her to just keep her foot on the gas. He drops his hand to the floor. A massive, glowing, golden magic circle begins to manifest beneath the tires. A barrier of solid light walls shoots straight up from the asphalt, sealing the bridge behind them. The chasing monsters smash face first into the golden energy wall, their bones cracking against the solid barrier. Sang-ah looks in the rearview mirror, completely stunned. She notices the entire horde has stopped dead in their tracks, as if they hit an invisible mountain. She whispers, wondering what kind of magic could possibly do this. She looks at the brick wall of a nearby building, where a lingering golden seal is slowly fading away. Chan-sok explains it is a defensive array called the Method of Divine Protection. She asks what that means, and he tells her it's just an ancient, efficient way to filter out trash-tier monsters. When she asks where on earth he learned an undocumented high-tier spell like that, he deadpans and says he learned it in another world. Naturally, she thinks he is just making fun of her. She looks down, clutching her steering wheel, and says she is getting better at reading his weird jokes. She asks if this method can stop any monster, and he sighs, telling her it doesn't work on the real ones. Right on cue, a massive impact splits the bridge ahead of them. The giant crimson samurai general crashes down from the sky, surrounded by white-hot lightning. Its mask is cracked, revealing a glowing red eye that locks onto the van with absolute killing intent. Sang-ah feels a cold shiver run down her spine, her instincts screaming that this thing is different. She thinks about the concept of the mind's eye, an advanced state of sensory perception where a warrior can predict attacks. It's a psychological pressure, a state of absolute focus that goes beyond standard human senses. Her hand starts trembling as she reaches for her sword, realizing even master hunters struggle to reach this state, yet this corpse is executing it perfectly. Suddenly, a warm, steady-gloved hand rests on her trembling hilt. Chan-sok tells her there is absolutely no need to fear. He steps past her, his shoulder gear catching the light as he walks toward the giant. He tells her that techniques like the mind's eye are actually just illusions designed to trick inexperienced fighters. His golden eye flares with a terrifying, ancient presence. He tells her to watch closely because he is about to show her how to dismantle a state of enlightenment. The samurai general suddenly stops, its massive armored frame trembling as it senses the sheer weight of Chan-sok's killing intent. In absolute desperation to break the pressure, the samurai swings its massive blade down. Chan-sok doesn't even dodge. He walks right through the trajectory, his posture completely relaxed as he explains the mechanics. He explains that the mind's eye is just accumulated combat data. It is a learned reflex, an unconscious physical response. Because it relies on reading the enemy's intent, if you release a concentrated burst of absolute, overwhelming killing intent, their system glitches. They freeze up because their brain is overloaded with fear metrics. Sang-ah watches, her eyes wide as she listens to him list off high-level martial arts concepts like sword insight and state of selflessness. These legendary states of enlightenment that academy textbooks treat like holy grails. Chan-sok steps inside the giant's guard, his spear already perfectly aligned with its chest core. The samurai general stands frozen, unable to execute its counterattack because its sensory system is locked. Boom. With a single effortless thrust, the entire upper armor plate of the general explodes into splinters. Chan-sok turns his head back casually and says, "But in reality, they're nothing special." The remnants of the armor turn to dust as he explains that the illusion of enlightenment is a trap. It makes you set mental limits, thinking you have reached the peak. But on a real battlefield, names and titles don't mean crap. Only results matter. His golden eye is cold and serious. He says he can state this with absolute certainty. We see a graphic of shattered glass. He has the right to say it, because he spent 20 years sacrificing every fancy concept just to survive and escape that mental trap. He looks at the dust, casually noting that even Sang-ah's wild driving couldn't finish this guy, but its reliance on mind's eye made it easy prey. Sang-ah looks down at her hands, her heart pounding as she realizes the gap between them. She realizes that while she was busy comforting herself by thinking she was doing her best, Yu Chan-sok was operating on a level of strength that went completely beyond her comprehension. She grips her sheathed sword until her knuckles turn white. She realizes a half-hearted attitude will never get her where she wants to go. She looks at his back, her eyes filled with a new, burning resolve. She parts her lips, her voice steady and clear. "I have a favor to ask, Yu Chan-sok." She looks up, her silver hair catching the wind, and bows her head. "Please." I want you to teach me properly. We open on a close-up of Han Sang-a's eyes, absolutely burning with determination as she asks our guy to teach her for real. Chansok scratches his face, completely exhausted, and points out he's been giving her pointers this whole time. But she's not looking for passive advice anymore. She wants direct, active instruction from a master. When Chanseok asks her why she's in such a rush, her expression goes cold as she says she needs to destroy Club Shaddai with her own hands. Now, for those of you who don't keep up with the global threat map, Club Shaddai is one of the Great Eight, the 8 permanent apocalyptic erosion zones, famous for swallowing the entire Himalayan mountain range in a single breath. Chansok thinks that is a hilariously oversized goal for a teenager. She explains it is a matter of personal revenge for what happened to her family, and because she knows our guy doesn't do charity work, she slides him a premium black business card. Chansok looks at the name, KY Group, a massive conglomerate with a market cap of 257 trillion won. She casually mentions her family owns it, so our quiet, literal-minded sword prodigy is actually a filthy rich conglomerate heiress who gave up her corporate inheritance just to swing a sword. Chansok realizes that with a background like that, she is going to get dragged into a family succession war sooner or later anyway, but he knows she didn't show him this card for nothing. She tells him that if he makes her the best, she will supply him with high-grade premium elixirs that don't even circulate on the public market. She reaches out, promising these elixirs will easily help him reach whatever high-tier level he is currently aiming for. Chansok's deadpan inner thoughts are just gold here because she has absolutely no idea who she is talking to. We get a shot of his past armored otherworld self because the truth is, the mythical peak she thinks he is climbing is a peak he already reached and conquered centuries ago. He doesn't need elixirs to get stronger, he just needs to restore his body's capacity. He shakes her hand anyway, telling her he doesn't need any of that fancy corporate stuff. He tells her to just bring him basic purification materials and suggests they get the van over to the nearest medical center first. At the medical center, the local doctor is writing down the patient charts on his clipboard. The doctor reports that they have a total of 7 survivors, all of them suffering from severe mana exhaustion and malnutrition. He estimates it will take at least a full week of rest before any of them are in a stable enough condition to speak. He asks the hunters to let them rest, and Chansok politely agrees. But the second they step into the hallway, Chansok tells Sang-ah to head to the roof because her first training session starts right now. On the concrete rooftop, under a gray, windy sky, Chansok stands waiting, with his spear resting on his shoulder. He starts with a basic test, looking back at her with his sharp golden eye. He raises his iron spear and asks her if she thinks she could dodge it if he swung at full power. Sang-ah nervous laughs and says that would be pretty difficult considering the massive gap in their raw stats. Chansok tells her she is completely wrong, because if she actually pushed her physical senses to their absolute limit, dodging it is basic math. He tells her she needs to actually see with her eyes, hear with her ears, smell with her nose, and feel the changes in the air currents with her skin. He leans in, telling her to stop relying on unconscious reflexes and start fighting in the realm of active consciousness. He grips his spear, telling her it's time to see how well she listens. And before he even finishes his sentence, he completely vanishes from her field of vision. She panics, trying to track his movement, wondering if she should focus on sound first. But his voice comes from directly behind her neck, his spearhead already resting against her collarbone. He tells her she is too slow because she is busy thinking instead of letting her senses guide her body. He explains that in a real fight, there is no time for a mental debate. You have to accept your sensory input instantly and move, otherwise your own mind will deceive you. He pulls his spear back, telling her that is enough of the classroom lecture. It is time for the practical application, and things are about to get incredibly violent for our girl. A massive shockwave shakes the entire roof, kicking up a colossal cloud of concrete dust. The maritime police officers run out to the roof, wondering what kind of localized earthquake is happening on their building. They freeze in absolute terror as they look at the edge of the roof. One of the officers is sweating bullets, completely unable to process what he is looking at. The concrete floor of the rooftop is literally splintering into craters under the force of Chansok's spear thrusts. Sang-ah is mid-air, desperately parrying a barrage of attacks, her blade vibrating from the impact. Chansok is moving with a relaxed, steady rhythm, keeping the pressure constant. She blocks a heavy downward swing, her feet digging into the stone. The kinetic force blows her backward across the roof, leaving deep skid marks on the concrete. She barely catches her balance, her shoulders steaming as she pants for air. Chansok doesn't give her a single second to rest, winding up for another direct thrust. She realizes she is too slow to react, her mind screaming that this next hit is impossible to block. And then, The officer off-panel screams Chansok's name, breaking the tension. The officer announces that one of the rescued survivors in the ward has just regained consciousness. Chansok lowers his weapon, casually noting that the time went by surprisingly fast. Sang-ah is left gasping, looking like she just went through a washing machine. He commends her for being able to block a few hits at the end and says they should wrap up the first warm-up. Sang-ah is just staring at him like, that was just the warm-up? They head back down the stairs, Sang-ah barely holding her legs steady. In the quiet hospital room, they sit by the bed of a long-haired survivor who is resting under an IV drip. The survivor speaks in a weak voice, explaining that right before they were rescued, a large transport truck arrived at their holding area. Chansok leans in, asking if more hostages were brought in. The survivor shakes her head, explaining that the people who got out of the truck were too calm to be captives, and the surrounding monsters didn't show any aggression toward them. We see a flashback of a figure in a gray hoodie standing calmly next to a ghoul while loading bodies into a truck. The survivor explains they were actively sorting through the hostages. Chansok's golden eye narrows as the pieces connect. He finally understands why they only found 7 of the 15 reported hostages at the shrine. The survivor clutches her chest, explaining that her own escape wasn't actually an escape at all. She reveals those mysterious hooded figures let her go on purpose, shocking Sang-ah. Chansok, however, looks completely unsurprised, letting out a quiet sigh. He points out the obvious plot hole: there is no way a regular civilian could casually escape from a high-threat zone that 2 professional hunters had to fight through. They let her go to lure the association's forces. Sang-ah clenches her fist, realizing they were bait for a trap from the very beginning. Chansok looks toward the window, his expression going unusually dark. A cold purple flame flickers in his golden eye as he notes how arrogant these people are to pull a stunt like this. Sang-ah watches him, wondering if he is furious because they underestimated his strength, or if he is angry because they used innocent human lives as bait for their little game. He asks the survivor if she remembers any other specific details about the driver of the truck, and she mentions a cat. She explains that the person who stepped out of the vehicle had a specific cat mascot accessory hanging from their waist. The scene cuts to the exterior of the Tsushima airport. Inside the quiet, abandoned terminal, Sang-ah asks how he immediately knew the cat accessory belonged to the airport mascot. Chansok just looks at her like she's a boomer. She looks around the empty, dusty lobby, noting there isn't a single soul in sight. Chansok, however, stops at the shattered glass of the runway overlook, pointing down at the tarmac. Standing on the cracked concrete below is the blue-haired kid steps onto the runway, looking down at them from the elevated platform. He introduces himself as Kim Ji-hyun and proudly states he is the one who graciously kept them alive. He reaches down to a black plastic body bag resting at his feet. He drags out a bloodied, half-conscious hostage, holding him up like a trophy. He casually tosses the bleeding body over the edge, letting it fall straight into the dark, swirling mana fog below. Sang-ah's eyes widen in absolute horror as she watches him discard a human life like garbage. She whispers that the poor man won't be able to escape the erosion zone unless they clear the core. Suddenly, a red, glowing eye flares inside the dark fog. The tossed hostage climbs back up, his flesh already rotting as he is forcefully converted into a red-eyed zombie. The synthetic monster's distorted foot steps onto the concrete. Ji-hyun looks at the creature with disappointment, muttering that a weak, regular human host always yields a pathetic result. He turns and lands a high-speed taekwondo kick, completely vaporizing the monster's skull in a single strike. Sang-ah is frozen, unable to believe someone would intentionally turn civilians into monsters just to discard them. Ji-hyun laughs, explaining that ordinary, talentless humans don't have enough innate mana to create a high-grade erosion member, which is why they are hunting high-potential targets to create a truly perfect, synthetic, undead soldier. The realization hits Sang-ah like a truck. This isn't a ransom operation at all. They don't want money. They want the physical bodies of the hostages to use as raw material for their monster factory. Ji-hyun walks over to a compact car, mentioning that his elders insisted he explain their grand vision to any intruders. He proudly introduces his group as the Heirs of Donggun, a faction dedicated to a single radical purpose. They want to use controlled erosion zones to secure absolute global hegemony for Korea, ensuring no other country can ever challenge them. He stomps his foot, unleashing a massive shockwave of blue kinetic energy that literally flips the parked cars into the air. He grins, claiming they are going to build an unshakable superpower through the power of the rifts. He launches a high-speed flying kick, tearing up the asphalt as he charges. The entire runway explodes into a shower of debris as he sweeps through the cars. Chan-seok grabs Sang-ah and leaps backward, completely annoyed that his quiet weekend has turned into a nationalistic villain monologue. A massive explosion of dust covers the terminal front. The thick white smoke billows into the sky. Chan-seok lands smoothly on his feet, his iron spear ready as he questions the kid's logic. He points out that Korea is already doing perfectly fine on the global stage, but Ji-hyun yells that fine is not enough. The kid leaps into a high, spinning kick, aiming to take Chan-seok's head off with pure kinetic force. He rants about historical humiliations and tribute, claiming they will pay back every historical debt 10 times over. We see a quick shot of a historical flag as the kid delivers his angry lecture mid-combat. Chan-seok blocks a lightning-fast kick with his pauldrons, analyzing his opponent's speed and noting the kid is surprisingly fast for an unarmed fighter. Another explosive blue kick cracks the concrete right beneath Chan-seok's feet. Our guy skids backward, thinking that while the kid's geopolitical history lesson is a bit intense, his plan to control the rifts actually makes perfect sense. He realizes that if this faction can actually control and stabilize the erosion zones, the world would be safe. And more importantly, our guy would never have to risk his life clearing rifts again. He could finally enjoy his lazy, video game-filled retirement. Chan-seok looks at him, trying to confirm if they really found a way to completely control the rifts. His eyes go wide as he realizes how incredibly convenient this could be for his personal comfort. If he can just live comfortably and safely without doing any work, he is more than happy to make a deal. So, in typical practical fashion, Chan-seok offers to hand over Han Sang-ah right now if they can guarantee his safety. Sang-ah's jaw literally drops as she screams his name, but Ji-hyun just scoffs, asking why on earth he should share their secrets with a random freelancer. He brags that they have already achieved sufficient control over the zones. Chan-seok's face instantly twists into disgust. Our guy looks at him with utter disappointment, realizing they are just frauds who achieved partial stability and are pretending they have full control. He calls them out for having zero actual proof, completely triggering Ji-hyun, who screams at him to shut up. The kid launches an angry, high-velocity kick, but Chan-seok's silhouette moves in a perfect, dark blur. The kick shatters the runway, but Chan-seok has already vaulted over his head, landing behind him. He crouches, muttering that he might have overdone his movement. He looks at his mana gauntlet, realizing he was just trying to buy a few minutes to let his battery recharge. He notes he doesn't have enough mana for his high-tier Paradox Flame, meaning he is stuck using basic physical spear forms for now. But before the kid can turn around, a sharp green electrical static crackles in the air behind him. Han Sang-ah rushes in, her katana coated in a thick layer of green lightning as she clashes with Ji-hyun's guard. Ji-hyun blocks her blade, muttering that he expected her to be frozen in fear. He smirks, asking if she thinks a little static electricity is going to save her. Sang-ah doesn't answer, her gray eyes completely focused as she maintains her stance. Chan-seok tells her to step back because she can't handle this guy, but she points out his gauntlet is completely out of fuel. She looks back at him, asking how much time he needs to recharge his mana engine. She pulls out a highly concentrated, glowing blue elixir from her tactical belt, her eyes determined. Chan-seok tells her he needs 5 minutes, and she instantly chugs the entire purified elixir. She tosses the empty glass tube aside as the raw energy floods her channels. Her silver hair stands up from the sheer static pressure as she tells him to leave the 5 minutes to her. Chan-seok is actually sweating now, warning her that purifying and chugging that many elixirs at once is going to cause a severe mana overload in her body. But she tells him this is an emergency and they only have one shot. Chan-seok locks his gauntlet, agreeing that after 5 minutes he is going to finish this clown. She looks back at the kid, her eyes glowing with pure, unmitigated green lightning. The dark sky over the Tsushima runway begins to swirl with heavy thunderclouds. A massive bolt of lightning strikes the concrete, illuminating the entire airfield. Ji-hyun laughs, telling her to relax because he might accidentally end her life too quickly. He throws a heavy kinetic kick that smashes into her guard, sending a shockwave across the runway. But as the smoke clears, a bright green static pattern locks onto his face. A massive, targeted lightning strike falls from the sky, hitting Ji-hyun dead center. Sang-ah watches through the dust, trying to see if the impact landed. Ji-hyun is still standing, blood dripping from his lip, but his eyes are completely manic. He laughs, wiping the blood, and calls her attack nothing more than a tickle. He throws a devastating, kinetic roundhouse kick that shatters her guard and sends her flying across the concrete. She hits the ground hard, coughing up blood as her mana limits are reached. Before the kid can follow up, a firm, gauntleted hand catches her shoulder, pulling her back. Chansok steps past her, looking at the pierced kid with absolute disdain, calling him a cheap metal pincushion. His mana gauntlet hums with massive blue energy as he asks if he is ready to go home. Ji-hyun is completely stunned, sensing that Chansok's mana levels have suddenly surged to a level that is physically impossible to gather in 5 minutes. Chansok lifts his spear, looking at him with a cold, superior smirk. He tells him his mana recharge operates on the exact same scientific principle as the kid's face piercings. He draws his spear back, noting that any experienced combatant would have spotted it instantly. He points out that because the kid is an unpolished fighter, he is leaking massive amounts of purified, wasted mana into the air after every kick. And because Chanseok's otherworld model allows him to directly absorb and recycle ambient energy, the kid literally acted as his personal wireless charger. Ji-hyun's face twists in absolute confusion and rage as he screams that a technique like that is impossible. Chansok just tells him he doesn't need to understand. His eye glows with a cold blue light as he announces that the kid's time is officially up. He takes a deep stance, his spear leaving behind a bright blue energy trail in the dark. The conceptual trajectory locks onto the target, outlining the path of his ultimate strike. Blue trajectory. The 16-hit chain activates instantly, and a massive storm of blue spear trails erupts across the screen, tearing the runway apart as the kid's arrogant expression finally turns to absolute terror. So, our pierced friend is currently on the floor, gasping for air like he just finished a marathon in a room with no oxygen. His internal system is completely offline. He can't even feel his own heartbeat anymore. Chansok stands over him, totally unimpressed, noting that the kid is still trying to hold on to his pride when his body is literally refusing to function. And here's why. Chansok used his paradox flame to burn away the actual concept of muscle strength from his body, leaving him physically hollow. The kid collapses into the dirt, crying out for his captain, and right on cue, a massive flash of cyan light tears through the sky. Chansok's danger radar immediately redlines. A colossal explosion of mana blows the concrete apart right where Chansok was standing a microsecond ago. He skids backward across the gravel, his boots leaving deep tracks in the runway. He drops into a low defensive crouch, trying to see what kind of boss-level threat just entered the arena. Standing on the roof above is a cloaked figure wearing a heavy archer's glove, slowly lowering a massive wooden bow. The figure slides down to the tarmac, completely shrouded in a gray robe. Chanseok looks at him and thinks, traditional Korean archery in the year 2025? This guy really went all in on his nationalistic cosplay. But then his tactical mind kicks in. The pressure coming off this hooded archer is immense, at least twice as strong as Lee Se-yoon. Actually, scratch that, his raw output is closer to 3 or 4 times greater. The hooded captain looks at Chanseok with a single glowing red eye under his hood and asks if he has a death wish. Our guy just stands his ground, pointing out that if the captain actually wanted him dead, that first arrow wouldn't have aimed for his wrist. He lets a small spark of the purple paradox flame dance on his hand, asking if the heirs of Donggun are after his unique skill. To prove his point, Chansok flares the purple flames around the paralyzed Kim Ji-hyun, making the kid scream in agony. The captain's tone goes ice cold, telling Chansok to extinguish the flame immediately because he won't repeat himself. Chansok analyzes the situation. He realizes the captain is actively infusing his own massive mana pool into Ji-hyun's hollow body just to keep his heart beating. He also notes that if that first cyan arrow had targeted his forehead instead of his weapon wrist, he would be a corpse right now. He decides to play along for now, dispersing the purple flames and letting the pierced kid breathe. Ji-hyun gasps, his head rolling back as the conceptual burn finally stops eating his life force. In a literal blink of an eye, the cloaked captain moves, scooping up the kid's limp body before Chansok can even track his physical form. Chansok's eyes widen at that speed, realizing this guy is operating on standard high-rank hunter metrics. The captain asks if Chansok understands what he did to his student. He explains that because Chansok permanently burned away his muscle concept, the kid is going to spend the rest of his life paralyzed in a wheelchair, relying on mana just to circulate his blood. The captain draws his bowstring again, a massive surge of cyan lightning crackling around the arrow as he notes that while he needs Chansok alive, the state of his limbs doesn't matter. Chansok's golden eye goes sharp and vicious as he tells the captain to try it, because he would rather trigger a self-inflicted heart attack than spend a single second as a puppet. The captain pauses, realizes he doesn't understand the conceptual properties of the purple flame yet, and decides to withdraw into the dark rift behind him. But before he sinks into the black fog, he leaves Chansok with a warning, noting that 13 years ago, no one believed the rifts could be controlled either. His glowing red eye narrows under the hood as he promises that eventually, Chansok will belong to him. The portal closes, leaving behind nothing but a cold wind howling across the ruined runway. Chansok lets out a long sigh, complaining that he always seems to attract the most annoying, high-maintenance villains. Sang-ah limps over, asking if the heirs of Donggun are targeting his unique flame skill. He confirms it, though he still doesn't know how they found out about him. She points out that if their only goal was his capture, they could have easily taken her hostage while she was unconscious to use as leverage, meaning they might know his true background. Chansok waves his hand, telling her terrorists don't care about standard corporate leveraging. He tells her to look at the bigger picture of what this faction is trying to accomplish. He points out that since their goal is national hegemony, the Korean government might not actually be opposed to their research, and they might even be receiving classified state funding. Sang-ah is visibly shaken by the political corruption, asking if they should go ahead and destroy the Tsushima Rift anyway. Chansok just tells her to pretend they never saw anything. She pouts, admitting she is an absolutely terrible liar, which makes our guy chuckle. He tells her to stay put and rest her overloaded pathways while he goes into the rift alone to handle the cleanup. She looks at him, concerned, asking if he is really okay going into a high-grade zone without her support. He tells her she doesn't want to see what kind of experimental horror show is happening inside that temple. He turns his back, saying he will handle the dirty work. He leaps off the edge of the terminal, diving straight into the heavy black fog of the rift portal. He falls through the dimensional tear, the wind whipping past his hair as the atmosphere changes. He lands with a heavy thud in front of a massive, ancient 5-story pagoda surrounded by jagged stone cliffs, the Tsushima Grade 2 corrosion rift. He walks up to the weathered wooden sliding doors, his boots kicking up the dust. He places his gloved hand on the ancient wood, feeling the sheer volume of negative energy radiating from the other side. He notes that for a Grade 2 rift, the structure is surprisingly dense and solid. Usually, undead castles are built of squishy, decomposing materials, but this pagoda is built like an absolute fortress. He steps into the dark, echoing foyer, keeping his eyes on the shadows. The air is thick with a heavy, freezing yin energy that feels like physical ice needles piercing his lungs with every breath. A cluster of glowing green runes flares up on the wall ahead, and Chansok immediately senses that the rift core is sitting right behind the next set of doors. He tightens his grip on his spear, admitting that even he is feeling a rare sense of caution before this fight. He slowly slides the heavy doors open, knowing that a single slip of his focus in a Grade 2 zone could be fatal. He steps into a massive ritual chamber and immediately spots a colossal black metal pot simmering in the center of the room. He is completely taken aback, wondering why there is a giant kitchen cauldron sitting in the core room. He wonders if this bizarre setup is actually the heart of the Tsushima Rift. Suddenly, a wet, bloody hand snaps out of the shadows, grabbing his boot. A half-dissolved, skinless human is crawling on the floorboards, weeping and begging Chansok to save him. Before our guy can react, a thick, slimy green tentacle wraps around the man's torso, dragging him backward. The man screams in absolute agony, crying that his legs have already been dissolved by the acidic liquid. Chansok lunges forward with his spear, but he is a microsecond too late. The survivor is dragged over the rim and plunged directly into the boiling green slime inside the cauldron with a heavy splash. The acid bubbles violently, instantly dissolving the man's organic tissue down to the bone. And then, a pale, glowing green hand grips the rim of the cauldron from the inside. A fully formed muscular skeleton zombie crawls out of the slime, letting out a wet, guttural growl. Chansok's face goes pale as he realizes the heirs of Donggun have been using live human sacrifices to mass-produce high-grade undead soldiers. His eyes go dark as a memory resurfaces. We get a flash of his past otherworld companions burning heretics and innocent villagers on wooden stakes while they screamed for salvation. He covers his mouth, the metallic smell of the cauldron making him physically sick. His teeth bare in absolute disgust, muttering about how vile humans can be when given a little power. Suddenly, a deep, resonant red text bubble appears from the rafters. Another sacrifice. A tall, green-glowing figure steps out of the boiling mist, his wooden sandals clattering on the floor. The figure looks at Chansok with a single white pupil, noting that his aura is far more refined than the previous victims. The green mist clears to reveal a handsome, scarred, spectral Ronin wearing a traditional kimono, his hand already resting on a sheathed katana. The spectral Ronin grips his hilt with a clean metallic click, telling Chansok to draw his weapon. He unsheathes his katana, announcing he will temper his blade with the blood of a proper warrior. Chansok feels the sheer gravity in the room, the oppressive pressure making the fine hairs on his arms stand up. He looks at the heavy iron collar shackle around the Ronin's neck, realizing the hooded captain somehow managed to capture and shackle a living rift core. He notes that this spectral swordsman is on a completely different level of power compared to the airport captain. The Ronin warns him that a single moment of carelessness before his blade will result in instant death as he vanishes into a green blur. Chansok barely has time to register the movement, a curse slipping from his lips. He realized the speed of this ghost is absolutely absurd. But our guy has fought gods. He knows the strategy for dealing with high-speed targets is simple. He winds up his spear, intending to end the fight in a single decisive thrust before the enemy can analyze his pattern. The Ronin's glowing white eye tracks the spearhead with zero panic. His hand moves in a clean circular drawing motion. Clang. The cyan katana parries the spearhead with perfect, effortless geometry, sending a massive shower of sparks across the chamber. Chansok is genuinely shocked. He was moving at his absolute maximum output, yet the parry was flawless. And what's worse, he didn't even see the Ronin's sword arm move. The spectral swordsman notes that by their very nature, a proper strike should be completely invisible to the victim's eyes. Slash. A deep vertical gash opens across Chansok's shoulder, blood spraying onto the ancient pillars. He grunts in pain, his boots sliding back. He can't believe this dead guy can move even faster than his initial analysis suggested. The Ronin steps into a classic dual slash stance, telling him to try parrying the next sequence. Slash. Multiple deep cuts open across Chansok's chest and neck, sending a spray of blood across the floorboards. He skids backward, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The Ronin sheaths his sword with a clean click, standing in the green light like an absolute wall. Chansok drops to one knee, his hand clutching his bleeding shoulder as he trembles. He realizes he has to bring out the paradox flame immediately, but since this opponent is a spectral entity with no biological muscles, his standard fatigue burn attack won't do anything. He tries to calculate his next move while the Ronin notes that Chansok continues to surprise him. The scarred ghost looks at him, curious to see what it will take to finally make him collapse. The Ronin's fingers tighten around his wrapped hilt once more. In a flash of light, Chansok is sliced across the back, the force of the cut almost throwing him off his feet. Our guy coughs up blood, realizing that the Ronin has systematically severed every major muscle group in his limbs. He starts to tilt forward, his balance completely gone. But as he falls, Chansok executes a desperate low-angle sweep with his spear, catching the Ronin's blind side. He admits to himself that he almost lost consciousness from the sheer pain, but he notices the Ronin failed to sever the muscles above his shoulders. With his limbs temporarily reconnected by the flame, he leaps behind the Ronin's back, aiming for a decapitation. But the Ronin's bandage-covered head tilts slightly as he speaks. Too slow. A heavy droplet of blood hits the polished wood. Chansok is slammed face first onto the floor, the Ronin's boot pinning him down while the cyan blade rests against his neck. He gasps for air, his chest heaving as he glares up. The Ronin looks down at him, his mouth curving into a small, solemn smile. And then, he slowly sheaths his sword and steps back, releasing our guy. The spectral swordsman comments that Chansok is quite lucky to have survived that sequence. Chansok pushes himself up, spitting blood, and tells him to stop playing around because he had 3 separate opportunities to take his head. He asks if the ghost is holding back out of some weird sense of warrior pity. The Ronin shakes his head, explaining that if he were still his living self, Chansok would indeed be dead. But under the shackle's influence, he cannot even recall his own name, and most of his legendary combat memories are completely gone. We get a quick flashback of the Ronin's defeat by the hooded captain who fitted him with the disgraceful collar. Chansok realizes this is the exact opposite of his own situation. The Ronin has a powerful body but no memories, while Chansok has the memories but a weak body. The ghost laments that he has lost too much in death. His name, his identity, and the original reason he chose to draw a sword are all gone, leaving behind nothing but dense, sorrowful resentment. A massive, cold green aura begins to swirl around the pagoda columns. Chansok stands up, his golden eye widening as he feels the mana density in the room spike to a critical level. The Ronin asks if his current controlled state doesn't seem truly pitiful to a fellow warrior. The green energy on his katana condenses into a single blinding point of light. The Ronin's eyes go completely black tears of concentrated mana rolling down his pale cheeks. Chansok realizes the samurai's dense resentment is about to unleash a localized nuclear-level blast. But he also knows that because of the memory gaps, the Ronin's execution is going to be slightly unpolished. If he can survive the next single strike, he has a viable path to victory. He flares his entire purple and black paradox flame aura, preparing to meet the attack with his absolute maximum power. The freezing wind howls through the temple hall as the spectral Ronin locks his glowing green gaze onto our guy. He is completely stunned, because a split second ago, Sok was a broken mess on the floor, but suddenly those weird purple-black flames flared up and reconnected his entire physical system. The samurai points out that our guy possesses an incredibly weird skill, noting that those dark flames aren't just burning physical energy. Sok lets out a cold smirk, confirming that his eyes are sharp because this flame doesn't burn regular matter, it burns abstract concepts. Now, let's slow down and explain how this power actually works so everyone can follow along. On paper, an ability that can burn concepts sounds like an absolute cheat code that can instantly delete any enemy in the universe, but in his current, fragile 20-year-old body, Sok is operating under massive structural limitations. Every concept has a different weight. Burning the fatigue of his muscles is easy, but burning the friction of an entire staircase or the structure of a building requires exponentially more mana. If he pushes the scale too far without the proper mana reserves, the conceptual backlash will literally rip his own soul apart. Back in his previous world, Sok had a massive, refined pool of energy, meaning he could swing his flame like a colossal greatsword with zero risk. But right now, his body's capacity is so low that he's effectively trying to fight a war with a tiny fruit knife, which is why he's been playing so safe. He looks down at his glowing wrist battery, feeling the charge hum through his fingers. But looking at this unstoppable ghost in front of him, he decides it's time to stop holding back and announces he is going to burn the concept of durability. The Ronin just blinks, completely unable to process what that even means. Sok tells him he's done enough talking for one day, so he can skip the explanation. And then, bam. He launches himself upward, the impact shattering the floorboards as he drives his spear straight through the ceiling. The Ronin grunts as the shockwave hits, his spectral structure suddenly feeling incredibly heavy and brittle. Sok smirks, telling him he can try to figure out the theory behind the attack while he's busy getting beaten to a pulp. Since he knows this ghost has a limit, he figures this is the perfect test run to see how far his current body can go. The Ronin's green eyes flare with absolute rage as his pride is pushed to the limit. He raises his sword, declaring they should take this fight to the roof. The entire pagoda roof explodes outward as they rocket into the open sky, their weapons clashing in midair. Sparks rain down on the ruins below. Sok unleashes a flurry of thrusts, but the Ronin counters with a blinding horizontal draw. Spear meets steel in a massive shockwave. Sok's eyes go wide as the force of the parry vibrates all the way up his shoulders. The concrete beneath their feet splits apart. The Ronin slides under his guard, aiming for the throat. But his blade passes through empty air. He missed. They land on a jagged cliffside overlooking the stormy sea. The wind whips around them as the pagoda structure behind them begins to tilt. Massive chunks of stone are floating in the air, gravity itself losing its grip on the area. Sok jumps from one floating boulder to the next, positioning himself for the final drop. He dives downward, spear pointed straight at the Ronin's chest. The air splits as he descends like a meteor. The Ronin looks up, his tattered kimono flapping as he readies his ultimate stance. His black eyes glow with intense, concentrated resentment. But Sok is already in his blind spot. He swings, and 3 massive blue light trails manifest around the Ronin's body. Clang. The spectral swordsman tries to block, but his sword arm is instantly locked in place by the physical energy trails. Sok drives his spear down, the blue trajectories repeating his strikes 4 times with a slight delay. The Ronin's foot slips on the crumbling stone, his eyes wide with shock as he asks what kind of technique this is. He mutters that in all his centuries on the battlefields of the past, he has never seen a spear style that can physically lock space. He looks at Sok, asking what kind of monster he truly is. The blue energy trails form a perfect glowing cross in the sky. The air splits. He drives the spear forward. The trajectories cross, locking the Ronin in a cage of light. The spectral giant lets out a final, distorted scream as his form begins to crack. His green mana leaks out like water. His sword shatters into a million glowing pieces. Sok drops from the sky, spear first. He drives the point straight through the Ronin's chest plate. The impact shakes the entire cliffside. The legendary 16-hit chain completes with a blinding flash of light. The Ronin's spiritual body is split cleanly down the center, dissolving into blue data fragments. We get a quick flashback to Chon-sok's past life. He is sitting on a pile of rubble, talking to a younger soldier. The soldier asks him what he would do if he ever met an opponent who was absolutely undeniably stronger than him. His past self, heavily scarred and bearded, looks up with a tired expression. He asks the kid how he would handle a fight against a warrior who was his exact equal. The sun is setting over a ruined, desolate wasteland. He looks back at his spear, noting that the question is actually very simple. If such a person were to appear, a warrior with the exact same power and resolve, there is only one logical outcome. Between the two of them, one of them is definitely not walking out of that room alive. Back in the present, the Ronin's face completely crumbles into dust. The control shackle on his neck snaps with a loud metal crack. Chan-sok lands on the edge of the cliff, his face bloodied but his posture completely relaxed as he grins and notes that, as expected, he is still the strongest. The Ronin's massive katana dissolves into the air, its spectral green energy fading into the sky. Our guy stands there, his clothes torn to shreds, covered in soot and blood, but looking completely satisfied. A high-tier, glowing blue and gold reward chest slowly manifests from the core's remains. Chan-sok lets out a small laugh, noting that he's glad the dungeon drop mechanics in this world operate the exact same way as his old one. He flips the heavy stone latch open with a loud click. He pulls out a short, golden, dagger-like weapon and raises an eyebrow, wondering if the chest really just dropped a ridiculously short spear. He grips the hilt, feeling a strange resonance in his mana gauntlet. Suddenly, zoom, he channels a single spark of mana, and the short blade instantly extends into a beautifully balanced, full-sized golden spear. He twirls it once, completely satisfied, noting that a weapon that can hide as a pocket knife and extend on command is incredibly useful for keeping a low profile. He stretches his leg, noting that the system rewards in this world are apparently calculated based on the total number of people who entered the rift. He shakes his head, thinking he probably should have just brought Sangha into the pagoda with him, tucked her in a safe corner and collected double the loot. Shameless? Absolutely. Efficient? Yes. He looks down at his hand, wondering if her sword managed to survive that chaotic airport clash. The scene shifts back to the Tsushima airport under a clear, starry night sky. Sangha is curled up in a sleeping bag in the corner of the lobby, sleeping like a baby after her massive elixir-induced mana crash. She suddenly flinches, her eyelids fluttering open. She hears heavy, uneven footsteps approaching from the darkness. She sits up, rubbing her eyes, and whispers his name. Chan-sok tosses her a beautifully sheathed traditional katana, casually telling her he picked it up on the way and she should use it since her old one is probably done for. She draws the blade slightly, her eyes widening as she notes the steel is flawlessly polished and holds an incredibly refined edge. She asks him where on earth he found a masterpiece like this, wondering if he cleared the core alone. Chan-sok just cuts her off, telling her she has rested enough. He looks at her with a completely dead, exhausted golden eye. And then, Thatch Hud. This man literally just faceplants onto the concrete floor, completely passing out from pure physical exhaustion. Sangha is just frozen there, holding her new sword, completely unable to process that this legendary godlike warrior just collapsed like a sack of potatoes. Now, let's slow down and explain the geopolitical fallout of what just happened. In the modern hunter hierarchy, there is an absolute, insurmountable wall of difficulty between a Grade 3 and a Grade 2 rift. A Grade 3 can be cleared by standard corporate teams, but a Grade 2 is considered a national disaster that requires a mobilization of elite guilds. So when the news drops that a completely unaffiliated rookie named Yu Chan-sok solo cleared a Grade 2 rift, the entire country's media landscape goes absolutely feral. We see Chan-sok's face plastered across every giant billboard in Seoul, while a massive crowd of screaming fans and reporters has literally surrounded his building. Our guy is standing by his window, staring down at the chaos, realizing his dream of a quiet, lazy retirement is officially on life support. Suddenly, there is a polite knock on his door, and a young woman with purple-braided pigtails and glasses steps into the room. She introduces herself as Amethyst, representing the secretariat of a shadowy organization called Embargo Tower. Chan-sok invites her in, thanking her for covering his massive hospital suite bill, but notes he has never heard of her company before. She smiles, explaining they operate mostly in the private ICT and data sector, which is why they stay out of the public eye. Chan-sok tells her to skip the corporate pleasantries and get straight to the point, because hospital suites like this definitely aren't free. She giggles, opening a bag, and asks him if he likes strawberry cake. As he takes a bite, she pulls out a holographic file showing a highly classified US military blueprint. The schematic shows a metallic, ring-like device labeled Shield Generator. She explains this device can emit a localized force field that completely neutralizes corrosive mana, shielding civilian areas without needing active hunters. Chansok, chewing on a strawberry, asks if she wants him to act as the transport security for this prototype generator. She nods, explaining that if they can successfully transport and mass-produce this technology, it could literally change the fate of humanity. Chansok notes that this sounds like a massive, international-scale request and asks who else they've recruited. She reveals that the elite Janabi Guild has already agreed to help. Chansok's eyes narrow. If Janabi is involved, the stakes are incredibly high. She displays a map showing the route. They will transport the generator via an armored train starting from Vladivostok, traveling across the Eurasian continent to the Netherlands, then airlifting it directly to Dover, UK. Chansok asks why they are going all the way to the UK. She explains that Ristorante, one of the apocalyptic permanent Great 8 zones, is located in Naples, Italy. Its corrupting mana influence covers almost the entirety of mainland Europe, leaving the UK protected by the sea as the only relatively safe testing ground. She warns him that mainland Europe is currently in a state of absolute anarchy, with governments completely collapsed and mercenary hunter companies ruling regions like feudal warlords. Chansok cuts through her wording, summarizing that a massive number of high-level rogue factions are going to target this train. She confirms his analysis is correct. She asks him if he has any experience traveling abroad. He looks at his plate, noting it will be his first time in Europe. She smiles, warning him that they will encounter many horrific situations out there, and confirms she will be accompanying him as the lead data analyst. Chansok notes she is talking as if his participation is already a guaranteed certainty. He sets his fork down with a quiet clink and says he has one non-negotiable condition. He wants Hunter Han Sanga to accompany them on this mission, calling her a trustworthy partner. Amethyst agrees instantly, happy to have another high-potential recruit. Chansok smiles, thinking this mission is actually a perfect opportunity. He shakes her hand, declaring he looks forward to working with her. A few days later, a high-tech private helicopter lands on the hospital helipad. Chansok steps out, thinking that mobilizing a silent military chopper just for a civilian pickup is absolute VIP treatment. The association president, Moon Jong-tae, steps out of his luxury sedan, telling our guy that solo clearing a Grade 2 rift has turned him into the association's highest priority asset. Chansok grins, noting that proving his raw skills to the public certainly makes navigating the political landscape a lot easier. But as he looks at the old president, he wonders if the association actually knows about the heirs of Dangun. He wonders what the president's actual reaction would be if he found out some government factions are secretly backing terrorists. Does this old operator truly want this miserable, monster-filled reality to end? Or does he want the world to stay this way to maintain his own political power? Chansok slides the helicopter cabin door open, expecting an empty flight. Instead, sitting in the premium leather seat with her arms crossed is Lee Se-yoon, who lets out a smug smile and welcomes him. She tells him his crazy Tsushima accomplishments have already spread all the way to the northern borders. He laughs, noting it's hard to find anyone who doesn't know his name now. The helicopter lifts off, the rotors humming as they fly toward the sunset. Chansok looks out the window, asking the president where they are heading first. The old man replies they are heading to a secure military base. Chansok is surprised. Why the military? The president explains the South Korean army is officially coordinating with Embargo Tower for this transport. Chansok realizes the political math makes perfect sense. If a shield generator can protect cities without hunters, national defense costs will drop to zero, reducing the military's dependence on private guilds. He leans forward, looking at Se-eun, and asks if she has ever heard of an organization called the Heirs of Dangun. She goes quiet, her playful demeanor instantly vanishing. She confirms she knows of those overly patriotic terrorists, noting she is surprised he encountered them. She explains the heirs of Dangun show up globally, specializing in popping out of nowhere to interfere whenever elite guilds are about to clear a major core. Chansok remembers his clash with the Pierce Kid, thinking that while their methods are completely monstrous, their logic of keeping Korea strong makes sense in a broken world. Se-eun looks down, admitting she understands why they think that way, even if she despises their actions. She suddenly reaches into her pocket and tosses something small into his lap. Chansok looks at his hand. It's a small wrapped piece of pumpkin taffy. He asks her why on earth she keeps giving him candy. She looks him dead in the eye, her green-gray gaze incredibly serious, and asks if he's really never been outside the country before. Chansok sighs, wondering why both Amethyst and Seun are so obsessed with his lack of overseas experience, confirming this train ride will be his first time leaving Korea. She lets out a soft, knowing smile, whispering that his response makes perfect sense. She looks out at the glowing city skyline below as the helicopter disappears into the clouds, warning him that during this mission through the anarchic lands of Europe, he is about to realize many harsh, dark truths about how the world truly operates. The military command room is packed, tense, and smells heavily of cheap instant coffee. Our guy is sitting in the back, silently wishing he was at home playing video games while the analysts look over their files with absolute dread. Superintendent An Hun-seo steps up to the mic, looking like a man who hasn't slept since the dimensional rifts first opened. He lays out the blueprints for this absolute beast of an operation, an 80-car armored train stretching over a full kilometer. 65 cars are packed with cargo, and 15 are meant for the hunters and the military escort, with global rank 10 superstar Lee Se-yoon getting an entire luxury car to herself. On explains that the tech giants at Embargo Tower specifically hired Janabi LLC to protect the prototype shield generator car, but then he makes a tactical mistake. He politely suggests that maybe the elite hunters should share their guard duties with the regular military personnel to ease the fatigue. And Lee Se-yoon shuts that down faster than a moderator in a spam thread. She stares him down, pointing out that the moment her guild takes charge of a multi-trillion won piece of technology, every rogue faction on the planet is going to put a target on this train, which means absolutely no one outside of her trusted guild members is allowed anywhere near that cargo, period. The regular soldiers in the back look like they just got told they aren't invited to the VIP section, which is honestly a massive win for their survival rate. An breaks a cold sweat, realizing he has zero authority over a rank 10 monster who could probably flip this entire building if she got annoyed enough. He decides to just nod, keep his mouth shut, and move on with the briefing. The route is a complete nightmare, tracing from Vladivostok all the way to the UK, passing through at least 7 major high-risk zones where the local monsters are active enough to swallow a small army. And as if giant mutated beasts weren't enough, they also have to worry about highly organized bandit clans roaming the frozen wastes of Siberia like some cursed modern Western movie. They sent warning letters to the 8 warlords ruling the territories along the tracks, but only 3 of them even bothered to reply. Chansok reads between the lines immediately. If 5 of them didn't write back, it means they are currently sharpening their weapons and waiting for the train to arrive. The rookie soldiers are already losing their minds, realizing they are basically riding a giant metallic dinner bell through 5,000 miles of lawless wasteland. They are openly admitting this mission is a suicide run, which is honestly the most realistic take anyone in this room has had all morning. But Se-yoon just smiles, completely unbothered by the fact that half of Asia is about to try and rob them. She looks like she's about to sign a multi-million-dollar endorsement deal instead of heading into a frozen war zone, promising she will get the train to its destination even if she has to drag it there herself. And just like that, we cut to Vladivostok Station in the middle of a massive Siberian blizzard. Operation D-Day is officially live. The platform is pure chaos as the low-rank hunters and support staff are rushed toward the second-class carriages, trying to get inside before their fingers freeze off. Chansok is walking along the tracks, realizing that when they said the train was over a kilometer long, they weren't exaggerating. He has to hike a country mile just to reach his assigned cabin. He is looking incredibly sharp in his new winter gear, though he's mostly just annoyed that the cold is making his joints ache. Then, a familiar, completely serious voice breaks through the howling wind behind him. Han Sang-ah is standing there in her fur-lined winter coat, looking like a high-tier anime protagonist, ready for a training arc. She immediately reminds him about her promise to hand over the high-grade elixirs the second they survive this trip. Chansok asks her where she's been hiding, and she deadpans that she was stuck in the regular cabins while he was living it up in the luxury first-class car. She watches Se-yoon walk past with her private security detail, noting that the sheer presence of a world-class hunter is on a completely different level. Suddenly, Amethyst approaches them with a polite smile. She greets Chansok, asking if he has had a chance to look around the transport before they head out into the wild. Chansok looks up at the massive, heavily reinforced steel plates covering the carriages, admitting that the tech company really didn't hold back on the budget. The security on the cargo car is so tight it looks like a high-tech vault on wheels. Chansok points out that making the cargo look this secure might actually draw more unwanted attention, but Amethyst gently explains that this thing is built with depleted uranium armor. It is literally designed to survive a direct tactical strike. Our guy just shrugs. With a rank 10 powerhouse like Lee Se-yoon on board, he figures he can probably just sleep through the entire journey and collect his paycheck at the end. But the universe has a very specific way of ruining Chan-sok's plans, because the train barely leaves the station before the alarm siren starts screaming. A massive swarm of red-winged eyeball monsters drops from the sky, slamming against the windows. A bloodied hunter sticks his head out of a hatch, screaming into the wind for any available fighters to get to car 57 immediately. Chan-sok doesn't even hesitate. He draws his weapon and leaps onto the roof of the moving train, swearing under his breath about his ruined nap. The train has been moving for exactly 10 minutes, and the local fauna is already trying to eat them. The air splits with a high-voltage hiss as Chan-seok starts tearing through the swarm. He swings his spear, clearing the roof, but the eyeball monsters just keep coming out of the blizzard like some cursed, endless mobile game event. He realizes this fight is going to be incredibly annoying because the tracks ahead are damaged. The train has to slow down so the awakened engineers can repair the steel rails in real time, but the construction crew can't defend themselves. Which means a high-tier hunter has to stand guard right next to the repair team, and out of all the people on this train, Lee Se-yoon is the one who volunteered for the job. Chan-sok is silently roasting the commander who came up with this plan. Tying down your absolute strongest damage dealer to stand guard over a couple of guys with shovels is peak corporate incompetence. He boots another eyeball monster off the side of the carriage, the impact sending a shower of red sparks into the snow. He looks out at the endless horde of flying pests stretching into the horizon, realizing this 2-week trip is going to be incredibly long. Meanwhile, further up the line in the frozen wilderness of Khabarovsk, Russia, a trail of dark, heavy blood stains the pristine snow. A massive, muscular, bald man is casually dragging a giant mutated shark monster through the blizzard by its tail, looking like he's just bringing home groceries. This is Nikolai Baranov, the undisputed local warlord, wearing a high-tech armor suit that looks like it was stolen from a military research lab. And leaning against a rock nearby, looking completely unbothered by the sub-zero temperatures, is a young man in traditional Korean robes, standing next to a small campfire. Suddenly, the giant shark monster snaps back to life, thrashing wildly and roaring with raw, mutated hunger. Nikolai doesn't even blink. He activates his mechanical gauntlets, the hydraulic pistons hissing as they charge with kinetic energy. He unleashes a single, devastating punch that hits with the force of an artillery shell, the impact shaking the entire snowfield. The giant beast is instantly reduced to a red mist, splattering across the frozen ground. The robed youth just smiles, introducing himself as Lee Ha-yoon, politely apologizing for dropping in without an invite. Ha-yoon explains that he traveled all this way because he has an incredibly lucrative job proposal for the infamous ruler of Khabarovsk. Nikolai is furious, wiping the monster blood off his face and complaining that he spent all afternoon knocking that fish out for his dinner, only for the Korean kid to wake it up. Ha-yoon casually asks if Russians actually eat mutated ocean trash, which is a bold thing to say to a man who can punch through armor plating. Nikolai grunts, muttering about how pampered Korean hunters are because they have actual food back home. He demands to know what the job is, adding that he has plenty of cash and doesn't care about a standard payout. Ha-yoon assures him that this target is far more interesting than simple currency. He points down the valley, explaining that a heavily guarded cargo train that recently departed from Vladivostok is scheduled to pass through this territory within the next 24 hours. Nikolai laughs in his face, pointing out that the Trans-Siberian Railway has been a twisted wreck of rusted iron and monster nests for over a decade. But Ha-yoon explains that some of the hunters on that train possess unique mana patterns that allow them to instantly repair and rebuild structural materials on the fly. Nikolai's expression goes cold as he realizes the implications. They are actively rebuilding the tracks as they move, which means whatever they are transporting must be worth a small country's GDP. Ha-yoon tells him the cargo isn't what matters to them. The real prize is the person guarding it. He drops the name, the Candy Lady of Jonaby LLC. Nikolai's eye twitches as he recognizes the title of the global rank 10. He asks if Ha-yoon actually has a plan to bypass a monster who swings a giant sword for a living. Ha-yoon's smile only widens. Nikolai grins, his scarred face twisting into a manic expression as he admits that robbing a train protected by Lee Se-yoon sounds like the most fun he's had in years. But Ha-yoon quickly corrects him. They aren't there to rob the train. They just need to target one specific car and destroy it. Mentally, Ha-yoon is calling the warlord a piece of uncultured garbage. He patiently explains that he doesn't want the car blown up just yet. He pulls out a sleek black digital terminal, instructing Nikolai to break into the target car and connect this device to the equipment stored inside so they can upload their virus. He promises that once the terminal does its job, Nikolai is free to tear the cargo, the train, and any survivors to absolute pieces. That is all the big Russian needed to hear. He happily accepts the contract, his cybernetic suit humming with murderous intent. He promises that he won't just destroy the cargo. He plans to slaughter every single hunter on that passenger list, and he wants to do it right in front of Lee Si-yoon's face, just to watch the despair take over. Back on the train, the blizzard is howling, and Chon-sok is putting on an absolute clinic. His spear moves in a blue blur, slicing through the eyeball monsters like a hot wire through butter. The mid-rank hunters in the background are staring with their mouths wide open, utterly unable to comprehend how a registered rookie is casually soloing a swarm that almost wiped out their entire squad. Chon-sok plants his golden spear onto the frozen roof, the metal ringing against the armor plates. He looks around at the empty sky, casually stretching his shoulders like he'd just finished a light jog instead of a high-altitude massacre. He looks back at the veteran hunters who are currently face-planted in the snow, gasping for breath, and he can't help but sigh at how utterly useless they are. He realizes that if this is the standard of the local defense force, he is basically going to have to solo this entire 2-week journey. Sang-ah is the only one still standing, her silver hair whipping in the wind as she commands the exhausted hunters to get up and keep their guard active. Chon-sok tells her to stop showing off, though he secretly notes that she's the only person on this train who isn't dead weight. Suddenly, Chon-sok's combat instincts flare up. He turns his head, his golden eyes narrowing as he senses a massive spike in raw mana further up the line. A massive explosion of kinetic force shakes the front of the train, throwing up a curtain of ice and snow that rises hundreds of feet into the air. The train's intercom system crackles to life, with the control room calmly announcing that they've spotted a minor obstacle on the tracks but are proceeding as normal. Then, Si-yoon's voice cuts through the static, sounding incredibly cold. She orders the engineers to hit the brakes immediately. She stands on the very edge of the lead carriage, her long black hair streaming in the blizzard as she spots the oncoming threat. A massive, high-density beam of red plasma tears through the snowstorm, heading straight for the locomotive. Se-yoon raises her colossal scarlet greatsword, her muscles tensing as she prepares to meet the attack head-on. She swings, the sheer physical weight of her strike creating a massive kinetic shockwave that splits the plasma beam cleanly in two, sending the explosive energy harmlessly into the sky. The sky lights up in a blinding flash, revealing Nikolai descending from the clouds like a heavy metal rocket. Sangha's eyes widen in panic, asking who could possibly have the firepower to assault a military train in broad daylight. Chon-sok calmly tells her to remember the morning briefing. This is the local warlord's private army. Out of the blizzard, hundreds of heavily armed Siberian bandits charge down the mountainside, roaring as they rush the stalled train. Se-yoon prepares to leap down and paint the snow red, but suddenly, dozens of glowing yellow paper talismans flutter down from the sky, landing in a perfect geometric pattern around her feet. Before she can swing, the talismans ignite, creating a dense hexagonal purple barrier that locks her in place. She pulls back her sword, her eyes widening slightly as she realizes her internal mana core has just been hit with a massive suppression field. Purple chains of negative energy wrap around her limbs, completely cutting off her connection to her skills. On the other side of the train, Sangha's communications device crackles with heavy static, the signal going completely haywire. She shouts into the receiver, frantically asking if Se-yoon is all right. Se-yoon's voice comes through, strained and tight, as she delivers the worst possible news. Her active abilities have been completely sealed by a high-tier ancient curse. Sangha is frozen in shock, while Chon-sok's expression goes entirely flat. The train's main intercom speakers flare up, broadcasting to every carriage. The operator announces that they are under heavy attack from the flank and that their rank 10 commander has been rendered unable to participate in combat. The rookie hunters immediately begin to panic. The voice on the speaker adds that the enemy numbers are estimated at over 500, which is 10 times their active defensive force. But then, Se-yoon's voice cuts back into the broadcast, telling them that despite her situation, there will be absolutely no retreat. She commands them to hold the line and hunt down every last intruder. Her face is filled with absolute fury as she orders them to dismantle the enemy force, and Chon-sok is already moving. He leaps off the high carriage roof, diving straight into the deep snow below, calling back to Sang-ah to follow him. The other hunters watch in absolute horror as the two rookies sprint directly toward the oncoming army of 500 bandits, looking like they didn't do the math on the survival odds. But the sheer audacity of Chansok's charge actually shame-bribes the veterans into action. They draw their swords, shouting that they can't let a couple of teenagers embarrass them. Back on the roof, Seiyun is trying to force her mana through the suppression barrier, her physical strength alone keeping her on her feet. Then, a soft, mocking voice speaks from the shadows behind her, telling her that breaking that seal won't be quite that simple. She glares over her shoulder, asking the robed youth if he was the one who designed this annoying trap. The young man bows with mock politeness, introducing himself as Lee Haiyun of the heirs of Donggun, casually adding that they actually share the same royal ancestry. He smiles, noting that since they are both from the Jianzhu Yi clan, he is technically her distant nephew, and asks if it isn't wonderful to have a family reunion in the middle of a frozen wasteland. Seiyun's response to his family tree is incredibly simple. She brings her massive greatsword down with absolute physical violence. The impact against the purple barrier is so loud it sounds like a metal press, but as the dust clears, the barrier is still intact. And even worse, the tip of her legendary crimson greatsword actually snaps off, the metal fragments falling into the snow. Seiyun stares at her broken blade in disbelief. Haiyun chuckles, telling her that the seal is designed to absorb physical impact and turn it into kinetic backlash. He politely suggests she surrender now that she's unarmed, but Seiyun just smiles, asking why he's getting so excited over a single broken sword. Suddenly, the broken hilt in her hands begins to glow with a brilliant high-density blue light. Haiyun's smile instantly vanishes, his eyes widening as he senses a massive fluctuation in the local spatial coordinate data. The scarlet metal grows back in a split second, completely restored to its original, pristine state. This is her unique active accessory, the mirror ring. It's a grade 1 artifact that registers a single piece of equipment, and the exact millisecond that weapon breaks, it instantly duplicates and replaces a brand new copy directly back into her hand. It is basically an infinite weapon cheat code. Haiyun breaks a cold sweat, muttering about how unrefined her tactics are, asking if she really plans to just keep smashing her sword until the seal runs out of fuel. Seiyun raises her brand new, flawlessly polished blade, her eyes glowing with absolute malice. She swings with enough force to split the air, telling her nephew that boys who talk too much are never popular with the ladies. Meanwhile, out on the frozen battlefield, Shanseok and Sang-ah are closing the distance to the bandit front line. A loud, booming laugh echoes across the valley as Nikolai fires up his thrusters, hovering above the snow like a sci-fi boss. He looks down at the tiny squad of defenders, mocking them for trying to fight back against 500 men with such pitiful numbers. He screams down at them, telling them to drop their weapons and surrender, promising he might let them live if they beg nicely. Chanseok looks up at him, completely bored, noting that he can't sense a single drop of mana from the giant flying Russian. Sang-ah explains that Nikolai is wearing a prototype armor from the scrapped Predator project, designed to let normal humans fight on par with high-tier hunters. She adds that the military abandoned the project years ago because the rare core materials were almost impossible to find. Chansok's eyes narrow as he realizes the mystery here is deeper than a simple train robbery. If the project was classified and cancelled, there is absolutely no way a random Russian gang leader should have his hands on this tech unless someone in the Korean government handed him the keys. Sang-ah grips her katana, her hands trembling slightly as she realizes that unlike monsters, these are real living humans. She asks herself if she's actually ready to take a human life. Chansok casually walks past her, telling her that if she doesn't have the stomach for this kind of work, she should just step back and let him handle the cleanup. But Sang-ah narrows her eyes with deep resolve, pointing out that this is his first time fighting humans too, so they are starting on the same page. She tells herself that if these people are actively trying to kill them, they are no different from the monsters in the rifts. She unsheaths her blade, the green lightning static instantly coating the steel. Chansok looks over his shoulder, a small dark grin appearing on his face as he watches her prepare for battle. She moves like a silver flash, her blade carving through the first wave of bandits with flawless, cold efficiency. Chansok's golden eyes gleam with a terrifying, ancient intensity as he tells her to go ahead and do it, adding that the guilt of taking a life is normal, but if she just ignores it, the feeling will fade away in a month anyway. The snowy battlefield is a total mess of red stains, freezing wind, and panic. You can hear the frantic screaming of bandits and the sharp clashing of swords echoing across the plains. Human fighting human is honestly honestly a completely different kind of ugly compared to clearing out standard monsters in a silent dungeon. Chansok stands in the middle of the chaos, looking thoroughly disgusted by the sheer mess of it all. He has a quiet moment of self-reflection, realizing his battle-worn soul actually feels right at home in this garbage fire. The sounds of steel hitting steel keep ringing out through the heavy blizzard. He snaps back to reality, his golden eyes narrowing as he decides it is time to end this. The regular hunters are putting up a decent fight, but they are completely outnumbered by Nikolai's private army. Our guy realizes there is only one logical way to wrap this up before his joints freeze over. He needs to head straight for the big bald guy running the show. Nikolai spots him immediately, recognizing him as the rookie who cleared the Tsushima rift. Chansok is dryly amused that even a Siberian bandit leader reads the Korean hunter forums. Nikolai charges, swinging his high-tech energy blade with enough force to split the snowy ground. The guy is incredibly fast, and his power suit is putting out a massive kinetic signature. Chansok parries, noting that the alloy on that mech suit is way too thick for a standard iron spear to pierce. If he were still the weak kid from Chapter 2, this would be an absolute nightmare of a match. But he spent a small fortune on elixirs and just survived a duel with a spectral samurai general. Nikolai is getting highly irritated that a literal teenager is casually dodging his military-grade hardware. He fires up his shoulder thrusters, preparing a massive, explosive kinetic punch to clear the area. The explosion tears through the snowbanks, kicking up a massive wall of white ice, but Chansok notices something highly suspicious during the attack. The warlord is deliberately controlling his output to avoid hitting the cargo cars, which makes absolutely no sense unless he knew exactly what was inside and was ordered to capture it intact. A random Russian thug having access to classified South Korean military prototype gear is already a massive red flag. And the fact that the Seal Master showed up right on schedule to target Seiyun proves there is an inside leak. Chansok decides he is done playing nice, flaring his dark purple paradox flame right next to the mech's chest piece. He designates the concept of the armor's durability as fuel, watching the black fire eat through the metal. Nikolai's warnings go haywire as his heavy plating starts to peel away like wet cardboard. He screams in panic, realizing his multi-billion won defense system is completely failing him. Chansok takes his classic stance, the blue mana trails beginning to swirl around his spearhead. He executes blue trajectory, locking the spatial coordinates and unleashing the 16-hit chain. Nikolai tries to block, but the sheer kinetic velocity is too fast for his suit's manual gears to track. The entire front plate of the mechanical armor cracks down the center. Nikolai tries to negotiate, offering to help break Seiyun's seal if Chansok stops the assault. But the black flame has already finished its work on his mechanical core. The suit splits cleanly down the middle, throwing the warlord face first into a snowdrift. Chansok stands over the wreckage, letting out a quiet, tired sigh. He dryly notes that he doesn't need any help dealing with the seal, because a familiar cold step lands right next to the railway line. The surrounding bandits freeze, realization slowly dawning on them that they are completely cooked. Lee Seiyun is standing there, her massive greatsword fully restored, looking absolutely murderous. The bandit army is dismantled in about 3 minutes, leaving the snowfield quiet once again. The regular soldiers look over the side of the carriages, utterly stunned by the sudden cleanup. Seiyun walks up to Chansok with her usual elegant smile, tossing him a small pink-wrapped candy as a reward. Chansok casually unwraps it, completely ignoring the intense stares from the rest of the squad. He asks if she managed to secure the Seal Master, but she admits the robed kid ran off the second the barrier broke. The other Janabi hunters are staring at Chansok like he just committed a major federal crime. They frantically ask him why on earth he would casually eat that. They look like they are about to have a collective panic attack over a piece of hard candy. Seiyun tells them they are overreacting, though she looks highly amused by their distress. Apparently, her custom candies are treated like legendary collector items among high-tier hunters. Chansok couldn't care less about hunter-collector culture, but something else catches his attention. He watches the South Korean military personnel quickly loading Nikolai's broken mech suit onto their transport. The speed they are moving to secure that specific armor is incredibly suspicious. That technology was officially classified and scrapped by the government years ago. For a rogue Siberian bandit to be running around in it means a high-ranking military official is dirty. He looks at the soldiers, realizing the call is coming from inside the house. If the military is compromised, the rest of this journey across Siberia is going to be incredibly annoying. Meanwhile, far away in the misty mountains of Korea stands the main temple of the heirs of Dangun. A tired, limping step approaches the temple courtyard. Lee Hyun is leaning against a stone pillar, completely pale from draining his entire mana reserve on the seal. A massive, cloaked figure steps out of the main hall to greet him. Hyun apologizes for failing the mission, but the archer captain calmly dismisses it as a minor setback. He tells him to focus on recovering his energy, adding that they still have plenty of cards left to play. The captain steps into a sleek, modern elevator hidden inside the ancient temple walls, heading down. His single red eye glows in the dark as he remembers Chansok's strange purple flame. The elevator dings as it reaches floor B3, deep beneath the mountain. He steps into a high-tech lab filled with glowing monitors and server racks. Sitting at the main desk, covered in snack crumbs, is their lead researcher, Dr. Seo Gyun-woo. The captain asks for an update on their main project. The doctor, typing on his keyboard, notes that they are making progress, but the budget requirements are massive. The captain tells him not to worry about the funds, smiling coldly as he notes that the Siberian route is very long. And back on the train, Chan-sok is looking out the window, fully aware that the real fight hasn't even started. The armored train continues to barrel through the deep, endless snow of the Siberian wilderness. Inside the command carriage, the atmosphere is incredibly heavy as the officers look over the casualty report. They lost 5 hunters in the initial ambush, and they won't reach a proper medical facility until Poland. Seyun asks who is currently running the Hunter Guild system in Warsaw. The commander explains that the territory is controlled by an independent guild called Esprit. He expresses doubt that the local Polish warlords will cooperate with a foreign military transport. But Seyun just smiles, noting that they will have to comply if they ever want her help in the future. And cut to Warsaw, Poland, where the high-rise headquarters of Esprit stands tall against the gray sky. A loud, angry stomp echoes down the main corridor of the executive floor. Robert Digny, a partner hunter of Esprit, is absolutely screaming at his staff. He is furious that Janabi LLC, which he keeps calling Monkey LLC, is trying to order them around. His second-in-command points out that Seyun has personally cleared multiple Grade 1 erosion cores, but Robert slams the doors open, shouting that she is just another hunter working for corporate commissions. He stops dead in his tracks as he realizes the entire main hall is packed with his own guild members. The entire staff is gathered there, staring at him with cold, defiant expressions. The lead female hunter tells him that if he refuses the request, she is prepared to quit the guild immediately. Robert is completely dumbfounded by the sudden mutiny in his own office. He tries to argue that Seyun is just a normal human being like the rest of them, but his hunters remind him that Seyun's foundation paid for their family's surgeries and saved them from dying in the rifts. His advisor whispers that if this many elites quit at once, the company will go completely bankrupt by Tuesday. Robert is forced to swallow his pride, swearing under his breath as he realizes the sheer scale of her global influence. Back on the train, the candy lady is quietly staring out the frost-covered window. She is deeply concerned about the injured hunters in the back carriages. She can only hope they don't hit any more delays before they clear the Siberian border. But the universe immediately decides to test her patience as the train's alarm sirens flare up again. A massive gelatinous blue mass is spotted sliding down the snowy mountain slope right next to the tracks. The operator screams into the intercom that a giant slime entity is actively pursuing the train. The hunters are throwing on their gear, panic rising as they scramble toward the roof hatches. Seun draws her greatsword, her expression turning incredibly serious. Chan-sok casually walks up behind her, asking why everyone is losing their minds over a basic slime. She explains that this is a Grade 1 cryogenic beast from the Bratsk erosion zone, commonly known as the refrigerator. Our guy notes that Bratsk is over 600 kilometers away, meaning the erosion zone must have expanded significantly. Dealing with a Grade 1 hazard on a moving train in the middle of a blizzard is an absolute disaster scenario. The hunters line up on the roof, watching the massive blue jelly close the distance. Seyun warns them that its body temperature is on par with liquid nitrogen. One touch will freeze their gear until it shatters. An archer draws his bow, lining up a high-density magic arrow shot. He releases, sending a volley of glowing projectiles straight into the creature's core. The arrows hit the gelatinous mass, but simply bounce off, dissolving harmlessly into the blue jelly. The beast has a native magic resistance that is way too dense for standard hunter spells to bypass. Chan-sok watches from the back, realizing their current attack plans are completely useless. The archers are panicking, shouting that they have absolutely no way to damage the core. If the slime reaches the train's engine, the entire mission is officially a failure. The regular soldiers are already preparing to meet their makers. But Chan-sok just walks up to the front row, looking incredibly bored. He taps the lead archer on the shoulder, asking if he can borrow his spare bow for a second. The archer tries to explain the complex trajectory formulas, but Chansok just shrugs and says he'll wing it. Seyun watches in silence, wondering what the weird rookie is planning to do with a standard wooden bow. Chansok draws the string, flaring his paradox flame right onto the arrowhead. If physical attacks are failing because of magic resistance, the solution is incredibly simple. He fires, the dark purple projectile cutting through the freezing wind. The arrow hits the slime, and the black flame instantly eats away the concept of its magic resistance. The protective blue barrier around the beast's core flares up once and then vanishes completely. The archers are staring in absolute disbelief as the beast's defensive stats are wiped out in a single shot. Chansok dryly notes that it would have been easier to just burn the whole field, but his weak body couldn't handle the backlash. He tosses the bow back to the stunned archer, telling him to clean up the rest of the target. Seyun is staring at him, recalling how he handled the general on Tsushima, realizing his trait is literally conceptual erasure. She leaps forward, her greatsword humming with raw kinetic mana as she decides to make her move. She swings, slicing through the first wave of smaller slimes with ease. The blue jelly explodes into frozen dust under her massive physical strikes. But suddenly, a shadow falls over the lead carriage as the largest slime segment leaps high into the air. It is coming down directly over the train, aiming to crush the entire locomotive under its cryogenic weight. Seyun realizes she can't block this because her sword will freeze solid and shatter before the impact is absorbed, and right on cue, Chansok reaches for the short golden hilt tucked into his belt. Normally, taking down a grade 1 beast with a tiny utility knife would look like a complete joke, but he channels his mana, and the golden spear extends instantly to its full, legendary length. He leaps straight toward the falling giant, his body silhouetted against the stormy sky. He swings his spear in a massive blue arc, completely vaporizing the creature's core into a shower of harmless snow. He lands cleanly on the roof as the frozen debris falls quietly around them. Seyun watches him with a warm, genuine smile, fully convinced that her rookie is the most interesting thing on this train. Sangha is looking at him with absolute reverence, realizing she still has a million things to learn from her master. The regular soldiers are just glad they don't have to write their wills today, letting the cold slush melt on their helmets. Chansok sheathes his weapon, casually reaching into his pocket for the candy Seyun gave him earlier. He pops it into his mouth, smiling as he notes that he always prefers the cola-flavored ones. The massive armored train slowly grinds to a halt, finally pulling into Warsaw Central Station after surviving a literal gauntlet of cryogenic slimes. They are scheduled to stop in Poland for 3 days to drop off relief supplies and treat the wounded. Seyun is reviewing the logistics with her lead commander, asking if any of the other European warlords have responded to their requests. But the officer just shakes his head. The local factions are completely ignoring their messages, which is a massive red flag. Our guy steps off the train onto the platform of Warsaw Station, expecting to see a somewhat decent European city since Poland was supposedly one of the better-off nations. Instead, he is greeted by an absolute post-apocalyptic dumpster fire. The station is packed with frozen debris, people huddling in the corners, and zero traces of active plant life. He notes that Seyun and the veteran hunters don't even blink at the sight, proving this horror show is just a regular Tuesday for them. Suddenly, a voice breaks through the cold, calling Chansok by name. It is Warrant Officer Józef Polański of the local Mazurka faction, and he speaks surprisingly fluent Korean. He politely offers to show Chansok to his assigned quarters in the city. Józef leads him to a sleek, black luxury limousine waiting right outside the ruined station. Chansok slides into the leather seats, noting the massive contrast between the starving people outside and this luxury ride. Józef doesn't waste any time, pitching a long-term contract for Chansok to leave Korea and work permanently in Poland. He pours a glass of expensive champagne, promising that while their infrastructure is bad, they can offer him real power. Chansok looks out the window at the corpses scattered in the snow, dryly analyzing what the officer means by power. Józef explains, with a completely straight face, that back in Korea, hunters are heavily restricted by public relations and government laws. But here in Poland, he can beat people to death out of pure boredom, and the military will look the other way. Our guy just stares at him, internally wondering if the local laws allow him to punch this guy in the face right now. The limousine drops him off at his assigned lodging as the sun begins to set over the ruined Warsaw skyline. Chansok steps into the room, realizing they assigned the rookie to a cheap, depressing motel room that smells of damp carpet. At least the bathroom has a functioning shower, which is a rare luxury in a city with rusted pipes. And on the table are a few cups of cheap instant ramen imported directly from Korea. Before he can even boil the water, there is a soft knock on his door. He opens it to find Amethyst standing there, looking incredibly tired with her hair in braids. She looks like she has a very awkward request to make. It turns out her assigned quarters only have rusty communal cold water, so she politely asks if she can borrow his shower for a quick wash. Chansok sits on the sofa, listening to the running water, completely unbothered by the situation. But he has a few major questions about the bizarre logistics of this entire continent. When Amethyst steps out of the bathroom, he points to the instant ramen, asking why all their provisions are Korean. She dries her hair, letting out a quiet sigh before explaining the grim reality. It is all because of the Korean government's massive trade monopoly. Korea forces every other country to export their raw materials, fossil fuels, and food directly to them first. The Korean citizens consume the highest quality goods, and they only export the stale, low-grade leftovers back to the rest of the world. Chansok is stunned, asking why any country would ever agree to such an absurd deal. Amethyst explains that without Korean hunters protecting their mines and farms, these countries would be wiped out by rifts, so they have no choice but to starve on stale sprouted potatoes just to keep the hunters on their payroll. Chansok looks at the door, suddenly realizing what the actual cargo on their train is. Amethyst slides her glasses back on, revealing that the relief supplies they are transporting are officially called reprocessed blended powder No. 65. It is literally discarded food waste dried at high temperatures and pulverized into a gray powder. The 65 means it is 65% recycled garbage. Chanseok is silent, his golden eyes cold as the realization hits him. Amethyst notes that Korea has the resources to send actual grain, so she doesn't understand why they are transporting trash. But Chansok explains the brutal truth to her. If they sent real valuable food, it would never reach the starving civilians. The local warlords would just intercept the cargo, sell it on the black market, and use the cash to buy more weapons. The world has become a giant, corrupted playground for armed thugs and corporate syndicates. He remembers Seyoon warning him that he would realize some harsh truths once they left Korea. This world is actually significantly more rotten than the fantasy otherworld he spent 20 years fighting in. He crushes the empty snack bag in his hand, his expression turning incredibly dark. He decides he is completely done playing the passive defense game. He stands up, walking right over to Amethyst, and asks her a very direct question. He wants to know the exact coordinates of the closest warlord faction that refused to cooperate with their train. And just like that, we cut to Hamburg, Germany, 3 hours later. The local Kaiser faction headquarters is in absolute chaos. Chanseok is running absolute circles around their elite guards, dismantling their entire defense line in seconds. The leader of the faction, Daniel Lewis, screams at him to halt, threatening to file an international complaint. But Chansok doesn't care about bureaucratic red tape. He grabs a guard by the collar, looking directly at the terrified commander. He tells him that if he wants to survive this negotiation, he better start talking. To understand how our guy ended up soloing a German military base, we have to flash back 3 hours ago to the Warsaw Royal Castle. A pair of heavy boots walks down the polished marble corridors of the command center. Chansok slides the heavy doors open, casually greeting Seyoon. She is buried under a mountain of supply manifests, looking thoroughly exhausted. She tells him to keep it brief since she has a million things to sign before the train departs. Chansok drops the bomb immediately, revealing that the Donggun faction is actively trying to capture the erosion sources. Seyoon freezes, her sharp eyes narrowing as she asks why he is only telling her this critical detail now. Chansok just stares back, looking completely unbothered by her glare. He notes that those eco-nationalists are simply too weird for him to ignore anymore. Seyoon sighs, admitting she is glad he finally made the right choice to share the information. Suddenly, her communication earpiece beeps, announcing that Han Sang-ah has arrived at the office. Seyoon points out that Sang-ah accompanied him on the Tsushima mission, and she likely has the exact same concerns about the state of this continent. Sang-ah steps into the room, looking deeply shaken by the starving civilians she saw at Warsaw Station. She asks if the Korean government is truly unaware of the horrific state of other nations. Seyoon delivers the cold truth. They know, but their only priority is protecting their own borders and completing this delivery. They have zero backup, and trying to act like heroes will only get their entire squad killed. Chanseok raises his hand, interrupting the heavy conversation. He announces that he is going to head over to Germany to handle the uncooperative warlords himself. Seyun is deeply skeptical, asking what his definition of negotiation actually looks like. She points out that because of her high global rank, she has to follow strict diplomatic protocols to preserve her guild's image. But Chansok is just a freelance rookie on paper, meaning he can hold the whip without any political consequences. Seyun realizes his plan is completely unhinged, but they are running out of time before the winter storms hit. She asks if he will be fine on his own, and Chansok promises to have it settled before the Warsaw relief is finished. Sangha offers to join him, but Chansok tells her to stay behind and focus on the Meridian training he gave her. He slides the door shut, requesting a military transport helicopter to take him to Germany. He leaves her with a small grin, telling her he will see her at the next stop. And back in the present, a massive explosion of kinetic force rocks the Hamburg base. The German warlords initially thought Chansok's mana levels were completely average, believing they could easily overwhelm a single Korean hunter with superior numbers and heavy firearms. It was a perfectly logical assumption if they were dealing with a standard, core-limited hunter. But Chansok is running an infinite stamina engine with his Paradox Flame. He stands in the middle of their smoking crater, asking them if they want to talk or keep dying. Daniel Lewis is sweating profusely, utterly unable to comprehend how a rookie is still moving after draining so much mana. He screams at his elite guards to open fire with everything they have. The soldiers raise their rifles, but before they can even pull the triggers, Chansok vanishes into thin air. The air splits as he reappears directly behind the warlord, locking his arm around Daniel's throat before anyone can register his movement. Daniel gasps for air, growling that attacking a national warlord will trigger massive geopolitical consequences. Chansok's golden eyes narrow, looking incredibly cold. He leans in close, whispering that he couldn't care less about their politics. Daniel realizes the kid is entirely serious, quickly calling for his men to lower their weapons so they can talk. They move to the main command tent, where Chansok is served a dark, bubbly drink. He takes a sip and immediately spits it back out, demanding to know what this garbage is. Daniel explains that it is a cheap synthetic substitute. They only drink it because the color matches and real sugar is impossible to find. He notes that he hasn't tasted a real imported cold cola in over 5 years. He gestures to the drafty tent, admitting that the state of Germany is far worse than Poland. Their base was built at the start of the rifts, but as the years passed, their resources completely dried up. The once great military outpost is now just a crumbling, pathetic eyesore. Chansok sets the cup down, asking why they are actively blocking the train's passage if things are this dire. Daniel's expression turns deadly serious as he drops the name Ristorante. It is one of the Great 8 permanent erosion zones based in Naples, Italy, and its influence is actively devouring Europe. Germany is fighting a desperate, losing war against the spreading Italian rifts every single second. They need that prototype shield generator far more than the UK does just to survive the winter. But Chansok points out that the generator is still in its experimental phase and needs stable data collection. If they steal it now, it won't work, and they will just lose it to the rifts anyway. Daniel sneers, asking why a pampered Korean hunter is acting so high and mighty. Chansok doesn't answer verbally. He just grabs his glass and crushes the heavy crystal with his bare, reinforced fist. The shards fall to the table mixed with a few drops of his own blood, showing his absolute terrifying resolve. He looks at the stunned commander, asking what kind of cooperation they are going to offer. Daniel asks if Seyun sent him to pull this crazy stunt, but Chansok admits he just got tired of how slow the politicians were moving. Realizing he is dealing with a complete loose cannon, Daniel agrees to contact Seyun to draft a formal contract. He tells the kid to leave, but Chansok casually pulls up a chair, announcing he is staying right here. Daniel is furious, asking if he expects to occupy his command tent for free. Chansok reaches into his tattered pocket, tossing a small object onto the table. It is the rare orange and black cola-flavored candy he secured from the cryogenic slime core. Daniel stares at the legendary drop, completely speechless as the kid treats a priceless artifact like a cheap lodging fee. Chansok looks back at the memories of his apprentice asking about his ultimate plans. He remembers how tired he was of the endless, hypocritical wars in the otherworld. And looking at the absolute decay of Europe, he realizes what his path must be. He isn't going to let some corrupted politicians or eco-nationalists run this world into the ground. He looks over his shoulder at the stunned German warlord, a confident grin appearing on his face. He tells Daniel to keep the candy, promising that in a few years he will make sure the man can drink a real ice-cold cola again. Meanwhile, back at the Warsaw Royal Castle Square, the scene is an absolute nightmare. Civilians are lining up in the freezing cold, desperately waiting for their turn at the soup kitchen. The server scoops out a ladle of the relief soup, and calling this stuff food is a massive stretch. A middle-aged civilian stares down at his bowl, looking completely miserable. He loses his temper, shouting that the soup is basically just dirty, warm water with a few pieces of sprouted starch floating in it. The armed guards step in immediately, their faces completely covered by tactical helmets as they authorize the use of force. The man calls them thugs, but before he can even finish his sentence, the soldier raises a shotgun. The blast echoes across the square. The crowd screams in horror as the man collapses into the snow, smoking from the impact. The guard casually ejects the spent shell, explaining to the panicked crowd that those were just non-lethal salt slugs. He tells them that because supplies are short, everyone has to settle for micro portions, and anyone else who tries to start a riot is getting the exact same treatment. The crowd backs off, realizing that while the soldiers won't kill them, they have zero issue making their lives significantly more painful. People are literally clawing over each other for a cup of pulverized trash soup, showing just how broken the system outside of Korea really is. Inside Warsaw Castle, the phones are ringing off the hook in the administrative office. Seiyun is reviewing the reports, noting that they've already caught over 20 cases of forged ration cards this morning alone. Suddenly, an officer bursts through the door, announcing they have an incoming transmission from the Kaiser warlords in Germany. Seiyun picks up the receiver, her expression instantly shifting into a victorious smile as she realizes Chansok actually pulled off the negotiation. The operator on the other end confirms that the German faction has agreed to fully cooperate with Janabi's request, and just like that, the Eurasian Express officially rolls into the ruined station of Hamburg, Germany. Daniel Lewis welcomes Seiyun at the platform, admitting that the freelance rookie she sent was one of the most reckless individuals he has ever met. Seiyun smiles elegantly, thanking him for his cooperation, while internally laughing at how terrified the local warlord looks. High above the platform, sitting casually on a structural steel beam, is our guy, looking completely bored as he tosses a small stone in his hand. Suddenly, Han Sang-ah floats up to his level, asking him what he is doing all the way up on the ceiling. He tells her he is just scouting the perimeter, and she notes that Seiyun is looking for him to finalize the security detail. But before Chansok can climb down, his combat instincts flare up as he registers a highly unusual mana signature nearby. He looks out over the rooftops of Hamburg, spotting a figure standing on the high clock tower. A sudden flash of light reflects off the target's weapon, confirming someone is actively watching them. The target realizes they've been spotted and immediately vanishes from the tower. Sang-ah asks him where he is going, but Chansok is already leaping off the beam, pursuing the intruder across the roofs. He lands on a high concrete ledge, his eyes scanning the surrounding area. He notes that the target was definitely standing right here just a second ago. The intruder used some high-tier stealth mana to mask their physical presence, but they left behind an incredibly faint trail of energy. Chan-seok focuses his golden eyes, tracking the swirling blue tracks left in the air. The energy trail winds around the high spires of the station roof. He looks straight up, realizing the target is currently hiding on the very ceiling of the main archway. He leaps, preparing to strike, but a sudden, high-speed spatial slash tears through the air, forcing him to block with his spear. Chansok parries the blow, noting that using a physical blade to tear through space is a pretty rare skill. The target adjusts his traditional hat, admitting he didn't expect a rookie to track his coordinates so quickly. This is Sok Jo-hyum of the Heirs of Dangun, looking like he got lost on his way to a historical K-drama set. Chansok casually swings his spear over his shoulders, mocking his traditional hanbok and cane sword. Jo-hyum looks highly offended, pointing out that his weapon is a refined changpajam. He draws the blade, sending a massive shockwave of blue spatial energy directly toward Chansok. The impact shatters the concrete spires of the roof as Chansok leaps back to avoid the blast. Jo-hyum closes the distance instantly, his sword moving in a series of lightning-fast drawing slashes. Chansok parries, the shock traveling all the way up his arm as the steel clashing rings out. He lands on a sloping tiled roof, sliding back a few feet to stabilize his stance. Jo-hyum is internally panicking, realizing that every single one of his spatial slashes is being casually dodged or parried. Chansok tells him he is going to have to try a lot harder if he wants to play with the big boys. But as he swings his spear to counter, he notices something highly unusual about the physical feedback of his strike. His spearhead passes directly through Jo-hyum's leg, leaving a trail of dark purple static in the air. He swings again, aiming straight for the chest, but the weapon passes through the man's physical body like he is a hollow hologram. Jo-hyum smiles arrogantly, completely unbothered by the legendary spear passing through his heart. Suddenly, his physical form splits into two identical clones, trapping Chansok between them. He boasts that a normal hunter will never be able to lay a single finger on his spatial body. He steps forward, his boots clicking against the tiles as his speed suddenly triples. Chanseok parries a double slash, the sheer kinetic pressure graze-cutting his cheek. The clones merge and split in a blur of black cloth and steel, throwing up a flurry of spatial cuts. Chanseok slides his hand down his spear, wiping a small trickle of blood from his face as he analyzes the mechanics. He figures out that the man uses active cloning, and the moment those clones merge back into a single body, his physical output spikes. Jo Hyum points his sword at him, claiming that Chanseok is completely helpless against his technique. Our guy just smiles. He is wrong. The two fighters face off on the empty, snow-covered rooftop. Chanseok notes that the sudden speed boost is definitely the man's innate ability. The real issue is that annoying phasing technique that allows physical attacks to pass through him. He realized that because the guy has probably never been countered before, he has become incredibly lazy with his defense. He notes that out of all the people on this continent, the Dangun member had the absolute worst luck of running into him. Because back in his 20-year war in the other world, Chanseok spent half his career dealing with spectral beasts that used the exact same trick. His knight comrades used to scream in frustration, complaining that their swords were just passing through the monsters. They thought the beasts were completely intangible, but Chanseok explained that they were simply using their mana core to temporarily displace their physical coordinates to another space at the exact microsecond of the strike. His teammates asked how they were supposed to counter something that moves at the speed of thought, and Chanseok explained that since the phasing activates reactively, matching the speed of the incoming sword, you just need to make a sudden, deliberate pause in the middle of your swing. By throwing off their expected timing by a single frame, you recalibrate your strike to hit the exact millisecond their physical body returns to real space. Back in the present, Jo Hyum charges, screaming that he is going to end Chanseok's life with this next attack. But Chanseok swings, executing that exact micro-delay in his trajectory. The spearhead hits with a loud crack, shattering Jo Hyum's defense and forcing him to his knees as his hat falls into the snow. The Dangun member is staring in absolute shock, utterly unable to comprehend how a rookie bypassed his invincible technique. Chanseok raises his spear for the execution, his golden eyes cold and focused. But before he can drive the spearhead down, a massive, deafening explosion rocks the northern outskirts of Hamburg. The shockwave throws up a column of fire that lights up the entire horizon. Jo Hyum lets out a ragged laugh, muttering that his faction's luck has finally turned. Suddenly, Chanseok's earpiece crackles to life with Songa's voice screaming for him to return immediately. She announces that a chemical weapon, a sarin gas bomb, has just been dropped on the outskirts of the city. Sarin gas is a highly lethal neurotoxin that paralyzes the nervous system in microscopic amounts, and once it spreads, the entire zone becomes a literal graveyard. Chanseok's face goes completely flat as he confirms the report. He turns his back on the wounded Dangun member, running back toward the station. He realizes something is highly suspicious. If they wanted to destroy the train, why didn't they drop the bomb directly on the station? Song-ah explains that the military calculated the wind speed, estimating the gas cloud will contaminate the entire station and their relief supplies in 15 minutes. Which means the train is scheduled to depart for the Netherlands in exactly 5 minutes to avoid contamination. Chanseok asks if there are any other enemies, and she reveals that a single highly powerful intruder is currently blocking their exit, and our guy connects the dots instantly. The enemy dropped the chemical weapon far away to force the train to leave early, deliberately separating their strongest defender, Lee Se-eun, from the cargo. He asks who she is fighting, and Song-ah confirms it is the spatial archer they encountered back on Tsushima Island. Chanseok's eyes narrow as he realizes the Dangun faction is playing a highly calculated game of chess. In the ruined outskirts of the station, the clashing is absolutely insane. Se-eun is breathing heavily, her face covered in sweat as she parries another high-density spatial arrow. She swings her colossal greatsword, shattering the concrete tracks to deflect the explosive shockwaves. The archer captain stands on the high gantry, casually drawing another cyan mana arrow. He releases, the arrow splitting space and creating a massive kinetic explosion that tears the platform to pieces. Se-eun glares up at him, realizing this guy's raw output is on a completely different level compared to the other Dangun members. Another volley of high-speed light trails rains down from the sky. She is forced to stay on the defensive, unable to close the distance as the spatial arrows lock her down. Meanwhile, back at the main platform, the regular hunters are frantically shouting that the relief supplies are fully loaded. The officer screams into his radio, ordering everyone to get on board immediately. The support staff are leaping onto the moving carriages as the engine fires up. The train releases a heavy hiss of steam, accelerating down the tracks to escape the approaching gas cloud. The commander confirms that all personnel are on board and orders the train to hit maximum speed. The Eurasian Express speeds away from Hamburg, leaving the burning station behind. Inside the passenger carriage, the hunters are staring out the windows with pale faces. The distant explosions of Seiyun's battle are still visible through the thick snow. They are whispering in panic, realizing their rank 10 protector has been left behind in an active chemical zone. They are openly admitting that if Seiyun is getting pushed back, the rest of them are completely cooked. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Suddenly, a metallic clicking sound echoes from the ceiling hatch. The hatch slides open and Chansok drops down, hanging completely upside down from the ceiling like a very annoyed spider. He sighs, complaining that his back is killing him from having to sprint 3 miles just to catch up with a moving train. The hunters are staring at him in shock, but Chansok tells them to stop looking like they are at a funeral. He warns them that now that the enemy has separated Seiyun, they are going to assault this train very soon. He climbs down, telling them to grab their weapons and prepare for a direct breach. And right on cue, the lead hunter's earpiece static flares up with an emergency signal. Back in Hamburg, Seiyun stands in the middle of the smoking ruins, her greatsword planted in the dirt. She glares at the cloaked archer, admitting his combat skills are incredibly refined. The archer captain laughs, his red eye glowing under his hood as he mocks her for trying to play the hero. Seiyun smiles confidently, telling him she has no intention of letting his plan succeed. But the captain just chuckles, stating that the exact millisecond they separated her from that cargo, their victory was already decided. And as the train barrels through the snowy German countryside, the heavy steel doors of the main cargo carriage slowly slide open from the inside. Standing in the doorway, looking incredibly smug next to Lee Ha-yoon, is Seo Yeonju, welcoming them to their own execution. The radio static crackles in his ear with the kind of urgent, high-stakes military panic that our guy usually ignores. A suspicious group has been spotted waiting on the bridge right ahead, and by suspicious they mean a lineup of masked individuals wearing traditional red masks, standing on the tracks like they are waiting for a bus. Before anyone can even pull a weapon, the order to prepare for battle goes out, and a young woman with a massive wooden instrument strapped to her back leaps straight down toward the moving train. This is Seo Yeonju, the calamity coordinator for the heirs of Dangun, and she is about to make this train ride significantly louder. She introduces herself to Chansok with a calm, polite smile that absolutely screams, "I have a highly specific, annoying power system, and I am about to make it your problem." Chansok just stares at her, his expression completely blank, wondering if this group has a rule against just using normal weapons. She explains very casually that while her superiors specifically ordered her to capture him alive, she is not exactly the type of person who is good at taking prisoners. And since the elders of her faction are not here to watch her anyway, if she accidentally ends his life right here, she is completely fine with that. She reaches back and unstraps her massive traditional zither. Chanseok takes one look at the instrument and is immediately unimpressed. A traditional Gaiageum on a moving armored train is definitely a choice. She does not waste any time, sliding her fingers across the strings as she runs forward. Our guy does not even draw his spear yet. He is just tracking her movements, waiting to see what kind of gimmick she is running. Her fingers pluck a single thick string, and the air around her instantly distorts, releasing a massive circular acoustic shockwave that tears up the metal roof of the carriage. Chansok raises his arm to block the physical impact, instantly analyzing the attack. It is a straight sound wave projection, which is annoying, but if this is her entire combat kit, it is going to be a very short fight. But of course, this is a coordinated raid, so she is not alone. A curved, heavy ritual blade lined with copper bells suddenly slices through the air behind him. Lee Ha-yoon steps into the light with a squinty-eyed, polite smile, chanting a traditional ritual phrase about copper bells and iron pillars. He starts performing a wild, rhythmic, shamanic dance, shaking his copper bell branch as the green and red spiritual energy around him flares. The spiritual runes swirl into the air, vibrating at the exact same frequency as Yeonju's acoustic instrument. The combined kinetic force strikes the train, creating a physical sound barrier that slams down on Chanseok's position like a solid hammer. Yeonju keeps plucking the strings, her fingers moving in a blur as she coordinates her rhythm with the spiritual buff. Chansok realizes immediately that the squinty-eyed guy's bizarre shamanic dance is actually a highly concentrated area of effect buff skill. It is amplifying the frequency of the sound waves, turning a simple acoustic vibration into a physical, bone-shattering shockwave that travels all the way down the train. Further down the carriages, Han Sang-ah is forced to cover her ears as the high-frequency vibration rattles her teeth, realizing that if she can hear it from here, Chan-sok is currently standing at ground zero. At the epicenter of the blast, our guy is actually bleeding from the mouth, his ears ringing as the concentrated sound waves bypass his physical armor entirely. His cloak is shredded, and the intense internal vibration is starting to tear at his biological pathways, forcing him to hold his ear as he tries to stabilize his internal mana. Yeonju mocks him, laughing as she tells him that his defensive options are completely garbage because nobody can ever block out sound. Chan-sok wiped the blood from his lip, his eyes going cold. She is technically right, you cannot physically block sound. But our guy does not play by physical rules. He flares his hand, and the dark purple and black sparks of the paradox flame ignite, ready to burn a very specific abstract concept out of existence. Yeonju's smile instantly vanishes as she senses the terrifying, world-ending mana signature of his flame, realizing she needs to warn Ha-yoon to prepare their absolute defense. But before she can even open her mouth to yell, her face goes completely pale with sheer confusion. She is screaming at the top of her lungs, but her thoughts are the only things she can hear. Not a single sound is coming out of her throat. Chan-sok's golden eyes lock onto her, his expression deadpan. He asks her how she likes a silent battlefield. By designating the concept of medium or sound waves as fuel, the paradox flame has officially erased sound from this entire sector of space. Yeonju looks around in panic, realizing she cannot even hear her own footsteps, trying to figure out where Chan-sok vanished to in the absolute silence. She tries to calm herself down, thinking that it is still a 2-against-1 fight, and even if he pulls off a surprise attack, Ha-yoon can easily counter him. But when she looks back, her heart completely drops. Lee Ha-yoon is standing there, bleeding heavily from his nose and eyes, looking absolutely terrified. And that is when she feels a cold, heavy presence manifesting directly behind her shoulder, realizing too late that she was the one being ambushed the entire time. A silent, high-speed strike tears through the space where she was standing. Ha-yoon's internal monologue reveals their original plan. To capture this absolute monster alive, they had already accepted the fact that one of them would likely have to die to create an opening. But seeing her about to be sliced in half, he cannot let it happen. He screams silently in his mind, desperately forcing his mana to activate. A massive, glowing pink geometric talisman barrier manifests directly between Chan-sok's spear and Yeonju, stopping the execution strike cold. Yeonju looks back at Ha-yoon, who is coughing up a massive amount of blood from the intense strain of forcing his mana pathways to open. Chan-sok looks at the geometric pink shield, then looks down at the bleeding schemer who is keeping it active. He asks him, very calmly, if Lee Ha-yoon is his actual name. Ha-yoon does not answer, his entire body trembling as he strains to maintain the glowing runes of his sealing barrier. Yeonju, barely holding onto her instrument, tells him he was not supposed to use the high-tier seal before they had actually weakened him. Ha-yoon tells her he had absolutely no other choice, gritting his teeth as he claims he finally has the monster trapped. He recalls that this exact same sealing barrier was strong enough to completely isolate and suppress the mana core of Lee Se-en, so it should be more than enough to lock down a single rookie. He decides that since they have him trapped, they need to quickly secure the prototype shield generator and escape. But then, a dark, glowing-eyed silhouette of Chan-sok begins to flicker within the barrier. Ha-yoon's heart stops. The barrier is vibrating violently, cracking under a level of raw, unpolished physical pressure that should not even exist. He yells at Yeonju to grab the generator and run immediately. With a single, effortless stomp of Chan-sok's foot, the entire pink geometric structure shatters into tiny, useless fragments, the backlash throwing Ha-yoon onto his back as blood sprays from his mouth. He is completely broken, staring at the ceiling as he wonders how a human being could possibly shatter a high-grade sealing talisman with raw physical force. Chan-sok steps through the dust, looking down at them like an annoyed landlord who just found tenants trying to move out without paying rent, asking them who gave them permission to leave. Ha-yoon realizes with absolute terror that Chan-sok's power has completely bypassed their wildest calculations, and surviving is now their only priority. He screams at Yeonju to run, swinging his heavy ritual blade in a desperate attempt to buy her even a single second. Chan-sok's voice is cold, telling her she can try to run all she wants. He moves past Hayun's swing like it is standing still, his spearhead leaving a clean line of blood across the schemer's chest. He tells them very clearly to leave the prototype shield generator exactly where it is. His golden eyes lock onto Yeonju, his expression completely devoid of mercy, daring her to take another step. Meanwhile, back at the ruined, smoke-filled Hamburg Central Station, the atmosphere is heavy and silent. Lee Se-yoon is leaning against a shattered concrete pillar, her face covered in blood and soot, gasping for breath as she stares at the archer captain. The archer captain calmly lowers his wooden recurve bow, stating that they should call it a day, leaving Se-yoon completely stunned by his sudden retreat. He tells her that his faction is incredibly proud of her, claiming that her status as a global rank 10 star is the ultimate proof of their national superiority. Se-yoon looks at him with pure disgust, asking him if he actually believes in that garbage Hwanguk pseudo-history theory too. Here is what this Hwanguk theory actually is. It is a wild, radical, pseudo-historical belief popular among fringe groups, claiming that a primordial Korean empire ruled over all of Eurasia around 60,000 BC. According to this theory, they had already developed submarines and advanced communication systems before the Ice Age even ended. The heirs of Donggun used this absolute nonsense to recruit desperate, angry hunters to their cause. The archer captain looks at her, his single red eye glowing in the shadow of his hood, and flatly answers no. He points out that you would have to be completely out of your mind to actually believe in a prehistoric submarine empire. Se-yoon is thrown off, gritting her teeth as she asks him why he is leading a cult based on a lie if he knows it is nonsense. He explains very calmly that it does not matter if the theory is real or fake. What matters is that thousands of desperate people want to believe it, and they are willing to die for it. Because of that absolute faith, they will follow him into the dark to build his grand dream. He tells her that true faith does not require a single shred of proof. You just have to believe. He turns his back and walks into the dense, dark fog, leaving her alone in the wreckage. Se-yoon's eyes are wide, her body trembling with a mixture of physical exhaustion and deep psychological dread. She slides down, planting her colossal sword into the cracked concrete to keep herself from collapsing. She sighs, staring up at the gray, ash-covered sky of Hamburg, wondering if they are actually fighting a war they can win. Back on the train tracks, Chan-sok is looking at the bloody trail left behind by Lee Ha-yoon, noting that the squinty-eyed guy was actually desperate enough to cut off his own flesh to escape. He stands on the edge of the carriage, debating whether he should chase them down, when his earpiece static crackles to life with a frantic report. The military personnel inform him that they have completely lost contact with Commander Lee Se-yoon back at the station, and because of her sudden absence, the command chain is broken. Therefore, the provisional command of the entire multi-billion won relief train has officially been transferred to him. Our guy's face immediately twists into an expression of pure, unadulterated annoyance. Before he can even curse his luck, a hidden Donggun assassin leaps from the shadows of the roof, screaming at him to die. A heavy iron katana slices down toward his throat. Chan-sok does not even blink, shifting his weight by a fraction of an inch to let the blade pass through his hair before countering. His feet land smoothly on the metal roof of the accelerating carriage. With a single, devastating punch to the assassin's jaw, he shatters the red mask, sending the attacker flying off the side of the train. As another sword spins through the air from a fallen guard, Chan-sok reaches out his hand, catching it cleanly by the hilt. He grips the leather-wrapped handle, instantly channeling his mana through the steel. In a single, fluid blue trajectory slash, he cuts through the remaining ambushers on the roof, clearing the carriage in less than 3 seconds. The last masked goon tumbles down onto the tracks, completely neutralized. Chan-sok raises his radio, his voice dripping with authority as he orders the conductor to depart the train immediately, utilizing his provisional command. His inner thoughts reveal his reasoning. The Janabi Guild members insisted they should wait to rescue Se-yoon, but stopping the train would let the sarin gas contaminate everything. Considering their future relations with the Guild, leaving her behind might seem like a cold, inefficient choice, but he does not regret it, because what is loaded inside these cargo cars is none other than actual food and medical relief supplies for starving people. He tells himself that Se-yoon is tough enough to make it back on her own. A junior hunter from the guild runs down the corridor in absolute panic, screaming that if Se-yoon does not return, their entire operation is ruined. Chan-sok asks him what the hell is wrong, and the hunter, completely out of breath, gasps out that the commander has actually returned. A rare, genuine smile appears on Chan-sok's face as he tells him he already knew she would make it back. He knows a global rank 10 superstar is not going to get taken out by a single archer in a ruined subway station. We see Se-yoon, battered but walking tall, stepping onto the train. Cut to a quiet hospital room in the UK, where a clear IV drip is slowly feeding fluids into a patient's arm. Seyoon is sitting up in the hospital bed, asking Chansok if he is still sulking because she ordered him to take command and leave her behind. He tells her she did the right thing. Her eyes narrow slightly, analyzing his calm expression, wondering why his absolute priority is always the mission efficiency rather than his own safety. She looks out the window at the setting sun, admitting she has been constantly reviewing her fight with the archer captain in her head. She grits her teeth, confessing that she simply cannot see a path forward to defeat him. She admits that if the archer captain had not deliberately held back at the end of their duel, she probably would not even be alive right now, wondering if this is the absolute limit of her talent. Chansok looks at her and says very flatly that sudden magical epiphanies that make you strong in a flash do not actually exist outside of bad fiction. She looks at him, her expression softening slightly, realizing his cynical realism is strangely comforting. He changes the subject, asking how the distribution of the relief supplies is going, and she confirms it is proceeding smoothly. He pulls a smug, deadpan smile, claiming it is only going smoothly because he handled it in his own unique way, while she just looks at him with an annoyed face. He tells her that once the UK port finishes loading the cargo, the prototype shield generator will be ready to deploy, so she needs to take it back with her. She looks at him, her eyes widening as she asks him if he is actually planning on staying behind in the UK alone. He points out that the heirs of Dongun are not the type of people to give up on a multi-trillion won piece of technology this easily. She asks him if he has a concrete plan, and he explains he is going to stay in the UK to focus on widening his meridian pathways, and on the journey back to Korea, he is going to challenge the permanent Grade 1 Bratsk refrigerator rift that they passed on the tracks. Seyoon is completely shocked. Her inner thoughts are racing, wondering how a human being can make the decision to solo a Grade 1 apocalyptic rift so casually, warning him that even with his strange flame, it is suicidal. Chansok agrees that soloing is tough, which is why he is taking Han Sang-ah with him, pointing at a funny mental image of his completely unmotivated, flat-faced apprentice. Seyoon screams that they are both insane. She looks down at her hands, quiet for a long moment, before stating that she is going to stay in the UK too, so she can help them train. The narrative notes that while Bratsk's refrigerator is technically rated on the weaker side of the legendary Grade 1 rifts, it is still a literal apocalyptic zone. Seyoon looks at him intently, reminding him of his promise to smash every single rift on Earth and save the world. She tells him she hopes that even after he experiences the terrifying cold of a Grade 1 zone, he can keep that absolute will burning bright. Chansok just chuckles, a small, confident smirk appearing on his face. He tells her he has one tiny favor to ask of her. Cut to a massive, luxurious modern mansion surrounded by dense fog in the UK countryside. Han Sang-ah is standing on the lawn, noting that the estate they got in exchange for guarding the shield generator is incredibly spacious, making it perfect for training. Chansok notes it is a bit too far from the city. She explains that the security team wanted them isolated, and since their contract is to deploy only when high-tier threats appear, the location is perfect. She notes that as long as they maintain their hourly radio check-in, the military and the guild will not interfere with their schedule. She hands him a wooden bucket packed with glowing blue elixirs, noting that the premium stock is running incredibly low these days. Chansok's eyes light up as he grins, stating that this is more than enough to get started. Without waiting, he pops the corks of 5 bottles simultaneously. Pop, pop, pop. He chugs all 5 elixirs at once, his face turning into a hilarious caricature as Sang-ah sweat drops, asking him why he has to drink them like a wild animal. He mumbles that they are too bitter to drink one by one. He wipes his mouth, his golden eyes narrowing as he says it is finally time to start her real training. He pulls out a standard carton of eggs. Sang-ah looks at them, completely flat-faced, asking him why they are looking at breakfast. He tells her there is no better tool for mana manipulation than an egg. He holds up a normal egg in his left hand, and in his right hand he begins to channel a highly concentrated, thin thread of blue mana directly into the shell. Sang-ah's jaw literally drops to the floor as she watches him crack both eggs onto plates. She stares at the right plate, her eyes wide with absolute disbelief. The egg white and the yolk of the mana-infused egg are completely mixed inside the unbroken shell, turning into a uniform yellow liquid. She realizes immediately that he used micro-vibrations of mana to scramble the egg internally without cracking the fragile shell, realizing this is the ultimate test of precise energy control. Chansok tells her she still relies too much on raw electric output, so she needs to practice this scrambling technique during her free time. She is confused, asking him where he is going since she wants to start practicing immediately. He tells her that the egg scrambling is just her homework. As for her actual physical training, a massive heavy thud echoes from the entrance as the wooden double doors are slammed open. Lee Se-eun steps into the mansion, wearing her clean black business suit, holding her massive scarlet greatsword, asking if they remember that real training always starts with actual life-or-death combat. Sanga is visibly shaking, pointing at herself in terror as Chon-sok just deadpan watches her prepare to get demolished. Se-eun smiles, telling them to begin. Transition to a dark, cold laboratory filled with the sound of mechanical hums and a creepy voice singing. Strapped to a vertical metal operating table is a blue-haired individual covered in medical tubes, wires, and a heavy mana respirator mask. This is Kim Ji-hyun, the arrogant speedster paralyzed by Chon-sok. Dr. Seo Gin-woo smiles creepily, asking him if he is finally awake, chuckling about how hard it was to smuggle him out of the government hospital. Ji-hun, barely able to move his eyes, wheezes through his mask, asking why he was brought here. Dr. Seo turns his back, working on a glowing blue chemical vial. He tells him very casually that since he is practically a useless half-corpse now, he figured he would get bored staring at a hospital ceiling all day. Ji-hyun's eyes flare with pure, murderous rage, whispering through his respirator if the doctor actually wants to die. Dr. Seo just laughs, spraying a chemical mist, reminding him that he cannot even draw a single breath without his machine, so he should not exert himself. He smiles warmly, telling him that his anger is directed at the completely wrong person anyway. He holds up a glowing syringe, stating that his latest synthetic experiment was a massive success, asking Ji-hyun if he wants a chance to make Yu Chon-sok pay. He grins, asking him if he wants his revenge, as Ji-hyun's eye opens wide with an absolute terrifying hatred. 1 month later, and we are starting our day exactly where we left off, with the most stressful culinary class on the planet. Sang-ah cracks open another egg, only for the yolk to instantly run and splash uselessly against the plate. She sighs, realizing she still cannot control her mana with the same absurd precision that our guy uses so effortlessly. Right on cue, Chon-sok announces that her 5-minute break is officially over and it is time to get back to the actual meat of their training. She does not even complain, grabbing her bandages and wrapping her arm because she knows exactly what is waiting for her outside. Meanwhile, the previous egg is left on the table, a sad reminder of her current skill gap. The backyard of this mansion has basically been converted into a crater zone thanks to their daily 2-on-1 sparring sessions against Lee Se-eun. This training is not just for show, it has 2 highly specific, tactical objectives. First, our guy needs to push his physical limits to get stronger and widen his biological pathways. Second, they need to turn their messy dual combat into a flawless, coordinated machine. Sang-ah is currently flying through the air, gritting her teeth because she has not even touched the ground, and Se-eun is already tracking her trajectory. Se-eun swings her massive greatsword, her eyes sharp as she prepares to end the exchange in a single blow. But Chon-sok has already anticipated the swing, sliding underneath the trajectory with his spear to deflect the leverage. Se-eun's eyes widen as she feels her weapon's alignment slip, realizing her grip on the giant blade has been completely broken. Chon-sok smirks, shouting at Sang-ah to take the opening and land her hit immediately. Sang-ah drops down like a lightning bolt, utilizing her newfound micro-mana control to focus her strike. Se-eun tracks her with a calm, analytical eye, showing exactly why she is ranked 10th globally. A massive shockwave of dust and shattered concrete explodes outward as their elements collide. The dust clears, and Se-eun admits she genuinely did not expect them to successfully disarm her greatsword during that exchange. She smiles, acknowledging that Sang-ah has improved massively over the past month, though she is still going to have to teach her how to actually retain her weapon under pressure. But before they can even start the next round, an emergency radio call crackles to life, transmitting a high-priority distress signal from the Dover Harbor garrison. The operator screams that they are under a massive, coordinated attack by the descendants of Dangun, and a strange black smoke has completely surrounded the shield generator. The transmission cuts out right after requesting immediate high-tier hunter backup. Cut to a high-end black luxury sedan blasting down the English countryside roads at a speed that is definitely violating several traffic laws. Se-eun is clinging to the backseat handle for dear life, screaming about why Sang-ah is the one behind the wheel again, while Sang-ah notes deadpan that she is the only one here with an actual driver's license. Chon-sok is just trying not to vomit in the passenger seat, calmly asking if she can drive even a little bit safer. Suddenly, Chansok's eyes go sharp as he senses a massive, unnatural mana signature directly ahead. A massive, purple-skinned mutant slams directly onto their hood, cracking the windshield with a terrifying, hollow impact. The car screeches wildly across the pavement, spinning out as the impact throws the massive creature onto the asphalt. Sang-ah panics, clutching the wheel as she asks if she just ran over a normal pedestrian. Chansok looks back and calmly tells her no. He notes that whatever she just hit, it is definitely not a human being anymore. The purple figure slowly rises from the pavement, its bones popping and flesh bulging with a grotesque, unnatural volume of artificial mana. The creature speaks in a distorted, raspy voice, saying it has finally found him. Chansok glares at the mutant's face, his eyes narrowing as he recognizes the facial structure underneath the mutations. This purple monster is none other than Kim Ji-hyun, the arrogant speedster who got completely crippled in Incheon. Ji-hyun grins, his purple eyes glowing with pure madness as he tells Chansok he will never truly understand. He stomps his foot, completely shattering the concrete beneath him as his muscles swell to twice their normal size. He screams about just how much of his own humanity he had to give up to get his hands on this level of power to kill a pathetic wretch like Chansok. He launches a massive, explosive kinetic shockwave that completely vaporizes the front of their luxury sedan, throwing debris across the entire highway. Ji-hyun laughs, noting that there is absolutely no way our guy would go down from a simple opening strike like that. Chan Seok slides out of the smoke, landing in a perfect combat crouch with his golden spear already drawn. He is genuinely surprised, wondering how a guy whose muscle strength was completely burned away by the paradox flame is even able to stand up, let alone move at this speed. Realizing this fight is going to take a minute, Chansok decides to split their forces, ordering Sang-ah to run ahead to the harbor while he handles this freak right here. Se-eun climbs out of the wrecked vehicle, noting that this purple mutant seems entirely obsessed with Chansok anyway. She tells him to make sure he finishes this quickly and does not leave any loose ends. Since the car is completely totaled, Sang-ah nods and begins sprinting toward the harbor docks at full speed. Ji-hyun mocks them, claiming it is absolutely hilarious to watch the legendary global rank 10 Lee Se-eun run away with her tail between her legs. He looks back at Chansok, his face twisting with a manic grin as he promises to hunt them all down and rip them to shreds. Chansok just stares at him, completely unbothered, noting that Ji-hyun's current power scale is roughly on the exact same level as that pathetic Incheon Batman guy he soloed back in Chapter 6. Ji-hyun's smile twitches, calling Chansok's casual arrogance a pathetic joke. He shouts that from the very second Chansok ruined his body and left him paralyzed, he has sworn to himself every single day that he would inflict the exact same agonizing pain back onto him tenfold. He leaps forward, his fist moving like a kinetic missile, preparing to tear Chansok limb from limb. Chansok raises his spear, his expression going deadpan as he realizes this fight might actually require him to pay attention. Meanwhile, Sang-ah arrives at the Dover Harbor shipping docks, only to find the entire area silent, wondering if the garrison guards were completely wiped out. She walks between the shipping containers, her ears tracking the faint sound of footsteps on top of the cranes. Suddenly, 3 masked Dangun assassins drop down from the sky, their blades aimed directly at her head. She easily dodges backward, the blades slicing uselessly into the asphalt. The lead assassin laughs, noting that they actually found a wealthy little survivor. He looks down at her from the container, asking if she is that famous little lady daughter of the KY Group conglomerate. The other 2 masked goons draw their katanas, boasting about how much of a hefty ransom her family is going to pay to get her back. Sang-ah just stares at them, her gray eyes completely blank as she analyzes their mana output, wondering if these 3 idiots actually managed to clear the entire harbor by themselves. Then, with her signature zero social nuance personality, she points out that saying little lady daughter is grammatically redundant since daughter already implies her gender. She suggests that calling her the KY Group daughter or even the KY Group bitch would be significantly more linguistically accurate. The 3 masked assassins stop, staring at her in absolute disbelief before bursting into a fit of mocking laughter. The lead goon tells her he thought she was just a stuck-up rich heiress, but she is actually no different from a complete village idiot. Deciding they are bored of talking, the 3 assassins leap forward with their swords drawn, promising to take their time playing with her before they collect their pay. Sang-ah tracks their descent, realizing she has to take down 3 highly trained targets, each possessing twice her active mana capacity. She takes a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart as the blades close the distance. She recalls Chansok's training advice. In a real fight, the sheer volume of your mana pool does not mean crap if you do not have the composure to read the flow of battle. She tells herself to stay calm, planning to hold her ground and utilize her training until her teacher finishes his business and arrives. Flashback to Dr. Seo's subterranean lab. The mad scientist holds up a purple glowing vial, explaining that this drug will boost his physical limits to exactly 7.6 times normal. He explains that it will inject a massive volume of artificial mana directly into his empty shell, meaning he will never have to rely on a pathetic respirator to breathe again. But then he adds, with a creepy wide grin, that there are a few minor side effects. And by minor side effects, he means his bones will constantly shatter, his internal organs will twist, and his eyes will dry out and feel like they are constantly burning. Ji-hyun initially panics, whispering no in absolute terror. Dr. Seo leans in, his glasses reflecting the harsh clinical light, asking if he is seriously afraid of a little pain. He asks him if he would honestly prefer to spend the rest of his miserable life as a paralyzed, useless cripple staring at a hospital ceiling. He tells him this is his only opportunity to pay Yoo Chan-seok back with an even more agonizing, wretched fate than what he suffered. Back to the present fight. Ji-hyun's face is twisted in pure, manic rage, screaming Chan-seok's name as he unleashes a flurry of punches. He shouts that his destiny is not to rot in a hospital room, and the only thing he needs to see before he dies is Chan-seok's miserable corpse lying at his feet. He launches himself forward, his fist creating a physical sound barrier pop as he aims directly for Chan-seok's head. Chan-seok's eyes remain completely still, tracking the fist with absolute, cold composure. Ji-hyun unloads a rapid barrage of punches, the sheer kinetic impact creating a series of explosions that shake the surrounding pavement. The dust rises, but Chan-seok's eyes are completely focused, reading every single trajectory before it even lands. He parries the final fist, the sound of metal meeting mutated bone echoing across the highway. The impact vibrates all the way up Chan-seok's spear, showing that Ji-hyun's physical stats have indeed scaled massively. Ji-hyun tries to close the distance, but Chan-seok smoothly rotates his weapon, keeping him at a perfect spatial distance. Before Ji-hyun can recover his balance, Chan-seok's spearhead is already positioned directly in front of his chest. With a single, concentrated burst of kinetic force, Chan-seok launches the giant mutant high into the air. Ji-hyun groans from the impact, coughing up purple blood as gravity takes over. He grits his teeth in the air, thinking that the exact millisecond his feet touch the concrete, he is going to finish this fight for good. But Chan-seok is already moving, a massive cloud of dust exploding from his feet as he sprints directly underneath the falling giant. Ji-hyun looks down, his purple eyes widening in confusion as he wonders what the hell Chan-seok is planning. Chan-seok plants his foot on a piece of debris, leaping high into the air to meet him. In a single, fluid motion, his golden spear instantly extends to its full legendary length, slicing through the clouds. Ji-hyun stares at the massive glowing polearm in sheer disbelief, realizing he completely miscalculated the weapon's reach. Chan-seok appears directly above him, his silhouette blocking out the sun as he prepares his counterattack. He spins the spear, calmly admitting that he is actually quite surprised by how hard Ji-hyun's punches hit now. He notes that his physical output has indeed improved since their last meeting in Incheon. But then, with a cold, unbothered smile, he asks if his physical durability is actually strong enough to survive what is coming next. He moves his hands in a lightning-fast sequence, channeling his mana straight through the golden shaft. He executes his signature masterclass technique, the dual-orbit spear, infinite repetition. The spear leaves behind a solid grid of blue energy trails, trapping Ji-hyun in an inescapable coordinate cage of light. The 16 consecutive high-velocity piercing strikes shred through the sky, creating a massive explosion of mana that clears the clouds. Ji-hyun crashes back onto the highway, his mutated purple body completely broken and smoking as the surrounding asphalt cracks. He coughs up a massive pool of purple blood, his purple eyes losing their glow as his muscles begin to deflate. He lies in a pool of his own dark, boiling blood, his internal systems completely offline. He groans in absolute agony, realizing that even after sacrificing his entire humanity, he could not even touch this monster, whispering for Chan-seok to just kill him. Chan-seok slowly walks up to him, his spear resting on his shoulder, his expression going quiet and thoughtful. He notes that no matter how much he looks at this body, something is incredibly unnatural. Instead of normal blood, pure high-density mana is circulating through Ji-hyun's veins. This is an incredibly advanced magic surgery that would require dozens of archmages working together even in his previous otherworld, yet whoever performed this left the toxic impurities inside on purpose. He recalls his previous life in the otherworld, a place that spent thousands of years researching the exact laws of mana, and judging from his experience, humanity's current understanding of mana on Earth is incredibly primitive, closer to cavemen who just discovered fire and are playing with matches. He realizes that a primitive Earth scientist could never design a high-level mana contract like this purple crystal on his own. Having seen this exact pattern countless times, he knows the truth. This purple crystal is a deliberate, highly dangerous landmine intentionally planted on Earth by a powerful external entity. A powerful otherworld entity extracted its own concentrated mana and materialized it into a physical contract. By accepting that crystal into your body, you are essentially signing a blank check with your soul. He looks at the dying mutant, asking if he even had a single clue what kind of transaction he was agreeing to. Suddenly, the purple crystal on Ji-Hoon's forehead begins to crack, releasing a violent surge of dark, unstable mana. Chon-Sok's eyes widen as he senses the massive immediate danger. A massive, white-hot dome of absolute annihilation explodes from the crystal, vaporizing everything in a 100-meter radius. Chon-Sok is thrown back, raising his arms to block the debris as the kinetic shockwave tears his cloak. The dust clears, and Chon-Sok stands in a perfect crater, realizing that was not a normal explosion. It was a clean, conceptual erase that left absolutely no physical trace of Ji-Hoon's body behind. He recognizes this exact cleanup method from his previous life. It is a soul-erasing cleanup clause used by a very specific, highly dangerous type of otherworld being, a devil. Chon-Sok's expression goes dark, gritting his teeth as he remembers that he spent his entire 20-year war wiping out the devils in the otherworld, wondering if they have somehow found a way to Earth too. He notes that he will have to investigate this massive macro mystery later, as the Dover Harbor operation is still active. Meanwhile, back at the harbor docks, Sang-ah is standing tall, gasping for breath as she wipes sweat from her forehead. She looks down at the 3 masked Dangun assassins lying unconscious and bleeding around her feet, completely stunned by her own performance. She smiles, realizing that by staying calm and using the precise mana manipulation homework Chon-Sok gave her, she easily neutralized 3 opponents who had twice her mana. Suddenly, the lead assassin pushes himself up, gritting his teeth as he prepares a desperate, blind backslash. Sang-ah does not even flinch, her hand gripping her katana as she channels a tiny, highly efficient spark of green lightning mana. She executes a near-instantaneous clean draw that cuts through his weapon and chest in a single silent flash. The assassin coughs up blood, falling back onto the concrete completely neutralized. She sheathes her blade, noting that her output was perfectly controlled and did not waste a single drop of unnecessary energy, wondering if that qualifies as a clean finish. A familiar voice calls out from the shipping containers, telling her that while her strike was indeed clean, she is still overthinking her fights way too much. She looks back, asking him how long he has been standing there watching her, and he calmly answers that he just arrived. He walks past her, his eyes locking onto the center of the pier. They stand side by side on the edge of the harbor docks, staring at the massive, glowing blue dome of the fully active prototype shield generator lighting up the foggy Dover sky. The Dover harbor sky is practically glowing, completely dominated by the massive, shifting rings of light emitted by the active shield generator. Sang-ah is staring up at the blue dome, completely in awe of the sheer, condensed volume of mana technology required to pull this off. She looks back toward the pier, asking her teacher if this is the exact location where everyone decided to gather. Lee Se-yoon steps out of the smoke, dragging her colossal scarlet greatsword over her shoulder as she confirms that the harbor is officially secure. Chon-Sok looks at the shattered concrete and the piles of unconscious Dangun grunts around her feet, dryly noting that she did not go easy on them. Our guy looks down at his boots, realizing he needs to figure out how to explain Kim Ji-Hoon's sudden, highly unnatural death without revealing his previous life as an otherworld hero. He knows that if he just dumps the actual technical details of a high-level otherworld devil contract, they are immediately going to ask how a simple 20-year-old rookie possesses that level of forbidden knowledge, and telling them he saved another world and returned as a reward is definitely not a viable option. He decides to take a page out of the classic Otherworld Priest's playbook, remembering the ridiculous holy oracles they used to make up on the spot to manipulate the masses. He looks at Se-yoon, keeping his expression completely flat, as he claims that while he was fighting Ji-Yoon, he was engulfed in a strange black smoke and heard a mysterious, booming voice. He begins stringing together the most absurd Chunibyo-tier nonsense he can think of, reciting a fake prophecy about a sulfur fire and a golden chalice filled with bitter wormwood. His entire goal is just to let them know there are much larger, shadowy organizations pulling the strings behind the scenes. To his absolute surprise, Seun looks completely convinced, noting that in a world where literal dimensional tiers and monsters exist, a dark holy oracle actually sounds strangely plausible. She agrees that they cannot just treat the heirs of Donggun as a simple group of extreme patriots anymore, while Chansok sweat drops, amazed that his terrible lie actually worked. Seiyun's expression goes quiet and thoughtful as she stares out at the sea, calculating their next strategic move. She looks back at Chansok, announcing that the official global transfer market is scheduled to open very soon. For those who do not follow the corporate hunter scene, the transfer market is a highly regulated period where hunters are legally allowed to negotiate and move between competitive companies. But more importantly, representatives and famous figures from every major guild gather in a massive assembly to trade high-level information. She explains that this means they can use the upcoming assembly to discuss the strange oracle and the purple mutant he just encountered. She notes that if a global rank 10 hunter of her caliber brings this up publicly, the other major factions will be forced to take it seriously. But then her tone shifts, warning him that the giant Taebaek hunter Yoon Seongyeon is likely going to use the transfer window to come to the UK just to recruit him. Chansok just chuckles, dryly mocking his own popularity and wondering if this massive giant is actually going to beg him for an interview. Sang-ah interrupts him with her usual literal deadpan face, pointing out that Seongyeon is already happily married and his partner is a woman, completely ruining Chanseok's dry joke. Chansok just sighs, dropping the banter as he tells them it does not matter anyway, since Taebaek's obsession is his own problem to deal with. Cut to the towering, imposing skyscraper headquarters of the Taebaek Guild back in South Korea. Inside a massive, dark, traditional hall, a cold voice demands a report. This is Seong Si-hoon, the absolute master and representative of the Taebaek Guild. He possesses psychokinesis and is a complete, red-haired menace who rules through fear. Kneeling on the cracked stone floor before him is the giant Yoon Seongyeon, bowing his head as he apologizes for failing to recruit Chanseok. Si-hoon's single orange eye glows in the shadows, his voice dripping with venom as he repeats the apology back to him. Seongyeon tries to explain, but before he can even finish his sentence, his body is violently lifted into the air. Si-hoon uses his psychokinesis to float the massive giant like a rag doll, stating that he did not summon him here just to hear a pathetic excuse. Seongyeon gasps for air, his face turning red as he explains that Chanseok became significantly more famous and influential than they initially anticipated. Si-hoon closes his fist, the surrounding stone pillars cracking under the kinetic pressure, asking what the public will think of Taebaek if they cannot even force a single rookie to fall in line. He drops his hand, the physical force slamming Seongyeon back onto the floor, stating that he absolutely despises hearing lame excuses. With a single, effortless wave of his hand, he unleashes a kinetic wave that completely shatters the stone throne behind him. The giant hunter looks up in pure, visceral terror, realizing how close he just came to being completely erased. Si-hoon glares at him, his face shadowed as he asks if Chansok's personal intention to refuse them actually matters in the grand scheme of things. He warns him that there are absolutely no second chances in his organization, commanding him to make sure Yu Chansok joins Taebaek during the upcoming transfer period by any means necessary. Back in Dover, the camera pans over the quiet, modern mansion where our guy has been lodging. Chansok is sitting at the dining table, his expression going deadpan as he looks toward the front yard, wondering what is up with the uninvited guests. Standing on the lawn is Gwang Chul, a towering, heavily scarred senior Taebaek representative, flanked by two identical suited goons. Cut to the lodging's private meeting room, where the atmosphere is incredibly tense. Gwang Chul sits across from Chansok, his muscular arms resting on his knees as he demands that Chansok fulfill his promise to join Taebaek the exact millisecond the transfer window opens. Chansok looks at the terms on the paper, his eyes narrowing as he realizes that even looking at these ridiculous materials, they never had any intention of negotiating fairly. He sets the paper down, calmly stating that he knows Taebaek operates differently from other commercial hunter guilds. While normal guilds are just loose partnerships splitting profits, Taebaek is completely dominated by a single representative master, which is their greatest strength and their ultimate weakness. He looks directly into Gwang Chul's eyes, noting that Seong Si-hoon is the absolute dictator of their guild. But then, he adds with a dry, unbothered smile that Si-hoon has been completely inactive in the field lately. The two suited goons behind Gwang Chul flinch as Chansok asks if a hunter who does not actually fight monsters can even be legally classified as a hunter. He leans forward, asking them if that lack of activity does not just make their master a very rich, unemployed guy with a fancy title. Guangchul's face goes completely dark, his voice dropping to a low, guttural growl as he warns Chanseok to watch his mouth before he dies without leaving a trace. Chanseok just chuckles internally, noting that Sihun has managed to keep his subordinates highly loyal, at least. He looks Guangchul dead in the eye and with absolute calm disrespect declines their offer. Guangchul's fist clenches, his knuckles turning white as he grips the edge of the heavy wooden conference table. He growls that Chansok does not have a choice, and with a single surge of physical force, literally flips the massive table directly at his head. Chansok's expression remains completely neutral as the heavy wood hurtles toward his face. He slides out of his chair, the table crashing into the wall behind him with a loud explosion of splinters. Guangchul charges through the wreckage, his scarred fist moving in a massive high-speed blur. The fist cuts through the air, aiming directly for Chansok's skull. Chansok slides underneath the strike, the fist completely shattering the concrete wall behind him, creating a massive shockwave of dust. Chansok observes the damage, dryly noting that this is not a normal punch, it is practically on the level of a motorized wrecking ball. He prepares to counter, sliding his foot back to anchor his stance as he decides to use his spear. But suddenly, his body freezes, his eyes widening with genuine surprise as his joints refuse to move. He gritted his teeth, feeling a massive, invisible, gravity-like weight pressing down on his shoulders. He looks back, his eyes tracking the flow of raw, dense mana in the room. He realizes that the two giant-suited goons who have been standing quietly in the corner are actually high-level mages. The mages are pouring their entire mana output into a silent, coordinated spatial lock. Chansok realizes these big guys were not brought along as physical combatants. They are highly specialized mages trained to manipulate ambient mana to lock down high-speed targets. Guangchul leaps high into the air, his fist raised as he descends like a meteor, aiming to crush our locked-down protagonist into the floor. The physical impact of Guangchul's descent completely shatters the floor, pinning Chansok's head into the cracked concrete. Chansok grits his teeth, realizing this scarred bastard was actually aiming directly for his temple with clear, lethal intent. He looks up at Guangchul's glowing red eyes, who gives him one final, terrifying warning to join Taebek or die, right here. Chansok's hand slowly shifts, his voice dripping with dry sarcasm as he mockingly calls the threat truly scary. He flares his soul, and the dark purple and black sparks of the paradox flame ignite, instantly spreading across the room. Guangchul's face goes completely pale with confusion as the purple fire licks his arms, wondering what kind of magic is bypassing his physical defense. Behind him, the two support mages panic, screaming that their mana manipulation flow has been completely consumed and their physical strength is vanishing. Chansok rises from the rubble, his golden spear reflecting the purple glow as he asks them if they honestly think he has only heard a stupid threat like that once or twice in his 50 years of combat. His eyes go cold, stating that he is completely sick and tired of arrogant fools trying to leverage him. He notes that this flame will not go out. Not until every single muscle involved in their breathing has its concept of durability burned away, leaving them unable to draw air. In other words, until they die. Guangchul screams in pure visceral terror as the flame consumes his strength, desperately asking if Chansok thinks he can get away with executing a high-ranking Taebok hunter. Chansok just smiles, dryly pointing out that survival of the fittest is Taebek's official motto, which simply means the weak are destined to die to the strong. The title screen flashes as the purple fire fades, leaving the room silent. Seiyun and Sang-ah return to the mansion, only to find Guangchul's lifeless body lying on the shattered floor, leaving them completely speechless. Chansok shrugs, casually asking if he was supposed to just let himself die. Seiyun sighs, warning him that the entire Taebek guild will be seeing red and coming after him now. She tells him he needs to be extremely careful around Taebek's master, Seong Si-hoon, prompting Chansok to ask how strong he actually is. She explains that Si-hoon can literally juggle Big Ben, Buckingham Palace, and the London Eye simultaneously using his psychokinesis, calling him a walking natural disaster. Chansok looks at her, dryly asking if that means this red-haired kid is practically stronger than her. She admits that he is, but notes that even a monster like Si-hoon has a highly specific weakness. His psychokinesis only works within a strict 20-meter radius. Chansok is unimpressed, noting that a 20-meter absolute defense hardly sounds like a weakness since any attack entering that space will just get blocked. He touches his chin, realizing they are running out of time on their UK contract anyway and need to make a massive move. He notes that the shield generator in Dover has almost finished gathering all its operational data, meaning they need to quickly boost their reputation before the global transfer market opens. He looks at Seyun, asking her flat out what their chances are of clearing Russia's Grade 1 permanent corrosion rift, the Bratsk refrigerator. Seyun's face goes serious, explaining that from Grade 1 rifts onward, the danger is not just the monsters, but highly complex, puzzle-like mechanisms called gimmicks that will be present. She touched her chin, calculating that their actual chances of success are roughly around 40%. She explains that these gimmicks can range from pressing buttons in a highly specific sequence to following bizarre operational rules to destroy the core protecting the rift. Chansok is confused, asking why they did not encounter any gimmicks during the Tsushima Grade 2 rift. She explains that the heirs of Donggun must have tampered with that core, which is why there were none. She warns them that surviving a Grade 1 gimmick does not depend on your physical power, it strictly requires deep combat experience, which neither of them possesses. She pauses, letting the heavy weight of her warning land. But then, she casually mentions that the official bounty for clearing the Bratsk refrigerator is a massive 38 billion won, causing Chansok's eyes to pop. She notes that to push through the endless hordes of cryogenic slimes to even reach the rift's entrance, they will need to hire a massive operating support team. Chansok looks at her phone, realizing they do not have the liquid cash required to hire that many elite hunters. She explains she can use her name and global rank 10 influence to recruit the juniors and seniors under her command, as well as an elite hunter company in Japan that owes her a favor. Chansok agrees that having a massive team to clear a path through the outer slimes is a logical necessity. She breaks down the math, explaining that after deducting the operating team's wages and equipment expenses, the remaining split will leave Chansok and Sang-ah with exactly 1.5 billion won each. Sang-ah looks at her, her gray eyes serious as she asks what happens to them if the operation fails. Seyun smiles warmly, explaining that they will both end up in massive, life-altering debt, though since Sang-ah is a wealthy KY Group heir, Chan-seok will be the only one actually ruined. But she adds that if they succeed, they will be rolling in more cash than they can ever hope to spend. Chansok smirks, his expression going quiet as he asks if life is really all that complicated. He looks at them, his eyes glowing with confidence as he declares they are doing it, since 1.5 billion won is worth any gamble. 1 week later, the scene cuts to the interior of a high-tech military helicopter flying through a heavy Siberian blizzard. Seyun hands them the official contract, explaining that because the Bratsk refrigerator strictly limits entry to only 2 people at a time, no other hunters will be entering the rift with them. She wishes them good luck as the helicopter thuds through the dark, snowy mountains. Chansok looks at her, dryly asking how she managed to secure all these elite support hunters on credit if a failure would leave them completely unable to pay back the debt. She smiles, telling him she has her own unique ways as she reaches into her jacket. She pulls out 2 glowing golden spherical candies, handing them over. She explains these are salvation glass candies borrowed from the association. If they are ever on the verge of dying inside, the candy will forcibly teleport them out. But her expression goes completely serious as she warns them of the absolute catch. Once consumed, they can never enter that specific corrosion rift again. She notes that if they fail, the media is paying close attention, meaning Seyun's global reputation will vanish into thin air alongside their finances. Chansok looks at the golden candy, his face going serious as he realizes the sheer weight of this gamble. Seyun looks out the window, announcing they are almost at the Bratsk corrosion zone. She tells them to turn on their in-ear communication devices. Chansok presses his earpiece, the static crackling as connection is confirmed for both him and Han Sang-ah. A serious, glasses-wearing military operator introduces herself as Operator Team Seagull. She announces their official entry into the Bratsk zone at exactly 13:57, stating their objective is the complete elimination of the Grade 1 refrigerator core. She reports that they have detected exactly 778 high-threat slime entities ahead, and the support team is preparing to draw their attention. She confirms that the only personnel entering the actual rift are Yu Chan-seok and Han Sang-ah. Chansok looks at Seyun, who is resting her eyes in the corner, realizing that if a global rank 10 star cleared a Grade 1 rift, the public would just assume he got carried anyway. The helicopter descends through the heavy, freezing Siberian wind. But if he and Sang-ah clear this legendary apocalyptic zone entirely on their own, the global media will be forced to acknowledge his absolute strength. Seyun looks at him, her eyes soft as she admits she is a little worried, asking if they are truly going to be okay. Chansok just smirks, his hands wrapped in red combat bandages as he notes that the stage is already set, and they just have to pull it off. He stands at the open hatch of the helicopter, his spear held tight as he prepares to dive directly into the freezing Siberian hell, fully ready to win his ultimate gamble. The Siberian wind is howling over the ruins of a completely frozen city, and our two main players are already moving at absolute high speed through the blizzard. The radio static in their ears is nothing but pure chaos, as the operator warns them about 3 incoming high-threat cryogenic slimes. Back in the warm, high-tech control room, the support staff is frantically trying to micromanage their squads, reporting heavy casualties as Team H1 tries to draw the aggro away. A sniper on a nearby roof adjusts his scope, trying to clear a path, reporting that at least 25 massive slimes are currently blocking the final destination. Even the support team is completely stunned, realizing that while they have helped other elite hunters before, our guy and Sang-ah are operating on an entirely different level of efficiency. The black, swirling void of the Grade 1 rift is dead ahead, a massive spatial tear in the middle of the frozen highway. The operator screams that they have exactly 30 seconds to enter before the support team is forced to fall back and abandon the position. There is absolutely no time for a classic main character pre-fight speech. They just leap directly into the pitch-black abyss together. The spatial transition hits them like a physical wall, and they land in a blinding flash of icy blue light. Massive, rusted iron chains hang from the ceiling, swinging slowly over a floor made of solid, pristine ice. Chansok looks around, his expression deadpan as he notes that this looks less like a standard dungeon and more like a ruined royal palace. He reaches for his earpiece, realizing the local spatial distortion has completely cut off his physical line of sight with his apprentice. Suddenly, glowing blue letters materialize in the air right in front of him, welcoming them to the ballroom, explaining that one must act while the other observes, and unless they cooperate, they will achieve absolutely nothing. Our guy grips his golden spear, instantly realizing that a Grade 1 permanent zone is not going to let them just unga-bunga their way through. Then, Sang-ah's voice crackles through his ear, telling him to stop moving immediately. He looks around, but the room is completely empty, wondering if the dungeon's layout has physically separated their spaces. She warns him that there is a massive, razor-sharp ice blade hovering literally centimeters from his neck. He raises his left hand, slowly reaching out to feel the space around his throat. His fingers touch nothing but freezing cold air. But a second later, a clean line of blood opens on his finger out of absolutely nowhere. He looks at the blood, realizing this is the first gimmick of the Bratsk refrigerator. He looks back toward the far end of the room where Sang-ah's faint, translucent silhouette is standing. She explains that from her perspective, the entire room is a literal minefield of floating traps and weapons suspended by massive chains. This is the ultimate co-op nightmare. Chansok can physically interact with everything, but he is completely blind to the traps. Sang-ah can see every single danger perfectly, but she is a literal ghost. Everything phases right through her. She reports that a glowing blue gate has just opened right next to her, and a wave of green, glowing slimes is starting to crawl through the door. She tries to slash them with her lightning katana, but her blade passes through their gelatinous bodies like a hollow hologram. Here's how this split-space gimmick actually functions. The game is basically running a forced split-screen lobby where player 1 has the controller but has their monitor turned off, and player 2 can see the screen but has their controller disconnected. Chansok smirks, noting that his apprentice has officially become his high-tech radar, admitting that this is indeed going to be a massive pain. He notes that the slimes are moving relatively slow compared to the aggressive hordes outside, which gives them a tiny margin for coordination. He looks down at his boots, noticing the grid pattern etched into the ice floor. He instructs her to use his exact standing position as the center coordinate, treating the floor tiles like a massive chessboard to call out the approaching targets. Sang-ah focuses her gray eyes, her voice going serious as she prepares to guide him through the invisible maze. Chansok stands perfectly still, waiting for her command. She calls out the coordinates, and he swings his spear, the wind splitting as the blade smashes the invisible chain hanging above him. She screams to look out on his right, and he pivots instantly, his spear deflecting a massive unseen guillotine blade. She apologizes for the delay, but Chansok tells her to just focus, his forehead dripping with sweat as he realizes he cannot sense a single shred of killing intent from these traps. He notes that a single wrong step will result in immediate death, jumping forward as she warns him about spikes shooting up from the floor tiles. She barks out the next coordinates, telling him to jump to tile 315 to avoid a sweeping slime tentacle. He is moving purely on her voice, his cloak getting shredded and blood opening on his shoulder as he barely evades the invisible trajectories. Sang-ah screams that the entire pack of slimes has finally gathered within his combat range. Our guy grits his teeth, his golden eyes flaring as he prepares his output. He thrusts his spear forward, executing a massive vertical trajectory strike. The concentrated blue energy trail tears through the parallel plane, completely vaporizing the entire wave of slimes into a shower of green mist. Sang-ah smiles, thinking they have successfully cleared the first stage. But before she can even draw a breath, the space around them violently distorts. Her eyes widen in sheer confusion as she looks down at her own hands. Chansok realizes immediately that the dungeon has just swapped their roles, and the traps have reset into an entirely different complex formation. Now Sang-ah is the one physically trapped in the center of the invisible grid, her katana drawn. Chansok asks her if she is confident, and she gives him her classic proud, flat-faced look, telling him to leave it to her. The green slimes begin splattering against the ice floor in her plane. Thick green lightning static crackles around her blade as she prepares to execute her precise, low-energy draw. Chansok watches her from his ghostly plane, thinking that while this split-space gimmick is indeed highly complex, it seems a bit too simple for a legendary Grade 1 permanent zone. He looks back toward the far end of the ballroom. A massive, thick wall of freezing fog begins rolling over the floor, and the heavy, crystalline double doors at the end of the hall slowly creak open. Chansok's expression goes cold, asking her if she can feel the sudden shift in the atmosphere. Sang-ah nods, shivering as her breath turns to solid ice, noting that the sheer density of the mana in the air has skyrocketed. Our guy steps through the doors, his eyes narrowing as he looks up. He announces that they have officially reached the chamber of the Bratsk refrigerator core. The double doors slam shut behind them, sealing them inside a massive, hollow cavern of ice. At the top of a towering crystalline staircase of solid ice sits a magnificent throne. And sitting on that throne is a beautiful, completely frozen female entity. This is the Queen of Frost, and she looks down at our guy with a cold, smug smile that says, "You are about to learn why this place has a 38 billion won bounty." Chansok looks around, realizing Sang-ah has been physically separated from him once again. Suddenly, a bright red temperature gauge floats into existence directly above his head. He blinks, wondering what kind of game mechanic interface he is looking at. The red liquid inside the thermometer instantly plummets to the absolute bottom, freezing into a solid purple snowflake icon. Chansok tries to move, but his legs are instantly encased in solid crystalline ice, locking his boots to the floor. The Queen of Frost waves her hand, and hundreds of razor-sharp ice daggers manifest in the air, pointing directly at his chest. Our guy just clicks his tongue, his knuckles turning white as he grips his golden spear. He grits his teeth, realizing the boss is not even going to give him a single second to figure out the rules of this new gimmick. The freezing Siberian wind is howling inside the cavern, and the thermometer gauge over Chansok's head is still locked at sub-zero levels. He stands his ground, telling himself not to make a single reckless move until he figures out the exact mechanics of this temperature gauge. The Queen of Frost smirks, her eyes glowing with absolute cold amusement as she looks down at her frozen prey. Suddenly, Sang-ah's voice crackles through his earpiece, asking him if he can hear her over the wind. He answers immediately, asking how things are looking on her end. She reports that she is currently standing in a parallel chamber facing a massive green gelatinous slime. The giant slime is wrapped in heavy iron chains, continuously dividing into dozens of smaller, fast-moving slimes that are flooding her floor. Chansok looks at his frozen boots, realizing there is absolutely no physical heat source in his chamber to melt the ice. He explains to her that his internal body temperature is dropping every second, and he cannot control his internal mana to generate warmth. He notes that if his temperature stays at this sub-zero level for more than 5 minutes, his blood will freeze solid and he will suffer immediate cardiac arrest. He screams at her to find a way to affect his environment from her parallel chamber. He swings his spear, executing a lightning-fast blue trajectory grid slash to shatter the incoming barrage of ice daggers. The crystalline daggers explode into a shower of harmless ice fragments, but his movements are getting sluggish, his limbs turning stiff as the frost slowly creeps up his thighs. Suddenly, the ice on his legs cracks, and the temperature gauge floats up by a tiny fraction. He gasps, asking her what she just did. Sang-ah is shown in her chamber, her lightning katana moving in a silver blur as she explains that she just sliced through a wave of the split-off slimes. Chansok realizes the trick. Her killing the slimes directly translates to heat for his body. He smirks, thinking this is a relatively simple co-op mechanic. But a second later, the temperature gauge starts violently bubbling. The liquid shoots past the safe green zone, turning a deep, boiling hot red. The thermometer is practically screaming, surrounded by boiling steam. Chansok's eyes widen, his veins bulging and sweat pouring off his face as his skin begins to blister from the sudden, intense heat. Sang-ah is confused, asking what is wrong, but our guy unloads verbally, screaming at her to watch the rate she is killing them. He wheezes that if his temperature rises endlessly at this rate, his internal organs will literally get cooked alive from the inside out. This is the true, sadistic nature of a grade 1 gimmick. It is not just about killing the monsters, it is a delicate, high-stakes game of temperature control where killing too slow freezes him, and killing too fast vaporizes his organs. Chansok looks up at the Frost Queen, realizing he needs to end this fight before their coordination slips and they make a fatal mistake. He sprints up the massive, crystalline staircase, his boots cracking the frozen steps. He leaps high into the air, his spear aimed directly at her throat. But his golden spearhead slams against a hexagonal glowing blue energy shield, the impact creating a massive shockwave that throws him back. He crashes heavily onto the icy floor at the bottom of the stairs. The dust clears, and he groans, realizing she has a passive defensive barrier. The Queen of Frost sits undisturbed behind her glowing hexagonal shield, looking completely unbothered. He clicks his tongue, noting that her shield has an incredibly high density of mana resistance. But then, he notices the temperature gauge over his head is suddenly drifting back to a stable green coordinate. Sang-ah reports through the radio that the giant slime in her chamber has suddenly stopped dividing, its reproduction speed slowing down to a crawl. Chansok's eyes narrow as he analyzes his coordinates. The division slowed down the exact second he got closer to the boss's throne. To test his theory, he takes 5 massive steps backward, and Sang-ah instantly reports that the slime's division speed has shot back up to maximum. Here is the final hidden coordinate rule of the Bratsk refrigerator. The closer Chansok is to the Frost Queen, the slower the slimes divide in Sang-ah's room, making it impossible for her to raise his temperature if he starts freezing. But if he keeps his distance to let her farm the slimes for heat, the massive horde will eventually overwhelm her defensive capacity, and he will freeze to death anyway. Our guy flares his hand, his paradox flame igniting, thinking that he could easily burn this entire space out of existence, but if he does, the out-of-control flame will consume Sang-ah the second they group up. Sang-ah is shown panting, her grip on her katana slipping as she asks him what they should do. He tells her to just hold out as long as she physically can, admitting that this is going to be a brutal war of attrition. Meanwhile, outside the rift, the Siberian blizzard is still howling over the modern high-rise buildings of the command center. Inside the operator Team Seagull control room, the monitors are flickering with static. The head operator asks how much time has passed since the 2 hunters entered the Bratsk refrigerator. The junior officer adjusts his glasses, his face serious as he reports that exactly 3 days have passed since they lost signal. Back inside the core room, the Queen of Frost is laughing hysterically, completely enjoying the slow, agonizing demise of her prey. She waves her hands, raining down another massive barrage of crystalline ice spikes from the ceiling. Chansok's clothes are tattered, his skin covered in deep cuts as he notes that he has been burning her mana resistance with the paradox flame for 60 hours straight, yet her shield is still active. He is pushed back, spitting blood as he tells Sang-ah to speed up her kills because his left leg has turned completely to solid ice. Sang-ah is shown in her parallel room, coughing up blood as she strains to swing her blade, whispering, "Kyuk!" She is completely out of breath, her vision blurring as she wonders if this endless nightmare is ever going to end. Chansok's entire left side is now encased in a thick layer of blue ice, his physical reflexes dropping to 0. He looks toward her coordinates, his voice quiet as he asks her if she is okay. Sang-ah leans heavily on her katana, saliva and blood dripping from her lip, whispering that she can hold for now. Our guy grits his teeth, realizing his apprentice has officially reached her physical limits. He looks up as a massive 50-meter icicle begins to break off the ceiling directly above him. The Queen of Frost looks down at him like a bug she is finally ready to squish. Chanseok stands frozen under the falling shadow, his body refusing to respond. She smiles, savoring her ultimate victory. The massive crystalline spike crashes down with a bone-shattering impact, completely obliterating the stone floor. A thick cloud of ice dust and mist settles over the cavern, leaving only the quiet sound of dripping water. The Queen of Frost rests her chin on her hand, a smug, satisfied smirk on her face. But then, a bloody hand grips the edge of a shattered stone tile, and Chansok pushes himself up, telling her to wipe that stupid smirk off her face. His face is covered in dark, thick blood, his eyes burning with a terrifying yellow light as he tells her he spent 20 long years crossing the line between life and death. He drags his golden spear through the snow, stating that a pathetic little block of ice is not going to be the thing that ends him. He stands tall, looking like an absolute menace, his voice echoing across the chamber. He speaks into his earpiece, ordering Sang-ah to squeeze out every single drop of her remaining strength and completely obliterate the massive slime. She hesitates, pointing out that if they kill the main body, they will lose their only source of body temperature regulation. Chansok just laughs, his voice hoarse as he tells her that they are both going to die anyway if they keep playing by the dungeon's rules. He asks her if she wants to die slowly like a coward or go out in a massive blaze of glory. Sang-ah smiles, lightning flaring around her body as she chooses the quick option. She grips her masterpiece katana with both hands, her silver hair standing on end as she activates her overload state. A massive, violent storm of green and white electricity explodes from her core, lighting up her entire parallel space. She channels her entire life force into a single, devastating railgun draw. She leaps toward the giant slime, her silhouette completely engulfed in a pillar of lightning. Her gray eyes glow with absolute, prideful determination as she unleashes her ultimate strike. Chansok opens his eyes wide as the spatial feedback hits his coordinates. A massive, nuclear-level column of green electricity tears through both parallel planes. The explosion of lightning and ice completely shatters the ballroom, vaporizing the giant slime and the queen's defenses simultaneously. The temperature gauge instantly explodes past maximum into a blazing fire icon, and Chanseok's eyes glow a terrifying, demonic red as he leaps forward to end the Queen of Frost. So, we are back in the absolute freezing hell of the Siberian Rift, and the irony here is palpable. The Queen of Frost, an entity literally made of ancient glacier ice, is trying to end our guy with pure, unadulterated heat. Talk about a developer lazy-coding a Phase 2 boss fight. If Chansok lets his guard down for even a second, his soul is getting incinerated by this thermal overload. But honestly, trying to outburn a guy who holds the literal concept of erasure in his hands is a massive skill issue. Burning things to absolute nothingness is his signature move. It is time to bring out the cheat code. The paradox flame is active. The black and white conceptual fire clashes with the boss's heat, turning the entire chamber into a swirling, chaotic void of raw, kinetic energy. Chansok drops to one knee on the cracked, steaming ice. The backlash of using his flame through those narrow, unpolished meridians is hitting him hard. Even the Frost Queen is visibly shaken. She is looking at him like she just realized she is not the only monster in this room. Chansok just grins through the pain. This is the exact kind of high-stakes gamble he lives for. He grips his legendary spear and stands up. The plan worked. It hurt like hell, but he found the right answer. He looks over at Sang-ah, who is barely holding on to consciousness after overloading her lightning core to give him that temperature boost. He tells her she did great, and that he will take it from here. She slips away into unconsciousness, finally able to rest because she knows her crazy master never loses once he gets that look in his eye. The playing field is completely leveled now. Thanks to the Paradox Flame, the Queen's legendary high-density mana resistance has been completely burned away. No more shield. No more absolute defense gimmicks. Her precious protective shell is gone, and Chansok is looking at her like a raid boss who just lost their armor phase. The Queen of Frost loses her absolute mind. She laughs like a maniac, realizing this is no longer a strategic puzzle, it is a straight-up deathmatch. First one to run out of stamina dies. Simple, straightforward, and exactly how our guy likes to settle his bills. The air itself splits as they clash. The impact of their initial collision is so loud it practically shakes the entire Siberian continent. Huge chunks of solid glacier ice are pulverized into snow as the shockwaves ripple outwards. Every single strike from the Queen carries a lethal, freezing aura that brushes past Chansok's face. His golden eyes are locked onto her movements. He knows his body is running on borrowed time. One clean hit from her, and it is game over. The Queen moves with terrifying, supernatural speed, her ice claws leaving trails of freezing light in the dark. She unleashes a massive wave of ice spikes, a literal wall of frozen death closing in from every coordinate. She dives straight through her own attack, aiming right for his throat. The impact tears the floor apart, kicking up a massive cloud of icy debris and dust. But Chansok is already mid-air, spinning his spear to parry her follow-up claw strike in a perfect defensive circle. They bounce off each other, exchanging a dozen high-velocity blows in the span of a single second. It looks like a high-speed anime fight scene on fast forward. The queen tries to cover her blind spot, but the raw pressure Chansok is putting out is relentless. He leaps high into the air, bringing his spear down with the force of a falling meteor. He cannot afford to give her an inch of breathing room. She blocks it with her bare arms, but the sheer kinetic force cracks her icy skin even further. But wait, the boss still has one annoying trick up her sleeve. Suddenly, thick bands of ice manifest directly on Chansok's shoulders and limbs, locking him in place. His body won't move. The ambient frost in the room is reacting to his exhaustion, trying to freeze him solid before he can swing again. The queen capitalizes instantly, preparing a massive zero-point blast right underneath him. He is suspended in midair, completely vulnerable, as the icy light begins to glow. This is not looking good. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in South Korea, we cut to Lee Se-yoon's high-rise headquarters. It is a peaceful, snowy night, but the tension inside is high. Se-yoon is sitting on her plush sofa, looking calm, but her hand is gripping a classic wooden pipe. Her secretary knocks and enters the room, looking like she has not slept in days. She reports that it has been over 2 weeks, and there has been absolute radio silence from Yoo Chan-sok's team inside the Siberian Rift. Se-yoon casually points out that silence just means they are not dead yet. She reminds her assistant that this is a grade 1 corrosion rift. Even when she cleared her first major rift, it took her 5 whole days with an entire elite squad. 2 weeks for a 2-man team is actually a pretty reasonable timeline. The secretary is not buying the chill vibe. She is worried about Se-yoon's corporate reputation. She explains that everyone who invested in this high-risk train guard and raid operation did so because they trusted the prestigious Janabi name. If Chansok fails, Se-yoon's career is going to take a massive hit. Se-yoon listens silently, her sharp eyes narrowing. She knows exactly how the corporate sharks operate. The assistant finishes her rant, clearly stressed out by the lack of corporate safety nets. Se-yoon looks her straight in the eye and tells her that if she believes in her as a leader, then she needs to believe in the team she handpicked. She turns away, staring at the empty, elegant room. Since nobody can physically enter a grade 1 rift while it is active, they have no choice but to trust him. She knows Chon Seok is still alive in there. She understands his style. 2 weeks of silence doesn't mean he is struggling. It means he is systematically breaking down the boss's mechanics. It might take him a month. It might take longer. But Se-yoon knows the secret to Chansok's combat philosophy. The longer the fight drags on, the more data he collects, and the higher his chances of absolute victory. And back in the rift, that calculation is paying off. The Queen of Frost is grit-teeth frustrated, realizing her frozen lock is already cracking under his raw grip. Chansok shatters the ice holding him, using the momentum to swing himself around his spear like a gymnast. He looks down at her with those deadpan, tired eyes. The boss is completely out of options. He releases his spear mid-air, letting it drop towards her like a lightning rod. The queen looks up, her blank eyes widening as she senses the massive concentration of mana. The spear drives straight through her defense, pinning her to the icy floor of the chamber. Chansok lands lightly, looking up as his spear bounces back into the air. He is impressed she survived that initial impact, but he is about to show her the difference between a good weapon and a master martial artist. He catches the spear mid-rotation. A legendary weapon is great, but the person wielding it is what makes it a world-ending threat. He prepares his final, delayed kinetic strike. Blue trajectory is unleashed. A massive, vertical pillar of blue energy erupts, completely vaporizing the Queen of Frost and shattering the entire core chamber. The Grade 1 raid is officially cleared. Back in Korea, Se-yoon is still sitting on her bed, staring at the snow outside her window. Suddenly, the small communication earbud on her desk crackles with heavy static. A raspy, exhausted voice comes through. "I made it." Se-yoon grabs the earpiece instantly, her usual calm facade completely slipping. She asks if it is really him, and we see our guy, sitting amidst the absolute ruin of the Bratsk refrigerator, looking like he just finished a 48-hour gaming marathon. Sanga is standing beside him, looking equally beat up. He casually asks her to send a helicopter because his legs are completely cooked and he literally cannot walk back. Classic Chansok. 1 week later, the news of a 2-man squad clearing a legendary Grade 1 permanent zone hits the media, and South Korea completely loses its mind. At first, people thought it was just another media stunt, but Chansok is about to drop a statement that makes the entire Hunter Association look like amateurs. The press room is packed to the gills with murmuring reporters. He stands at the podium, looking sharp in a formal black suit, and casually announces that his small, unaffiliated team is going to eliminate every single Grade 1 corrosion rift on the planet. He points out that while other hunters have worked hard, the current passive defensive strategy is garbage. Unless they actively destroy the rifts, the world is just going to keep slowly dying. He explains that clearing the Siberian refrigerator made him realize that with his experience and the right support team, saving the world is actually a very doable chore. He looks directly into the cameras with those glowing golden eyes, stating he will save this world no matter what. And then he adds a single, quiet word under his breath: again. As soon as the cameras turn off, he sighs and walks out of the hall with Sang-ah. He complains about how much time those reporters wasted with their stupid questions. He just wants to go home and eat some fried chicken. But before they can reach the exit, a massive, muscular security guard in a suit blocks their path, asking if he is Yu Chan-sok. Chan-sok dryly tells him he is not doing any more interviews. The man doesn't budge. He reveals he is from the KY group, and he has a direct order to bring both Chan-sok and Lady Han Sang-ah with him. Chan-sok looks confused, but Sang-ah's face goes completely pale. She mutters a single word: "Grandpa." The guard confirms it. Chairman Han Sang-cheol, the ruthless patriarch of the most powerful conglomerate in the country, wants to see them. It looks like Sang-ah's family is finally calling in her debt, and our guy is about to get dragged into some serious corporate family drama.